Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody. Well, welcome everybody to 2020. That's kind of exciting to say, isn't it? We'll call the January meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. I'd like to acknowledge all board members are here except Steve, and to our knowledge, he's on his way. So welcome everybody that came in today with the fog, I guess. We had to deal with that and still are. We'd like to welcome to all those who are in attendance and our guests and those listening online. Today we've got a group of student teachers from Baker University. Dr. Mary Skaggs always comes each semester and brings us a group of folks. So we're excited to have some people here. They're all either secondary or K-12 this semester. So I'm going to ask you, I'll put you guys on the spot, and I've kind of forewarned you, but ask you to introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you're student teaching and kind of what the level is. And then we're having an opportunity today to have lunch with you, so we'll be able to have some informal conversation then. So board members will ask questions when we have lunch with them today. So if someone wants to start and just stand and share with us your name and your student teaching assignment.
My name is Julia Sanders. I'm student teaching at Pioneer Richmond School of Murder with seventh graders for Kansas history.
My name is Hannah Greer. I am at Mill Valley High School and I am teaching ninth and 10th grade English.
My name is Nicholas Kitty. I'm at Olathe West High School. I'm teaching geometry and calc.
I'm Megan Porch. I'm at Northville Middle School and I am sixth and eighth grade.
I'm Margaret Himpelman. I'm in Horizon Elementary in DeSoto, Kansas, and I'm elementary music.
I'm Victoria Jones, and I'm student teaching at Monticello Trails Middle School with seventh grade in Kansas history.
My name is Zachary Shoemaker, and I am student teaching at Ranstar Elementary School in Gardner, and I am teaching K-4 music.
Well, welcome and thank you for coming and thank you for choosing the profession of education. We really appreciate young folks going into this. It's a great profession. Several of us up here have retired from that profession, so welcome to our meeting, but thank you for joining the profession. We also have some members from the Kelly organization, superintendents or assistant superintendents, and I'd ask that you stand and introduce yourselves and tell us what district you're from. I know we have at least one from Ark City, so if you want to stand and introduce yourself.
I'm Will Foggensville from USD 470 Ark City. I'm a first year assistant superintendent.
Okay, thank you. Any others here? Any Kelly mentors or mentees? I know there might be some others. Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. At this time, I'm going to read the mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, I'd ask everybody that we pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge member Steve Roberts is here, so all members are in attendance. And if you'd please now stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As we look to approve the agenda, board members, I asked Peggy to find some clarification for us on the consent agenda, and so she was able to find some information in the board policies. So I do want to read this as far as consent agenda to clarify. This helped me clarify and to clarify consent agenda. So I'm just going to read this for everybody. Routine, procedural, or non-controversial action items may be placed on the consent agenda. For items that require clarification or for which a board member has a question, that clarification should be requested before the board meeting. An item should not be pulled from the consent agenda just to have a question answered. That sort of information gathering should happen before a meeting. If there is an item about which a board member disagrees or believes the item requires discussion, then a request may be made at the beginning of the board meeting during the approval of the agenda to pull that item from consent. So I had been having folks move in second, so this clarifies. So if you need to, for purposes of discussion, want to pull a consent item, please do so. I stand corrected in how I've handled that in the past, so just for clarification purposes. So that being said and clarified for all of us, I'd look for either any changes or additions or corrections to the agenda, and if not, a motion to approve. Jim Porter. Do we have a second? Jim McNeese. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Abstain. Okay, so a 9-0-1. Okay, we have December minutes. Do we have any additions or corrections to this December board meeting minutes? Okay, if not, may I have a motion to approve? From Dina Horst, second, Jean Clifford. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is our commissioners' report. So we welcome Commissioner Watson to the meeting and to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to everyone. And again, happy 2020. It's good to see all of you. I'm just going to spend just a few minutes. I know you have a packed agenda today, and we have lots of important things to talk about. I'm going to keep my remarks hopefully brief and let you get on to other things in the agenda. But I want to highlight some things for you that I think often, A, don't get reported as much as we would like, and B, maybe we discuss things that that we should look at differently. One of the things that we have to think about, and we talk about a lot, is as you set as a State Board of Ed, what are the policy levers you can move or remove that then moves education in general to a favorable direction that you want to go? And in this sense, how do you move a lever policy-wise? How do you remove a regulation or policy that helps us get more students to be successful? And that's really the basic level. That's different than running a school. It's different than teaching in a classroom. Those are different levers. And so often I think it's enticing for policymakers to want to go to one of those other positions in your head and move those levers. And then it may not have the same effect. And we see that with law, we see that with regulation, where we think something will have an effect, and then we look 10 years later, and it had a different effect. And so I think we're always thinking, does it have the right effect? But let's talk about this. It's 2020. Never, ever in the history of Kansas have more students graduated from high school than under your watch in 2019. We don't know the class of 2020 yet. We're still there. Not in 2010, not in 2000, not in 1980, not in 1960, not even in the really good old days, 1920, 1930. We didn't graduate more students than we did in 2019. Yeah, I'll get it right, only 100 years off. That happened under your watch. That happened under your watch. Who's talking about that? A lot of people? I don't think so. At the same time, standards have been increased. At the same time, over that period of time, credits have been increased. I graduated high school, 1 math credit, 1 science credit. That's all that was required. Dr. Schrock probably tell you that was a general, all you had to do was take general math and general science. You graduate from high school in Kansas in the 1970s. That's been changed. Is there work to be done? There's lots of work to be done to lead the world. But we're graduating more students today than ever in the history of our state. That by itself, as we've talked about, shouldn't excite anyone until you take a look at the other thing, which is more students are leaving high school and going on to be successful in the terms of earning something after high school. Certificate, associate degree, baccalaureate are still on that path than ever before, under your watch. There's where it was, 44%. We talk about we want 70 to 75. That's where we're headed. That's the goal. But some people will say, why can't you get there tomorrow? You can't. You can't. There's not a lever you can push to get there tomorrow. You can put some things in place, you can monitor, and you can adjust. But what's happened is 44 became 46, which, as you know, this year became 48. So not only, and if you look at that same time frame, we went from 85% to 87.5% in high school graduation. So we increased that by 2.5%. And as you know, because I shared it with you last month, we increased that by students that are of color, students that are on free and reduced lunch, and students that have disabilities. Those are the fastest growing groups that we've increased graduation. But while that increased 2.5% over the same time frame, we increased the number of kids that graduated high school to go on to be successful by 4%. Not all of those are baccalaureate degreed people, nor do they need to be, as you know. We're going to talk about that. So, under your watch, that has occurred. We could say, well, 48's not 75, we must be failing. That's one way to look at it. But you have set a bar that no other state even dares to set because it would look too hard. We could have set the bar and said we want 48%. We could have been celebrating that we hit the goal, right? But that wouldn't help our kids in the future. That wouldn't help drive the economy of Kansas. That wouldn't help us prosper. It's not about artificial goals. It's about what you said was, what do students need to be successful? It's what I talk about even academically all the time. Why do we have to go to level 3 and 4? Because it opens all the doors, the military door, the post-secondary door, the technical door, all the doors. So the news ought to be in 2020, never in the history of the state of Kansas has more kids graduated high school, including students that have been underrepresented in the past, and no greater number of students 2 years out of high school are going on to be, in the definition that we've talked about, post-secondary successful, ever. Still have work to go. Can't wait to 2030. We are at 2030, because we're going to be well there to this goal. I have no doubt about it, because I think you're moving the right levers. I think we're adjusting, and I'm really confident of the people out across the state. You may know this gentleman. He's fairly famous, Steve Jobs. If he said a lot of things in business, but I'm just going to paraphrase this. You all have this. Oftentimes we don't set big goals like lead the world, because we have to be able to see every single step. Remember, as Paul, if we can't see every single step, we can't set big goals. One of the levers you have to push is to inspire school districts and these young people that believe that they can do this work. It's hard work, and every day it's really hard. Steve Jobs said it's not preordained. And because we can't have that detailed plan before we set the goal, we got to go set the goal. The plans will follow. The details will follow. We'll share with you even some updates of that. But so many times we never start. So as I think about turning 20 years into this millennium? 20 years? Michelle and I were talking. Where did the time go? That the kids in high school today would be celebrating 2000 as the oldies, like, like Happy Days, and, we're dressing up as the oldies. It's 2000. You started. We're not there, but we're well on our way, and we'll adjust as we go, as we think about this. These skills are equally important. Academic, not there. Cognitive, most of our schools aren't measuring it well yet. How about that? We're just not. Technical, hit and miss. We're going to talk some about that, computer science today. We've got some great stuff going on with tech schools, but we're not K-12, pre-K-12. Employability, those student success skills, a lot of movement there. Civic engagement, doing some things. But that's been the definition now for going on 5 years. To be successful in obtaining something post-secondary that's your passion in an industry-recognized certificate or the workforce without remediation. And then, you set the goals. And if you take the social and emotional, weave that into the employability, you have the complete package there of the skills that are needed. And then you start saying, well, we need to have them ready when they enter kindergarten. And then we have to have an individual plan of study. Guess what? I would guess every school that you talk to in your region says we have that. Is it done well? Not to the level we need to be, but we're on the way. And we're learning every day. And we have to get better. And then, as we just mentioned, high school graduation and post-secondary completion. So I've shared this photo. I tried to find an updated photo because I've shared this over the years so many times. It's one of my favorite. It's a couple of lumberjacks chopping down a really big tree. And they're putting a lot of effort into this. And the question, that I always ask, that was been asking me many times in my career is that the right forest? Are we doing the right work? Because the work's going to be hard. And that's been asked by a lot of people. Are we spending money and are we in the right forest doing the right work to yield the right results? Right? That's been asked of a lot of people and will continue to be asked and should be asked every day because we learn more. Things happen that are different than what we used to experience and we learn more about cognitive science every day. It's amazing. I remember the Nancy Reagan, this is your brain on drugs. Remember when we're frying the egg and don't do that? And we believed in the 1980s, because the research said, we believed that you were born with lots of brain cells and over the years they died and they did not regenerate, right? Remember, that's how, because, and today we know different. Why do we know that? Unfortunately, from vets that have been injured and have come back, that in previous wars would have died and now they do not. That premature babies now live, right? That used to not live. And now we're studying the brain. Now we learn that you can lose half of your brain. The other half, even at age 50, tries to recreate itself, tries to learn what the half lost. Doesn't ever get perfect, but it tries. We know that it's never too late, but the earlier that we start, the better, right? So are we in the right forest? Are we doing the right work? Or are we just working really hard doing the wrong work? I'm going to share one little tidbit. Research. Evidence-based best practice research from ACT. You know them. They test kids. Can you go to college? Can you not go to college? They give scholarships out. Big money, right? Live that game. How about research? This found that middle school students that score higher on social engagement scales. So let's just stop there. Are we measuring social engagement? Well, that must not be, don't need to do that. Let's just measure math and reading scores. ACT says you ought to do that because that scale tells us who's more likely to participate in extracurricular activities, which in turn have higher graduation and higher college retention rates. Or the odds of college retention increased by 15 to 17% for students with 2 or more extracurricular activities during high school. Evidence-based, best practice. And when you see that, what's the first thing that jumps in your mind, or jumped in my mind? Yeah, it is correlational. Yeah. Almost none of our research, unlike medical, is causation because we don't have matched pairs where we can hold a control group. And when I see extracurricular, Jim, what pops in your head when you just think of extracurricular right off the bat? Yeah, sports. I mean, I think the lay people hear sports. Well, you mean football? Well, yes. How about band? How about a good debate squad? How about the kids we're going to spend time with later on today, FFA? And future business. Yes, all of that matters. All of that matters. And it matters. So what we have to do is we have to look at young people and we have to start stacking what we know, tilt the odds to help them be successful, right? That's what we have to do. Academically, cognitively, social, emotionally, we're stacking what the evidence says. So I picked on Jim because he's a former high school principal, but he knows if I can get kids engaged in my school, A, they feel better, and they go on to complete college with a greater likelihood. I tell the story, so what you want to look at as a school, if Jim Porter's still superintendent, he's looking at what's my return on investment if I start a club, an activity, or a new sport. So I remember the day we started bowling in McPherson. Bowling. Not bowling, bowling. The owner of the lanes came and said, kids can bowl for free. I'll even pay for the shirts. The only thing we had to pay for was a coach, and those of you that know what the coaches' salaries are in high school, they're pretty minimal in the big scheme of things. They put a lot of time in for not much money. And that year we won the state championship. And of the bowlers on the JV and the varsity team, only one student did something else, and he was on the debate squad. And otherwise, none of those students participated in anything else. And I watched the day after the state championship, and you know what they did? You know what those kids did? They wore their bowling shirts to school. They were state champs. They hung a banner right next to the other state champions. And they became, in their mind, I'm fully there. That investment was minimal for the return on investment. A lot of people participate. I use that as one example because students, think about this, students move in and out of success all the time. Michelle, I was thinking of all your work that you've been doing, and we'll hear about some today on the vaping task force. 10 years ago, if your own students, if your own kids were students, we wouldn't have been talking about that, right? But that topic put your kids at risk in that moment, right? Everyone's doing, and we saw some kids get way at risk. Guess what? Let me tell you the other side of that. There is no evidence-based practice on that yet. We don't have enough longitudinal data to say specifically what the damage of vaping is going to do. We try to correlate that, right? Cigarettes, but we don't know yet. It's too new. But we do know that some kids have become extremely ill and some bad things have happened. Schools know what to do with kids. They do it every day. Do we make mistakes? Yeah. Families know what their kids need. In fact, schools know so much about what needs to be done. If you think about students, schools are spending over $80 million more than they receive in at-risk funding. They're spending over $110 million more than they receive in special ed funding to help those kids out of general fund. Is that reported? Is that why? Because they know it's needed. They know that every kid has success, and every kid at times may wander from that success. It may be academically today, where we've just taught a phonics lesson at 9 o'clock this morning, and that teacher noticed, wow, my 25 kids, those 3 kids just didn't seem to connect. I'm circling back this afternoon in a tier 2, and I'm going to bring those 3 kids, and we're going to spend more time with that phonics lesson. And maybe tomorrow, those 3 kids aren't at risk anymore. But they were for the 20 minutes we taught the lesson. Does that make sense? And if we don't intervene today, it goes on longer. That goes on every day. You can't pull a lever. You can just encourage that. You can set the criteria for it. But a good teacher, a good principal, and good families pull those levers. So what do we really want? We want 100% of our kids to graduate from high school. That's what we want. And we want 100% of our students to execute their own post-secondary plan. Whatever they want. Find their passion. All of you know, because you've spent time with me, and I go to school, and Dina can tell you, Randy's going to ask some senior in the audience, have you thought about next year? And she's going to tell you, they always say, yes, I'm going to. And Randy always stops him and says, I don't care where you're going. I don't care that you're going to Baker. I want to know what you're passionate about doing, and then we'll talk about where you're going and how you're going to get the money and what drives you. It's your plan. Just this weekend, my son, as you know, who's an animator, said, you know what? I'm making 2020. I'm all in on the animation field. You know, his mom's getting a little worried, and I said, no, just chill out. That's it. You know, he's been doing contract work, but he wants to go all in. It's his passion. It's not mine. All I can do is support that and help facilitate that. What does that look like in general then? You know, 45% of the kids will go on to a 4-year college, baccalaureate, master's, PhD, doctorate, medical degree. 45% will go to a 2-year, have multiple certificates. Like the young lady in Ulysses. I'm a CNA, I'm a CMA, I'm a phlebotomist, I'm a lab technician. I'm headed toward being an RN and multiple certificates. About 5% will have apprenticeship programs, maybe to be an electrician. 4% are going to enlist in the military, and about 1% are going to be extended school year, 18 to 21-year-old program, maybe at the school for the blind or deaf or because of their special needs. Now, and you could go to Santa Fe Trail, and those numbers aren't going to be exact. Right? They're never good, but that's in general what we want. But if you execute the plan and we help kids execute their plan, these numbers will take care of themselves. Like John Wooden used to say, if we practice well and we play the game well, the score will take care of itself. So here's kind of the what we're doing. That's the what. And if you want to know the latest thoughts that I have, this will be the detail work that we'll start sharing. Birth to age 4, that's that early childhood readiness, kindergarten readiness. We have oversight and influence. You see the areas we have direct oversight, and we have oversight and influence. But I think of this as a 20-year journey. It's a 20-year journey with families and kids. And I can just tell you, after, those of you, again, that are in this profession and have retired, and for those of you getting ready to go into it, here's what's really cool. So you all are going to teach a secondary level or some K-12 combination. And you're always going to remember that first class, right? The first class I ever taught. That's always going to be special. But then you're going to look years later like I do, and when they're all, that first class are now on the shorter side of 60 than they are on the 50, and you still think of them as your kids, right? That never changes if you're a teacher. It never changes. And so I think of this in 20 years working with families and kids to get them on the start, but it never ends. And we'll be sharing more of this as we go through the next several months. I mentioned this to you in December. I'll just mention it to you again. Apollo 2, if you want to encourage your school districts, we're announcing that, some key dates, again, that you'll have. We have 2 webinars that if anyone's interested, they can go to the webinars on those dates. The application window opens here in about a month. I'll close in April. We'll announce the Apollo 2 districts on April 14th. And I encourage all of you, because you can see all the Mercury and Gemini in the first round of Apollo on March 2nd and 3rd. Just this past week, we had the great opportunity to be in Andover at Andover Central Middle School to welcome and celebrate a Milken Award winner that they had. And it was just refreshing to watch middle school kids come in, be respectful, listen, and then really get excited when one of their teachers got $25,000. And then what was really exciting to listen to the teacher talk about, because all the former Milken Award winners in Kansas were there, and one of her former teachers was there. That was cool. That was a cool experience. So I thank you, Madam Chair, and the board, and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Randy. We do have a couple of questions. Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I appreciate the band and debate thing, and the activities, as state debate is this weekend. State 5-6A is actually in Hutchinson, but I'm actually heading Fort Scott, so.
Slow them down, win the argument.
I won't be there. I'll be at 4A and 321A in
Okay,
Fort
all right.
Scott. But one concern that I have had, and we touched on the success rate, and talking to superintendents, is making sure we get that number absolutely right. In my smaller districts, 2 kids not getting reported for whatever reason can really rock your numbers on percentages. And so and this could be a conversation we have outside of this, but what ways can we do to support that and make sure we get it right? I mean, the number's got to be right. It's got to be verifiable, which we've got to do. But in the smaller districts, they know where their kids are going. So making sure that we get that number right, because they're sharing it with their boards. And their boards, why is this? And they said, well, but we have these 2 kids that aren't in this percentage because this college isn't reporting for whatever reason, or colleges, plural. So
we continue to work with our colleges and tech colleges. Our rate is over 98%, 96% internationally, but over 98% in the state. What we had before was the anecdotal, all right? Well, I know, because I used to do this, this many kids said I'm going on when they left, and, anecdotally we kind of know some, but what we found is lots of kids went and never finished anything. So it's a non-perfect system. Let's put that out. And we're using it to measure, but it's non-perfect. We'll get it better over time. But if we focus on the kids' passion and we look at it, as you know, been over 5 years, we'll get better. We'll get better with it.
I appreciate that, but that was a concern that I wanted to express from some of the superintendents in my district. Thank you.
Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Could you go back, 3 or 4 slides, the 4 banners hanging down with the age demarcations? Yes. I've been sort of floating the idea for the last year or 2 that we might think seriously about changing the traditional line of demarcation between primary and secondary, which is 6th to 7th grade, give or take a year. Move that up a couple of years, maybe 4th to 5th. Because before the age of 9 or so, kids learn to read, and after the age of 9, kids read to learn. You've heard that, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. So I'm wondering, as we develop this graphic, because this graphic probably will not be stagnant or static, it's going to change.
Sure.
Where might you see public-private partnerships on that graphic? Because that's how we got to the moon. We had to have the government saying, we're going to do this thing. We're going to do something that's never been done before. We're going to go to the moon. But it took public-private partnerships. It took a lot of people doing a lot of work over a long period of time, but it wasn't strictly government. So my question to you, Mr. Commissioner, is where might you see first, in what age group would you first see a public-private partnership, and what banner might be the second one?
Birth to age 4.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And let's just say that birth to age 4, I'll start, as I think all these, starts with the family. And then then we can look at faith-based, we can look at private-based, we can look at school-based, we can look at all community-based, but we're looking at how do we help every kid, right, be successful when they enter school. So I think the way I think about this is the public-private partnerships. One of our pillars of redesign, just go back to this slide, is family, business, community, partnerships, and engagement. If I look at these 4, Steve, that pillar is the one we're least good at today. We communicate fairly well. It's hard in today's world. Engagement is another matter. All right, and we're trying to get different, right, to get to a different outcome. Partnerships, so business, you're going to hear a lot of this with computer science today, business partnerships on the other end, right, toward the end. But family, business, community, partnerships with engagement. And I think it's all across these spectrums.
And I would agree with that, but I would say that you're right on that the very first emphasis on public-private partnership is birth to 4. I would submit that the second one would be ages 10 to 16 because we have the tradition of teaching kids to read and to do arithmetic, which is a term that needs to be reintroduced actually. So we could actually do more government, top-down stuff 5 to 9, but we need to, ask for help birth to 4 and 10 to 16 especially.
Well, I think we're going to need help on all this.
Well, sure.
This is not ours. This is our communities and our families, and we're all trying to hit this goal together. And it's a messy, when you look at the kid level, it's messy. But I think all of these have that. I just think developmental. I think as we think going down the future, the one-room schoolhouse was a great model for how kids could move when they were ready to move, and the older kids helped younger kids. And the standardization of grade levels sometimes do us more harm than they do good because they lock in artificial things. And that's why Wichita's going to a competency-based system is huge. The biggest school district in Kansas is saying, when you're ready to move on, we're going to move you on, is the early game changer. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your
I didn't
comments
save
as
you
always.
much time at the end, did I, Madam
That's
Chair?
okay.
I'm
That's all right.
sorry.
We appreciate it. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:36. State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks speakers to identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Board questions will be for clarification. We have 8 speakers today. So our first speaker, I might mention the timer is up here also when you're looking for that. Our first speaker is Sierra Bond, and followed by John Richard Schrock. So, Sierra, welcome.
Senior at Wichita State University, studying engineering technology management with minors in anthropology and marketing. I am Miss Southwest 2020 within the Miss Kansas organization. I advocate for Let's Go Full Steam Ahead, my social initiative to promote STEAM education and engagement to empower the next generation of innovators. So I'm here today to share my support for the Computer Science Task Force recommendations and urge the board to adopt these recommendations quickly. We need policy change in education now. I didn't have computer science in high school. I actually didn't take my first computer science class until I was a sophomore in college. In high school, we were fortunate enough to be issued computers, individual computers, to be used for writing reports or doing research, but the only official training we received was a half-day orientation at the beginning of 9th grade. Nearly everything I know how to do on a computer is self-taught. When I entered my first computer science class in college, I realized I was far behind my peers, even though I thought I was a self-proclaimed computer whiz. The biomedical computer applications class taught me very basic programming and 3D drafting, but it taught me more so how to think in algorithms and how to view the world as a series of systems. Once I had that realization, my learning, my leading, and my life completely shifted. You may be wondering how an engineering technology management student ended up in a biomedical computer applications class. I was originally a biomedical engineer, but after learning about computer science and about how technology pervades nearly every field, I realized that by changing my major, I could focus on the innovation that computer science brings. Unfortunately, with the major change, I fell even further behind my peers, and while I don't mind playing catch-up, it made me start to think about all of the other students out there who don't currently receive a well-rounded education to set them up for success in the innovative workforce. That's how I began advocating for STEAM education and engagement through my social initiative, Let's Go Full Steam Ahead. Currently, I go inside classrooms, camps, college campuses to provide students a variety of workshops to help them realize their potential for innovation. One of my favorites is an algorithm that I do with third graders where they learn how to structure algorithms through potting vegetable plants. It shows students that computer science is so much more than just technology based. It can do anything that they want to do. We are in the era of innovation. In order for us to continue progressing as a society and growing our innovative workforce, we must set our students and future innovators up for success. Everyone deserves a basic understanding of computer science. This is why the policy recommendations are so important. They will begin to ensure that students have access to computer science K through 12. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to share my thoughts today.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate your comments. John Richard Schrock, and then Denise Sesman is next.
Oh,
Thank
no
you.
questions? Okay, cool.
Thank you. I'm here today in my role as editor of the Kansas School Naturalist. There are 10,000 approximately sent out with the mailing that went out right after Christmas, the December issue. 4,900 of those go to Kansas, mostly teachers. And because of the nature of the topic, there may be some that will teach some of this material. More or less, you may have questions concerning the issue. I assume all of you have a copy in front of you. When a doctor is delivering a baby and the parents don't know if it's a boy or a girl, sometimes the doctor cannot say it's a boy or a girl. I'll have to get back to you on that because it is ambiguous, as you see in Figure 8. And in fact, there are no less than 8 hospitals specializing across the country in this type of problem. Now, what do you do at that point? Well, you may go in and do biopsies of ovaries or testes, or you may simply look at the chromosomes. And you'll look in Figure 7, you'll see a little infant girl, cute, but every cell of her body is XY. Now, the Y chromosome contains the sex region of the Y that causes the gonads to develop into testes, and that did occur, which produce testosterone. But she lacks the gene to put the receptor on the cells that recognize testosterone, so it floats on by in the bloodstream. It is never recognized, and you develop into a female if there's nothing that moves you to become a male. So we have an interesting dilemma here. Your chromosomes, X, Y, XX, may not align with your anatomy, which may not be clear, and also hormones. And so there are graphs in there on hormones. Now, both men and women produce testosterone in the adrenal glands, a small amount. And men, of course, produce a lot of testosterone with testes. The estrogens are produced by the ovaries and by fat tissues. If you take a normal weight male and he is twice as big as a normal person, the testosterone will be reduced by half. And the fat tissue will produce estrogens. And so this will describe why sometimes a very large guy may have very smooth skin and a very high-pitched voice. So there's a lot of variations in hormones, but there are finally 2 things more, and that is the brain section. And Gorski found, by injecting testosterone into rats while they're pregnant, that the baby female rats grew up to act like males, and that there was a brain difference, that their brains were male rather than female. Further research by Schwab shows that this is also the case for humans. And there's a difference between gender, whether you feel masculine and feminine, and also who you ideate having sex with, and that is completely different. This has complications. So if you have any questions for any teachers that may bring any of this up, I can answer them now or later. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann?
Yes.
I saved this because it comes to our house.
Yes.
Because I just read an article about an intersex child who was born with 2 X chromosomes and a penis, and the parents were letting her grow up however she wanted to grow up. I know a lot of times doctors will encourage an operation right away to send the child one way or the other, which means
Yes.
lifelong hormones and all that stuff. And there's so many people out there who don't understand
Yes.
intersex children or don't even know they exist. So I really appreciate this.
This is overdue by probably 10 to 12 years. Most of this research in here was well established, but I'll tell you right out, American publishers are cowards.
Well,
And
in the
therefore,
Native,
it's not in the textbooks.
true, and Native Americans had it figured out. They called it two spirits and recognized at least 5 different genders until Europeans came and said, oh, no, you got to narrow that down to 2. So
That's true.
anyway,
I taught this in the 70s when this came out, and the headmaster was overseas in Hong Kong International School. The principal and my wife sat in at the back of the class. It was an
Yeah.
overloaded class. And they said when the kids left, the kids that are normal felt so thankful that all 5 of these factors lined up.
Okay,
But
we
one
have,
out of
we have
60
one more question.
Okay.
thanks.
But
Thank you.
yes, it's good for the kids that are normal.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Richard. I look forward to poring over this. You know, one of my mantras is there's no fundamental conflict between science and religion, and people fuss all the time about, people fuss. So my question to you, sir, is this entirely scientific, or will there be opinions in here that I will pour over as well?
There will be no opinions in there. All of the things that are cited in there are, as you look at the back, we made a very special point. They are all science journals, the journal Neuron, the Journal of Neuroscience, et cetera. It is 100% science, which was why it was possible for me to get the permission of all my administrators
I
to publish
appreciate
this.
that very much. Thank you.
bet.
Thank you, Dr. Schrock.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise Sisman and then Joy Eakins.
Good morning and thank you. I am Denise Sisman. I'm the CEO of the Community Care Network of Kansas and have the honor to serve a network of 34 community care clinics that provide health care to all regardless of ability to pay. I'm here this morning to present to you a funding request that we have presented to the governor and will present to the Kansas legislature to increase access to school-based health care services. This funding request will be $5 million per year for a 3-year period of time, and it will fund services that provide care for the mind, body, and mouth. It is what we call whole person care. With this funding, we anticipate that there will be at least 30 schools and school districts that will increase access to healthcare services by providing school-based services for the first time or through an expanded opportunity. KDHE would work directly with the Kansas Department of Education to release a competitive request for proposal. We want this to be a competitive process whereby schools partner with community care clinics to identify the best approach for providing the healthcare services within their school clinic or within their school setting. KSDE would work with KDHE to then identify and select the schools that would receive the funding, and the funding would be used as startup funding, allowing them to either build a new structure for the school-based clinic or to renovate existing space or to perhaps provide purchase a mobile van or even to allow provision of services in the very beginning of this effort. This is considered startup funding because the existing school-based services that are provided by our community care clinics have found to be self-sustainable within 18 to 24 months. So we feel like this is a wise investment for the Kansas legislature, starting with the state fiscal year 21 budget. All providers would be eligible to provide services and to apply with the school for this funding. The funding would be used as an integrated approach, so the schools would have to, or the clinics would have to provide behavioral health and primary care, behavioral health and dental services, and/or a combination of all 3. And we would be able to have an independent evaluator hired to look at the outcomes of this initiative, both in terms of health outcomes as well as academic outcomes, because we believe that school-based services is the crossroad between health and education. We are asking for you all to consider this opportunity and to publicly endorse or support our request by including this in your 2020 legislative agenda. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Do you have a question, Jim Porter?
Thank you. At what point do you, and thank you, and
Yes.
for full disclosure, Kathy and I met yesterday with Denise and others on this subject. When would you anticipate this coming before the legislature?
So it will come before the legislature this session. We are hopeful that the governor will include it in her budget recommendations. If not, we will be introducing a budget proviso through the finance committees.
And is it possible that this could come up prior to our next meeting in the legislature? Any kind of,
Yes, it is possible.
okay, in that case, Madam Chair, I recommend that we discuss this during legislative matters this afternoon to determine whether or not Dina and I can speak for the board to see whether or not this is, I, by the way, fully support it.
Thank you.
And the reason I ask that it be done during legislative instead of reports tomorrow is because of SEAC issues. Jim McNeese and I will both not be here at that time tomorrow. So I ask that we discuss it this afternoon during legislative to see whether or not we can accommodate your request. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question. Steve Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you touched on this and I missed it, I apologize, but you target up to 30 districts. Do you have in mind which districts those would be?
So it will be a competitive process, and the State Department of Education and KDHE will identify the parameters of how to determine how to designate the participating schools. I imagine that they will be looking at how best to serve underserved schools and underserved children. So rural is likely to come up, as well as free and reduced lunches and other factors.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So school districts and communities and a partnership would have to apply.
That's correct.
Okay. We have another question. Jim McNeese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I heard you say that you would anticipate that in 18 months, these sites would be self-sufficiently funded.
Yes.
How's that happen?
The children that are served are typically going to be either on Medicaid or be Medicaid beneficiaries and or have private insurance, although services will be open to all children regardless of access to health insurance. So with the revenue that comes from the reimbursement of services for children who have Medicaid and or private insurance, they're able then to support the services for all children.
So this is really startup money.
It is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you.
Joy Eakins is next, and then we have Luis Rodriguez after that.
Hello, board members, Commissioner Watson. It's good to see you again this month. I want to thank you for your service and your time. My name's Joy Akins, and I live in Wichita, Kansas. I'm here today to speak as a parent. I have a 17-year-old son who's a junior in Wichita Public Schools, and I talked to him last night and asked if I could share some of his story because he needs to be at school today. I own a technology company. The summer my son was 14, he came to work and he created training videos for a new custom software we were launching, and our clients loved them. They paid for them. I should mention that he taught himself how to build these videos on YouTube. The next summer, he worked for us testing an app that crane inspectors in Kansas use to track safety of industrial cranes. He was pretty good at finding the issues and describing them to developers so they could put fixes into the software. So last summer, Textron hired him to work with their HR in the training department over the summer. The first week they taught him to weld, then they had him work on their computer processes on how to build training. And at the end of the summer, he taught several Wichita Public School teachers who were visiting Textron how to weld. So next week, he's coming back to work for me. See, my crane inspection software needs an update. And this year, he's going to build the changes for us. Did I mention he's only 17? My son is fortunate. Both of his parents own technology companies in the state of Kansas. We've been able to expose him since he was young to technology. But more importantly, we've been able to introduce him to computational thinking. That's the ability to take a difficult problem, break it into steps, find the patterns, and construct a step-by-step solution. Computational thinking is the backbone of science, technology, engineering, and math. Every algebra problem, and I tutor lots of students, they're learning how to break a problem down and put it back together. And every science lab depends on our ability to solve problems like this. And computer science is one important way that students learn this type of thinking. You saw examples of it last month. This type of work helps students develop really resiliency and tenacity. They become better problem solvers in every area of their life, and as they build resiliency, they become more confident in their ability to tackle difficult challenges. My son had this opportunity because his parents own technology companies. But what about the other 50,000 plus students in Wichita whose parents don't, or the 400,000 plus in our state? Computer science should not just be for well-connected parents and students or the tech savvy. These courses need to be available for all of our students in this state, and it should count towards a core graduation credit in math or science for more reasons than I can iterate here. I'd ask you to move the ball on the recommendations you'll hear today. Every year we delay is a year that a student cannot get back. I was at the Kansas Can launch. I was a board member in Wichita, and I was proud to see what you did. But in the 5 years since you launched Kansans Can, my child has completed middle school and almost completed high school. To us, 5 years may seem like a short time, but for him and his classmates, it's more than a third of his K-12 education. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, we have Luis Rodriguez and then Paula Smith.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luis Rodriguez. I'm president of Keycentrix, a small software company in Wichita, Kansas, and a parent. And I have to say, listening to everything that you've covered today and the people that have come up to the table, I'm kind of flabbergasted at the depth and nature of the things that you have to consider. And although I had a respect for it before, I'm a little bit humbled before you at this moment when I consider some of the topics. The gentleman on gender just blew my mind. Okay, so it's hard for me to even focus at this moment. But if I could translate the experience I had here today to the experience that and the topic that I'd like to put before you in recommending a policy change with computer science, it would be, that topic when it comes to biology kind of blew my mind, and we all understand that there's a place in our education for it to be fundamentally taught in terms of science. And if you knew the core pieces of things that I know about the software that runs the computers in front of you, I think you'd have a similar experience. I think a long time ago we thought medicine was even witchcraft. So I think we're just at a point where I feel like, and this is just me as a parent, but we're at an evolution in our education. We have to tool kids for the future. And it's probably redundant and silly, but if you think the future doesn't involve computational thinking, you're fooling yourself. It's just the reality of it. You're going to touch a computer in every way. I think you're talking to your houses these days by saying Alexa or Google. And that all comes foundationally from the concepts that people like me had to find and dig and scrap for and not get till later in college, and like the student WSU had to do herself. I think if Kansas is looking to make a difference and be world leaders, this is a critical area to change policy and look for those who are experts in education to figure out a way to integrate it. And that's really all I had. I'm still kind of reeling about.
Well, we didn't mean to overwhelm you. But we appreciate your comments. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Luis. Appreciate your comments. Paula Smith, and then we have Jessica Asbury. Paula? No Paula Smith? Oh, there she is. Okay, great. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I'll just reintroduce myself. My name is Paula Smith, and I'm the Mentor Kansas Director here at the Kansas Volunteer Commission. I'm here today in celebration and recognition of the National and Kansas Mentoring Month. I believe you have a governor's proclamation in your folders. Mentor Kansas is part of a larger network working to close the mentoring gap and increase high-quality mentoring programs across the state. More than 1 in 3 young people never had an adult mentor of any kind while growing up. This population includes an estimated 9 million at-risk youth who will reach age 19 without ever having a mentor and who are therefore less likely to graduate high school, go on to college, and lead healthy and productive lives. Currently, Mentor Kansas partners with 150 mentoring programs across the state. Those mentoring programs pair a volunteer from the community with the youth, with the aim of cultivating a relationship that will foster a young person's positive development and well-being. Mentoring has relatively wide use as an intervention and prevention strategy to prepare students for academic success and graduate high school. We do have one program here who is co-presenting with me, who will share briefly about her program, is how they're helping students succeed and help Kansas lead the world in the success of each student. So her name is Tammy Potts.
I do have her listed. Do you want to go now? Because you still have a little time left in yours, or we can.
Is it okay if she?
Yeah, we'll
that's how
go
we-
ahead. We'll go ahead and do Tammy Potts, and then Jessica, you'll come wherever you are, Jessica. You'll come after Tammy.
Jessica, thank you. I'll make it quick, I promise. Good morning. My name is Tammy Potts. I'm the director of the Basehor Linwood USD 458 Mentors and Care Cap program in Basehor, Kansas, and I've been the director since 1998. It is a unique program where we mentor in all of our schools, every single one of our schools, from preschool all the way to grade 12. Every student has an option to ask for a mentor. We have adult mentors who go into each one of the buildings on a daily basis, and they work one-on-one with the kids. I love the Kansas Can message. We are part of the redesign program. I totally embrace mentoring myself in many different ways. We use the posters that are in behind you over here. We've been doing a simple thing as a recruitment or a publicity poster contest through unifying and embracing mentoring. And that is welcoming all of our adult mentors into our schools, into the classrooms, on a one-on-one experience or in small groups or in career mentors. I love it because part of your redesign embraces every complete section of life, civic engagement, getting involved in the classroom. That starts, believe it or not, in our school district at preschool, and we go all the way through to senior year. Our juniors and senior care cats are mentors, and what's cool about that is that they are able to work into all the classrooms, and they are able to mentor one-on-one and in small groups. It is an amazing anti-bullying pro role model, but it's been going on since 1998. And what I think is important with Mentor Kansas, and when the governor embraced mentoring for January as the month to be proclaimed for mentors, is for all of us to be able to say, please go into your schools. We would love to see mentoring in school districts throughout the state of Kansas, guys. It used to be more so before we had a couple of huge groups fall apart. If you're able to consider mentoring, our mentoring programs with Mentor Kansas in the school districts, I think every child deserves a mentor in some form or fashion. I know I had one, and if I were to ask each one of you, I bet you would say the same.
Well, Paula and Tammy, thank you both. Board members, in your folder, you will have the proclamation from the governor, and it is for Kansas Mentoring Month, like you mentioned, for January. So we appreciate that. We appreciate your comments. Don't see any questions. We appreciate the mentoring piece. And just to reiterate, in Kansas, we also require mentoring for our new teachers. So we're right there with you, but we appreciate the work with our students. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jessica.
Hello, guys. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Jessica Asbury. I've been a Kansas teacher for the last 17 years. 7 years ago, my path in education shifted slightly when I started teaching computer science education to elementary students. If I would have never imagined I would have gone down that path, because 7 years ago, I didn't know what computer science was. I always assumed that it was the consumer of the technology, that it was teaching kids how to work a computer and run the different programs. And by empowering my students to be producers of that technology, it has been mind-blowing for me as a profession. fast forward 7 years later, I can proudly say that I have worked with over 500 Kansas teachers to implement computer science into their elementary classrooms through the work of partnering with Code.org and Project Lead the Way. And I cannot describe to you how impactful computer science education is for my young learners. Not because I'm trying to prepare the next generation of computer scientists, but more so because computer science teaches kids how to think. It teaches them how to be problem solvers. It teaches them how to be critical and creative and collaborate and communicate. And more so in believing in a growth mindset, computer science is quite honestly persistence training. Now, my babies are growing up and they're in high school, and I have fought with my organization to make sure that my pathway that I started in pre-K continues all the way through 12th grade. I will say happily that those sophomores next year will have a computer science path that will continue for them in our high school. I would also say that that pathway is going to be provided as an elective. And this world of students picking their electives and all of the options in the arts and music and broadcasting, all of those opportunities, I'd love to see computer science being a core requirement. This would offer a space in high schoolers' schedules and would free up the opportunity for them to take advantage of some of the other opportunities in a high school. So yes, I'm here today to just recommend any policy shifts in regard to computer science, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. At this time, the Kansas State Board of Education Citizen Open Forum closes at 11:06. We'd like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The board will determine if any issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. I would like to draw your attention, board members, you do have a couple of letters in your packet that probably are comments also. One, as I believe, from a student about homework, and the other is a letter support from the Kansas Association of Counselors supporting the Kansas or the Blue Ribbon Bullying Task Force recommendations. So just that you know, those are in your folder. Now, board members, I would like to ask, we are scheduled to do the computer science implementation plan item next. I didn't know if we also were scheduled for a break at this time. So if we need a quick break, we can take a quick break. Otherwise, then we'll move on to the next item and take a break afterwards. A short break. Okay. Stephen, I think we've been requested for a short break. So as soon as we can get back as far as 11:15, it's only giving you about 7 minutes. So we'll take a quick break. Thank you. Okay, I feel like I'm breaking up a good cocktail party or something. Lots of good conversation going on. It's always good to have some informal conversation. Okay, today we are going to, at this time, receive the recommendations on the computer science implementation plan. And Stephen King is here, and we've got a number of other folks that are here also. So welcome, Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I very much look forward to presenting the efforts of the subcommittees as they've gone through this over the past several months and our recommendations to the state board regarding computer science standards implementation. First, I'd like to introduce some of the people who've been working with me who've taken the time to be here today. Commissioner Watson mentioned in his presentation about family business and community partnerships being one of our chief challenges in the state. And they really are in terms of all disciplines and especially in terms of computer science. I'm actually really proud to say that we have a nationally award-winning representative of efforts in the with the KC STEM Alliance. So Martha McCabe, the director of KC STEM Alliance, is going to be here to present some stuff. Martha. We also have Steve Stofferegan, the instructional coach for Special Education Co-op 618 out of Goddard. Steve, you want to stand up? We have Dr. Josh Weiss, an assistant professor of computer science at K-State, also our computer science pedagogy expert. Toward the back, we have PJ Riley and Marla Hayden, who are curricular teaching specialists out of USD 259. We have Katie Hendrickson, our Director of State Government Affairs for Code.org. Katie Otto, Science City out of Union Station. Ryan Weber from KC Tech Council. And Lisa Roberts from Flagship Kansas.Tech out of Wichita. Thank you. Did I miss anybody? Okay. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, members of the board, for listening to our presentation. So I always start a presentation with this, and you've already seen it once this morning. Academic preparation is key. And of course, academic preparation is not just computer science presentation. It's there's all kinds of important disciplines that are required. Obviously, a student is not going to succeed in post-secondary efforts or in life if they don't understand a little math, a little bit of science. They obviously need to know what a preposition is and that sort of thing. And so I actually started the very first presentation to the subcommittees and the committee effort on this with the number 1,116. Which, as all of you know, is the number of hours in a Kansas school year from grades 1 through 11. And that, I think, we talk about finances, we talk about teacher prep, we talk about all sorts of limitations. I think that's one of our main limitations with computer science, is that you only get a certain number of hours in the chair. And so as we've gone through this, we've had a lot of discussions on how do we introduce computer science in a way that doesn't take away from academic preparation in the other important disciplines. Cognitive preparation is a big deal. You've heard talk about computational thinking quite a bit, obviously technical skills. So these are all important, and these are the focus of our recommendations. I did present this last month. This is from the council superintendents a couple of months ago. I said, what is your greatest barrier, superintendents, to teaching computer science? And as you see, many of these deal with teaching. Some deal with time, but most of them, many of them have to do with the availability of teachers. So we started this journey in April 2019 with the adoption of the Kansas P through 12 model computer science standards. We were charged with implementing it with a task force for implementation at that point. We started in June. I did a listening tour in November 2019 with some of the members of the committee. You see the cities where I was able to join with education leaders from that area: Kansas City on November 12th. November 13th, the council superintendents. November 19th, I was in Salina, Hutchinson, and then December 11th was Sublette. There were a couple places where I showed up and nobody showed up, and I thought those were interesting data points. But we did have some really good conversations at the places. We had 14 different Southwest Kansas leaders in the sublet discussion, and it was a very useful discussion. So a reminder, we had 4 different subcommittees, and I've kind of taken the recommendations from them and grouped them into topical areas, but we did have 4 different groups talking about curriculum, the ecosystem, the policy considerations, and one of the key issues, teacher preparation. Our first recommendation, and this is probably the easiest one to present to you because it's actually being implemented now. Dr. Watson has and his team have created a position for this, created a dedicated statewide computer science education position. This actually solves...
Dr. King, I'm going to, board members, if you're in your agenda, that's on the more detailed information for each of these recommendations. Just start looking on page 26.
Thank you. Thank you. So this solves several problems. One, Code.org does have as one of its policy recommendations, one of its main 9 policy recommendations, to create a dedicated statewide computer science education position. This allows for several things. One is fostering standards-based curriculum and instruction throughout the state. It's a position, really, it takes a person to breathe life into an ecosystem, as Martha McCabe has demonstrated in Kansas City. And having a dedicated person to work with business and industry, to work with post-secondary institutions, I think is going to be a key for pushing computer science education forward into the future in Kansas. Obviously, someone is needed to develop and manage and run a professional development program. So there are a lot of different things that this particular position is going to solve. Each one of the subcommittees came up with this recommendation. And like I said, I'm glad to say that this recommendation is actually already being worked on. Now I'd like to ask Ms. McCabe to come up and talk about recommendation number 2.
Thank you, Stephen. It's my pleasure to share the second recommendation. Recommendation number 2 is to encourage all schools to offer computer science. Reviewing the current and future occupational landscape in Kansas, offering computer science is desirable. The committee understood that capacity is of concern, but believed that encouraging course offerings across Kansas is highly recommended. Through CTE Pathways and Information Technology, currently 143 districts with 193 high schools are offering computer science with 1,785 unique courses. This is great news. Based on the numbers represented here, 46% of Kansas public school districts are offering at least one computer science course, and 49% of public high schools are offering at least one computer science class, with many high schools having a complete sequence of courses, including cybersecurity. This contrasts with a percentage that was represented last year, saying that only 26% of Kansas public high schools were offering courses. And in Kansas City, we know that when a community provides structure for training, implementation, and support, and industry connectivity, access to computer science can scale as high as 90%, which is where we are in Kansas City right now. And all of that happened through encouragement.
So recommendation number 3, the Student Experience Subcommittee recommended the importance of computer science as a discipline to satisfy a core graduation requirement. To speak more on that, I'd like to ask Steve Stauffer again to join us.
Thank you, Stephen, and the board, Randy Watson. I appreciate your time. I came on board with the Computer Science Curriculum Standards Writing Committee a couple years ago already, and really is invested in this because I work with special education students who do need an alternate pathway to graduation and credits. In order to elevate the perceived importance of computer science, this task force recommends that the computer science be allowed to satisfy a core graduation requirement. This recommendation is in line with many other states' practice. According to Code.org data, in 2019, 47 states allowed CS to fulfill a math, science, or language requirement with different implementations across the states. Data from the Education Committee of the states lags Code.org data by gathering by a few years, but yet indicates the same growing trend in this need. Due to the overlap between the fundamental computational thinking framework the computer science standards were created, and the approach to solving problems is definitely referred to as the scientific method, and that's where we're asking those credits be earned in that area. Computer science be allowed to fulfill that science requirement. So thank you very much for your time.
The fourth recommendation to come from the subcommittees is to deal with, and I said the first recommendation was the easier one. This is one of the harder ones, I think. Create a licensure endorsement. But it's one of the issues with licensure is it's looked at as a barrier sometimes, not an enabling mechanism. So I'd like Dr. Josh Weiss to come up and talk about creating a licensure endorsement for computer science.
Thank you, Stephen. And this is actually a topic that Stephen and I met years ago when we initially started the process of creating the model standards. But Kansas did once upon a time have an endorsement for computer science teachers. This was in the 80s and 90s, but due to the lack of demand at the time, that was dropped. But as a task force, we have come across 4 different recommendations for endorsement for computer science teachers. Number one, right now, there are, of course, many teachers out there that are already teaching computer science. This is a variety of ways through CTE pathways, as well as just business teachers, elementary school teachers that are teaching computer science in a variety of forms. But we do recommend that existing teachers that are already teaching the topic be granted endorsement, specifically those teachers that are already credentialed through the CTE process to teach technical courses, or those who are credentialed already to teach the AP computer science courses as well, be considered to be qualified for endorsement for teaching computer science. The second recommendation we have in this realm is that teachers be given the opportunity to be granted endorsement through the already existing praxis examinations that exist already for computer science and related fields. We are also looking for higher education institutions as well as communities, community colleges, businesses alike to develop computer science endorsement pathways for new teacher prep programs, which is, again, another one of the complicated problems, but part of the success that an endorsement for computer science would actually bring. And lastly, we're looking for the teacher licensure and accreditation team to work with the computer science consultant that is already being searched for from our first recommendation to develop a series of educational and industry recognized certification opportunities that existing teachers could seek out to gain or earn endorsement. Thank you.
And the final recommendation is, how do we pay for this? Always the important question. So one part of the funding for this obviously is the computer science consultant position, round number of $100,000 per year for salary and benefits. We're looking at regional support, working with our regional service centers, developing some skill sets out there part-time. Or partly funded positions. The biggest part of this is the $700,000 per year for 5 years, which is a little bit less than the overall amount that Code.org's calculator came up with for the state of Kansas. They base their calculator based on the number of teachers, number of buildings. And an elementary school teacher, they base average about $500 to bring them up to speed to teach computer science. A middle school, high school teacher, it's based on $6,000 a year. Whether those numbers are completely accurate or not, it's a good starting point. And we also feel that based upon the number of classes currently being offered, the original number was 4,300,000 or 4,400,000. And we feel like some of that isn't required because we're not starting from zero. And so a good round number, $700,000 per year for the next 5 years to get all of Kansas teachers up to up to speed to teach this. Now, there are some funding opportunities at other states, and I put some examples in the document that is in the board packet. Some other states are partnering with some of the private industry to fund some of this. There are different models out there, some models that cost significantly less than $700,000 a year. For example, Washington State basically granted $2 million to spread out among their districts. Wyoming granted $1 million. Virginia gave their community college system $1.5 million to fund the community colleges training system. So there are other models out there. Obviously, the model that gets chosen is going to depend upon the funding that's available. So, and those are the 5 recommendations.
Well, Stephen, thank you. And also those of you who are in the audience, I know many of you worked very hard on this, want to thank you for all of your work. I really like the fact that there's 5 recommendations and they're pretty clearly defined. Looks like we've got a number of questions, so I'm going to begin with Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a number of questions, primarily because I was dealing with my grandfather's death last month, so I missed the meeting last month, so I have some follow-up questions from that. But on the licensure requirement, what specifically would that limit? What courses do that limit being taught by a computer science licensed instructor? Would that be limited to just the CTE pathway courses, or is that? What courses, somebody with a, if we approve this, the licensure requirement, what courses does this relegate? I may be asking, not wording it right, but what classes are now, can only be taught by a computer science licensed instructor?
Well, I would see the newer endorsement, because at the moment, the majority of the technology classes that are officially taught are through the CTE certified pathways, with a smattering of from just experience talking with teachers in school districts, business or math teachers that are overloaded into teaching a computer science class here or there in the elementary school or even in the high school. But I see the endorsement, or we see the endorsement as being much more broad and computer science, not just limited to the CTE pathways, but programming from K all the way through 12.
But they could only be taught by a licensed instructor, or will it be in addition to? This is why I requested you to be here, Michelle.
So what I can tell you is if you want to create a computer science endorsement, higher ed would have to come together to create that coursework, that programming that you're talking about, with a lot of conversation with these folks on what is it that you want them to teach. Right now, our systems have a lot of flexibility in who they put in those positions, which is really good. If you're a superintendent, you look at your highly qualified folks that you think can teach, just as you were saying, it's typically a math or a science teacher somewhere in the CTE pathway. And they can place those teachers as it stands right now. When you put yourself in the pathway of an endorsement, you're going to have to consider coursework and that those candidates go back. I love this idea of possibly transitioning. The praxis exam already exists. So if you all wanted to bless that opportunity, it's something that we would work toward, communicate to the systems, ask candidates to start taking that endorsement and seeing if they could get it added to their license. But currently, there is no higher ed program of study in Kansas that leads to a computer ed endorsement. So that's all yet to be developed.
Since a lot of these standards are preschool through 6, in the standards that we approved last year, would that be an additional requirement, or will it be infused in the K-6 general licensure? Because they're not. I mean, those are conversations I know we probably haven't had, but those are concerns that I'm hearing.
Right. So you also have recommendations from the Dyslexia Task Force. Higher ed holds their elementary programming at a certain number of hours. The more we start tacking in, the more tuition, the more. So from our standpoint, I like this idea of it being in addition to, that it is your, like you would get an ESOL endorsement or an endorsement in another content area. But to add it into their current licensing, that just grows their program.
Yeah. I think we probably should have because I could have a really long, and it's.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do so.
I'm going to go on to my other questions just for the brevity of time. And what impact will this licensure have on the teacher shortage that we're currently experiencing? Will that Will that explode the amount of openings we will have all of a sudden?
That's why I like this idea of a transition into, because you have a lot, as you said, we have a lot
Mm-hmm.
of flexibility with who can teach these standards right now. If you say July 1st, any person who teaches in that particular pathway has to have this endorsement,
Mm-hmm.
that would create a plethora of issues for the field. Yeah.
And that's a concern I have, is do we already have to start filling those positions starting next school year or this upcoming fall?
I believe that's up to you all.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a concern that I have. And then if a district wants to integrate a lot of the standards that are in there into classes that already exist, which when we talked about a year ago was one of the perks that we were talking about it, does that, if they want to integrate it into the current system without creating new classes, because schedules are limited, we can't create more hours in the day. I guess we could, but
So are you asking
with
if
the
that teacher
scheduling,
then needs to have
do
multiple?
they have to have all those, the licensure, if they want to integrate it across math, science, all the other courses?
I think that, sir, I think that becomes a credit issuing issue.
Okay.
So for example, I was in an integrated classroom at Blue Valley Caps where the students were receiving math credit and computer science credit, and actually collegiate level computer science credit based upon the one class. And it was a tremendous class. There were a bunch of students in there, their names were written up on the board with 3 different projects per student. There was a textbook project, a business project, and a passion project. They were all working on all different languages, and it was an amazing classroom to be in. That's based upon that teacher's credentials, obviously. So I think there's a matter of presenting the material, which the example I gave at the previous one, the science teacher who was using a Sphero robot to get computational thinking into the students. So that there's presenting and there's credit assigning, if you will. I don't know the credit assigning issues. I'm not able to speak to that.
Okay. And then on the graduation requirement, is this an addition to, or is this a replacement of a current one? So are we keeping the hours the same, or like
Well, if you look at the recommendation, it is to replace, currently, I think it's to replace a science graduation requirement, that it could count as a science
that it could count
requirement.
as a science?
Yes, that's what the recommendation is, correct, Stephen?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
But
Some states do it for math, and language, are we talking like a foreign language or?
Foreign language, yes.
That's what I figured that was. So some states do it for world language, however you want to describe that, because it is a language technically. So
Yeah.
that's what so that would be for, the board's going to have to make that kind of decision. Right now, and this today is a receive item. So there will be some things that we'll come back on and probably have a little further clarification on next month as far as exactly how we proceed with some of these. But, I mean, if you look at the recommendation 3, it's kind
So
of.
it's an option, not necessarily an absolute.
Yeah, and it's
One of
not,
the science credits has to be a computer science.
no, it's not an
Okay.
absolute.
It
It's-
can be, but not required
Yes,
to be.
yes.
Okay, that was the clarification I was after, so I can answer those questions. I have some bigger questions, but I will, for the sake of time, not ask them at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Jim Porter?
Thank you. I originally questions or comments on 2, 3, and 4. I think 3 has just been answered, so I'll let that go. But 2, you said 49% of the schools, I believe, if you told me correctly, 49% of the school districts offer this now. Okay. That's an important statistic, but I think there's another statistic that would help us much more. Half of the students in the state go to 6 school districts. If so what I'm asking, if it's the right 49%, then 90% of the kids in Kansas have access. If it's the different 49%, then 25% of the kids. And so I think that would be just valuable information for us to have. I'm not asking you to tell me that now, but
No, but I think that's something that we can definitely get to you, because we can share where your largest districts are and your population.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is interesting about the percentages that we have always talked about at the Kansas City STEM Alliance is that the first thing you have to do is the classes have to be available. And so what we're sharing with you is that many of the superintendents are making those classes available now. What we don't see is that those classes are at full capacity and that we don't have gender mix and diversity mix in those classes. And so that's the white paper that the Casey STEM Alliance just released in December really speaks to that issue, that the first thing we got to do is make sure that the classes are available. And we see that that's happening, and then we need to continue to drive students into those classes. And that when Jessica Asbury spoke about elementary opportunities, that's where we're going to see those numbers climb. But I think we can certainly get that data to you because Stephen has collected which high schools are offering those courses and where they're located.
Okay, my next question is about 4, and this may be a can of worms, but I was wondering if perhaps, since this is going to be an added endorsement, perhaps if there could be a competency-based component.
My sense is a competency-based component would be within that micro-credentialing option, the fourth option.
Okay.
Because as it's conceptualized, as it's written, it provides the opportunity for industry-based certifications. So for example, some of the Microsoft MTA certifications actually carry some college credit. And so I can definitely see some competency-based certification examinations being part of the menu that a teacher can look at.
And I think what has not been said, or if it's said that I missed, is that if we have kids graduating from high school with these competencies, they're immediately employable. I think that's important for us to think. Okay, I've said more than I know, Madam Chair, and I'm through. But thank you very much for your work.
Dina Horst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have about 3 questions, and one of them you may have touched on, but and maybe it's me not totally understanding that I will ask maybe a clarification. First off, I read somewhere in this information that coding of some of the CTE courses doesn't allow it to be used for computer. Did I read that right, or
I'm not familiar. It doesn't.
There are some coding strategies that don't
says,
match up.
On recommendation number 2?
trying to find it again. Says that often in positions that are not coded to place them in the computer science occupation.
Correct.
So, is that just something that we do by coding, or is that something that is nationally dealt with, so that just happens?
Thank you. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to clarify that. The SOC code, which is the occupational code that a particular job fits into, is one that drives a lot of our CTE discussions. That's part of the distinction between a CTE program and an academic program. Where a CTE program should be driven based upon the local area need, based upon the SOC coding, the jobs that are available, according to the data we get from Department of Commerce and Department of Labor. What we're seeing, though, and several of our speakers have spoken to that, is that computer science, computational thinking transcends the SOC coding system. There are a lot of jobs in Marysville, for example, a trailer manufacturer has an entire manufacturing facility, entire buildings that nobody is in because everything is automated. So that's an example. The job would not be coded as a computer science job, but it would be coded. It's still one where computer science, computational thinking is needed, and you see those jobs all the way across the state of Kansas. And so my comment was with the SOC coding was more related to the fact that you can't just go off of SOC codes to see the need for computer science. It's more of a general topic.
Okay. And one of the others was you were talking about the need for computer science integration. And then actually a graduation requirement for within the science realm. So I guess to me you're talking about integration on one hand and requirement on another. So where is the integration intended to be? And I get the science requirement, but
While the integration can certainly happen at the high school level, and I've given some examples of where that can take place. When I talk about integration, a lot of times I'm talking about the elementary standards, the middle school standards, so that there isn't a specific hour at the third grade level, which is computer science. Is going to be a science course, or an Iditarod Trail, for example, where they use robots to understand computational thinking.
and middle school would probably be in the same realm, I would assume.
Yes, yes.
And then if you're talking about a graduation requirement, you're not, if I'm a high school student and I'm looking at this plethora of science courses, I could choose computer science as one of my graduation requirements, but for science, but I'm not required to take computer science unless my district requires it. Is that to be the way I interpret what you're suggesting?
That is the intent of the recommendation, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Other questions at this time, board members? No, it did not. Ann, you're up.
Manual, not digital.
Those
There you
computers.
go. Okay. On number one, okay, your old position, or maybe you're transitioning still, was as a consultant for CTE Pathways. And now we're talking about another position, I assume. These are two different positions, because I don't want to see that one go away,
That is correct, yes. At one point, I was wearing 3 different hats.
right?
The CTE consultant position on the CTE team deals with the IT and media pathways.
Right.
And so that position technically only has reach from 9 through 12, although into middle
Right.
school and so forth. The computer science position is much more of a broad academic position. And so it's, as written, it is actually going to be under Dr. Fernkoff on the CSAS team, not on the CTE team. They are two different positions. They're related, but one is far more K through 12 computer science is an academic topic, and one is specifically the IT CTE pathways.
So has your old CTE position been filled?
Yes, it has. It was
Okay.
filled last month, Nicholas Nelson.
Okay, very good. Number two, no, take it back. Number 3, I really think this needs to be fleshed out, because we don't actually have a computer services pathway. As you know, it's IT. So there's nothing in pathways that says computer science, not computer services. Like, for example, I'm looking at the first one, information support and services pathway. Computing systems and computer applications are introductory level, so we need to know if we're talking introductory level course, technical level course, or application level course, and which one area core course you want it to count for. In fact, we may even have the cart ahead of the horse here, because we're not sure going forward what core courses are even going to be required now that KBOR's done away with, their requirements, qualified admissions. we've got to figure that out. So we may not have 3 science requirements, I don't know. But assuming things go on as today, I'd want to know, is computer maintenance something you're thinking about counting? Is that a high enough level? Computer technology? I mean, we've got dozens and dozens of IT courses, and I wouldn't say all of them could apply for anything you want it to apply for. So I'd like to see specific courses you're recommending to replace specific core courses, if that makes sense.
What most states are doing is the broader computer science courses. So for example, the AP computer science course would be the one that would count as a science course. And that speaks to the distinction between CTE and academic courses.
So that's the only one you're talking about. An academic computer science course would count for science, and that's it? Because if so, that needs to be spelled out in the recommendation.
Generally, yes. I'm not.
You're not thinking that
we're not
someone would
talking about
count
word
for a
and Excel
math
classes,
class
no.
or
No.
just that one? Then I think it could be spelled out in the recommendation. This is exactly what we're thinking about. And if you offer an AP level computer science course, that could count as a science credit.
So a broad computer science course rather than a specific CTE-related topical course. Because, yeah, in our 4 different pathways, and we did used to have a computer science engineering pathway in the state, and we, again, that speaks to the SOC code importance, because a pathway has to be based upon an active SOC code, an active industry code. And there aren't a lot of jobs that tie directly to computer science engineering. There are jobs in IT, there are jobs in programming, but jobs in computer science, they're hard to find in Kansas.
Right. Well, I would be open that other courses can count for other things, but I'd want it spelled out. I want to just give a vote on something, then find out we approved a whole bunch of stuff to count for a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't realize. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Then on number 4, I'm wondering about if you say existing teachers get certified, what do they have to be teaching and what are they getting certified for, which kind of gets to what Ben was talking about. I don't think, I know how this stuff starts because it was the same way at the phone company. When we first started getting laptops on our desks, we just found the smartest guy in the room and called him our computer guy, and away they went and they learned it on the fly. And
That's how I got into it.
I'm sure that's what's happening in schools too. They said, oh, we got to have a computer person. Ben knows all those apps on his phone. He'd be great, So I'm not sure that all those teachers should be qualified to teach anything. I want to know what they teach now, what their qualifications are, and what we'd be approving them to be certified for, if that makes sense.
So I need to be more specific on the recommendation. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's what Ben was saying too. The only other thing I had was the $1 million in number 5. If we're going to recommend that, I'm still not clear on how we got to $1 million and how that would be spent and how many school districts that would impact. So if you've got something to flesh that out, that'd be helpful.
Okay, I can send you something.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Janet Wassett, you didn't have a question anymore?
No, I have a question, but I'll wait. This has just gone on too long.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
When we look at these recommendations, because I really appreciate the work that's been done, and I know there's a lot of details yet to be fleshed out, so, that you're going to have to work on, but these recommendations will come back next month, is my understanding. Is that correct, Stephen?
Yes.
Okay. So we look forward to seeing these next month. And again, thanks to all the folks who worked on this. We appreciate that. And we do have another agenda item. 2 more. Okay, we've got Mark Thompson up next. I'm sure you're here, Mark. I thought I saw you. There you are. Our monthly update on e-cigarette and vaping task force. And because we are not receiving recommendations today, we are receiving an update. Is that correct?
That
Okay.
is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner and board members. There is a handout that is being provided. This is not specific to the work of the task force, but it is based on the Youth Risk Behavior Survey data from 2019. This was developed by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and specifically addresses tobacco, in particular e-cigarettes. So the intent today was originally to provide recommendations for best practices regarding discipline related to e-cigarette use by students at schools. We created a subgroup. That subgroup has met and started to create a document. However, we have recognized that there's still work to be done to put it into a form for you to receive. So our intent is going to be to bring that to you for your February meeting. And hopefully we'll be able to address any concerns you have at that time. The policy that you approved in December has been distributed to schools across the state via listservs. I had the pleasure of presenting in Oakley last Tuesday and Sublette last Wednesday to the superintendents, presented on the work of the vaping task force, and specifically talked about the policy. And so that was a great opportunity. I know KASB and Angie Stahlbaumer from KASB is here, but they have received a number of phone calls asking for some clarification. So there is some, so the word is getting out there. What I want to spend most of my time today on is talk about the federal action that has taken place on Tobacco 21. I received an email from Sarah Prem from the American Lung Association this morning, and I'll basically give you her take on that and the implications for the state. We also have Jordan Brewer here from the Attorney General's office, and he'll be able to handle any questions that I can't. The Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act was signed on December 20th of last year. It explicitly prohibits retailers from selling tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21. It is a federal law, and it became effective immediately. Other than raising the age, it does not include a military exemption, and there is no preemption language, which means states and localities are able to implement more stringent and specific legislation around tobacco sales. The federal law will be enforced through compliance checks by the Food and Drug Administration and their state partners, which in Kansas would be the Kansas Department of Revenue. This includes policy specific for each state's needs. The Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition and its partners will introduce a state Tobacco 21 legislation this session. TFKC has been working with a representative to finalize the language and is in good shape for introduction early in the 2020 Kansas legislative session. Key components of this legislation include funding for the full enforcement from an increase in tobacco retail license fees, an increase in controlled buys from once a year to twice a year, and the removal of vending machine sales. There is another bill that is Tobacco 21 bill that is still being drafted. They are meeting with the sponsor of that bill, and they hope to be able to iron out the differences between the two, can resolve those, and so that they can present one cohesive Tobacco 21 law. So although the law federally is in effect, there's some how shall we say, there's some gray areas in terms of there's 180 days that the an entity has to enact that. There's another 90 days. So it's possible that there are some institutions that are implementing it currently. There are some that may wait 270 days before they officially start implementing the changes. The federal action does not come with significant funding, so that's part of why TFKC is pushing for the state level Tobacco 21 action, so that there can be funding to help with the enforcement of that. I will attempt to answer any questions or call up others who are more knowledgeable than I.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mark. The most recent bill on the family prevention tobacco, whatever it was that an extension of the 2009 one from the Obama administration, or is this a new
My
law?
understanding is that it is new.
Okay.
Yeah, it was part of the spending bill that the
It
federal
was just from last
government-
month?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Y'all can come up closer, you know.
Thank you. Ben and I were wondering about enforcement. I mean, we don't have to have a Kansas law to enforce the federal one, right? I mean, it still
This
applies.
is why Jordan's here.
Jordan Burr from the Kansas Attorney
Uh-huh.
General's office. We do.
We do?
The one thing that this did is this just changed federal law in relation to the civil penalties that the FDA may fine on retailers that are selling to persons under the age of 21. It doesn't impact or change any state law at all.
Right.
So our state law, all we can enforce right now would be the 18 age limit. We can't issue anybody citations for selling
Oh,
to
okay.
anybody 19, 20, or
That
anybody under
helps.
21. So we will have to change our law in order to be able to do full enforcement. The Department of Revenue does work for the FDA. They're contracted out under a program to do these compliance checks. So FDA will issue them guidance at some point. That could be tomorrow, it could be in 2 weeks, it could be up to, like Mark said, they have 180
Mhm.
days to issue that guidance. So we're still waiting to see what Department of Revenue is going to be able to do, but as far as other law enforcement officers, anybody else throughout the state that might try to enforce it, they have to enforce state law at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mark? Ben Jones.
This might be a question for the person that just spoke. This is a question I also had. With the Tobacco 21 legislation that the feds passed, possession among somebody under 21, what's the law on possession? So if you, not consumption or purchase, which is different than possession.
There is no federal law on that. This is
Okay.
just the retail sell to persons under the age
Okay.
of 21. It has nothing
I live
to
in
do
a
with
college
possession.
town, so that was a big conversation piece. I'm like, I don't think possession is against the law, but consumption and purchase is.
Correct. Yeah, this is a very straightforward bill. It is one line that they're changing. They're just changing the age from 18 to 21 for retail's sales. That's it.
Janet Wall.
This is a quick question. What about flavors?
This does not address flavors, and my understanding is that at present, the Tobacco 21 legislation that TFKC is planning on putting forward would not address flavors. With that being a kind of a next step in the process, that they're not going to forget about it, but they want to get this in place and not lose the momentum that's behind it right now with the firestorm that could be created by addressing a flavor ban.
Other questions, board members? Okay, so next month, at least we think, we'll probably have some discipline information and maybe be back with some clarification on the Kansas version of the law.
Yes.
At least they probably will have decided by then between.
We probably should have an idea of which way the wind's blowing.
Okay,
At that
all right.
point, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board members, we have one more board agenda item before lunch. This is a receive item on handwriting model standards. These are model standards. And in your packet, if you want to refer to those, it goes on electronic packets on page 35. And we have today Joanne McRell. I believe this, even though you've been with the department for a few times, this is your first presentation, so welcome.
No, you go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I am Joanne McCrell, and you said my name right, so thank you. The Educational Program Consultant for English Language Arts K through 12, which encompasses the K through 6 handwriting standards. And I'm here to present the proposed handwriting standards for your consideration. A committee comprised of the 10 districts met in June of 2019 to review public comments and provide clarity to the field. Members felt that the children of Kansas should be taught both manuscript and cursive writing. Handwriting is highly correlated with reading, writing, and spelling, and it creates fluent readers and spellers. Moreover, handwriting increases the expressive capabilities of students. For example, cursive writing is the preferred method for children with dyslexia and severe characteristics of dyslexia and dysgraphia, and it assists in rapid auto-naming, which is the retrieval of the words, and provides encoding to create those words more quickly so that they can express what their expressive processing is more fluent, unlike mine right there. Moreover, it allows for multisensory opportunities, which creates muscle memory, which adds to that ability. So we believe, the committee believes, I should say, I'm speaking on behalf of them, that cursive writing is imperative in a literate society. There are documents that are written only in cursive writing, and if kids do not have the ability to learn how to write in cursive, they cannot. Therefore, they're then limited anyways, and the equity isn't provided in learning. So the committee feels strong on the inclusion of the cursive writing standards. In response to the field and public comments, there are three things that kind of drove our work. One is creating a glossary of handwriting terms, and there was twofold within that glossary. One is multi-meaning words. For example, grip is used in multiple ways, which cause confusion for the standards. And we did things like change that to grasp, because a grip can be how you hold the pencil, but it can also be a device added to the pencil to allow the grip to be better. So we would change terms that were multi-meaning. The other thing that we did is we removed language from a particular program. For example, in the standards, it would say refer to tall and short letters, which is program-based. So to provide more inclusive language, we looked at the research, and from top to bottom, left to right, is the research standard. So if I'm making a B, top, and then I will go left to right on the attachment. And the other thing that we did is we looked at reinforcing automaticity within the production, and that is considering the child's development in both mental acuity and physical development. And we looked at the standards, and for example, at age 7 is when fine motor control is developed for almost all children except those with severe limitations, but yet our standards require that earlier than what the development of the kids were. The last one is to support, and the biggest our committee's biggest criteria is to support legibility. And that goes more towards the pacing of the standards. You'll see a little bit of change in pacing, and also progression to form versus production, which I'll talk about here in just a second. So like I said, we created that glossary of handwriting terms, and the common terminology is going to clarify the standards a lot, because we found the standards to be viable and still relevant in this area. But the clarification of the standard research has changed. I definitely, so I'm assuming you. When you learned how to print or manuscript write, we followed little dotted lines, right? With little arrows to tell us how to do it. Maybe little numbers were on there. What they're saying is this is not effective for handwriting instruction any longer. And it doesn't provide any statistical difference. It's wasted time, basically. And so copy, again, is a multi-meaning word. Print is a multi-meaning word. So we changed that to form and produce. Okay? Form is the construction of the character, whether it be letter or numeral. And produce is from memory. So if I'm forming a letter, I will have that copy, whether it be up on the wall or on their desk, as you see, and their memory is going to have to do the progression of the letter versus just tracing, which doesn't impact retention. So reinforce automaticity in production was another one of the main things that we looked at. And again, recognizes that fine muscle control development in K through 2. And I've talked about that already. The reduces cognitive overload in creating characters is the working memory production. So when kiddos are first learning handwriting, the development of those steps in order to create the character causes them to use all of their working memory. So by the time in first grade, when they're required to write words and sentences, their working memory is overtaxed because they're still trying to form the letters. And so we took a look at that and provided pacing with that, and with the hopes of that it will solidify the letter recognition and it would result in greater automaticity and solidify that phoning graphing or sound symbol relationship for both reading and spelling. Legibility is the last one, having a functional grasp. In the standards before, it only talked about a tripod grasp. This opens it up to also a quad grasp, which is functional. Without a functional grasp, letter construction is not legible. Don't know how to say it. So solidifying that letter recognition, like, for example, this is a pencil, this is a pencil, this is a pencil. If I flip it this way, it's still a pencil. Yet when kids are reading and or writing, what happens is if I make the letter B and I flip that, it becomes a D. If I flip it again, it becomes a P. If I flip it again, it becomes a Q. And so solidifying that letter recognition is going to be huge, so that the reversal stop, those kinds of things. The last thing is reinforces orthographic mapping, which is probably the most important. And I'm going to ask you to think in your head the answer to two things that I'm going to ask or have you do. The first one is I want you to think of an item in which, I'm going to stop for a second because I forgot to tell you this. I want you to focus on what your brain does after I ask this question. If I were to ask you what is an item in which you use to sweep the kitchen floor, you probably just came up with the picture of a broom or a device that you use in your household, maybe the Roomba, in order to do your floors, right? Now if I were to ask you to spell it, how does that picture change? What happens to most of us is we get the picture of the word broom spelled exactly the way it did. Did that happen to you guys? That's orthographic mapping. And it happens in 3 parts of your brain. It happens in your frontal lobe, your angular gyrus, and then back here in the letter box. So without those opportunities for kids to use all 3 parts of their brain and get to that point of construction, then we're losing kids, and handwriting does that through the legibility part. This is actually in the wrong place. This is actually the chair is solidifying the letter recognition. So no matter how the letter changes, kids will go through a concept attainment phase in which they, if it's bolded, if it's italicized, if it's capital, if it's lowercase, they specifically see those requirements that cause it to be the letter or character of C. And that's how it's very involved. It's very involved. So anyways, we have three big shifts then. One is that working memory to production, that the shift of the mental and physical as far as age development appropriateness. The other one is form versus produce, which is the use of creating that orthographic map to lessen the tax on the brain so that they, in kindergarten and third grade, so kindergarten is manuscript, third is cursive, thank you. Those two are forming the letters at that time. So there's no production of writing in cursive or required of kids. Will they use it? Yes. Will it develop? Yes. But we're not going to start to hold them accountable for production on their own until they have those characters down. And then in manuscript, first grade moves to a form produce, and then they're just in the production phase. What happens in cursive writing, it's produce third grade, or form first grade, and then produce form 5. The last one is creating a hybrid. And creating a hybrid is the fact that over 70% of us in the United States use a combination of cursive and manuscript writing. Some of us use more cursive, some of us use more manuscript. Then we have people that just use manuscript and just use cursive. And what we find is in the creation of a hybrid at 6th grade, the rate of how much they can write and how much they can produce in a setting dramatically changes once they create that hybrid. So that is a major shift and focus for 6th grade, is the creation of the hybrid. And that, they say the stats that 90% of that will remain intact, and they throughout the lifetime, like your writing won't change much after that once you get your hybrid, but it'll increase your rate in production significantly. So that's what we, the committee, decided as far as the shifts and the clarity that they wanted to provide in the handwriting standards.
Well, thank you very much. I found these standards very interesting to read.
Thanks.
I enjoyed that.
They did a good job, I think. A lot of discussion.
Yep, we've got a couple questions. Ann Ma.
Well, now I know how to answer that question that keeps coming up on Facebook. Do you think our schools should teach cursive writing? I go, yeah, we do. So, but the question is this, the thing you mentioned about not having kids copy letters, you know, that were
The tracing?
the tracing. So they did a study, and kids who didn't do tracing write just as well or better as kids who did do tracing. That's how we know we don't need to do
What they're
that.
saying is the tracing doesn't benefit the construction into that orthographic mapping of that idea of the broom. If I were just to have kids trace, they don't have the muscle memory and they didn't create that on their own, so it's not retained within the brain.
Well, most of them have like, you know, trace a line and then do a line. So
mhm.
is that,
And what they're saying is the trace a line kind of thing, it's just going to waste time and instruction.
really?
There's no benefit to it.
Well, sometime you have to explain to us what they're going to do instead then when we
Yeah,
have
well,
more time.
it goes to, one of the things that they said as far as the research is concerned, it goes back to that chair thing, is that once the kids start to go ahead and copy from, whether it's a K on the top of their paper or whether it's a K on the wall or their desk like teachers have, what starts to happen is they will start looking at that and form a progression of how to write the letter, and then eventually within such a short time they will actually learn that progression and not even use the form anymore.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wonderful presentation. You have my full support. Two things. One is the they that you referred to, like they say that at 6th grade when you developed a hybrid, it escalates in some fashion. Who is the they?
If you look in your, throwing things around here. If you look in there where it says, as far as the shifts in handwriting, that research is there. And then in the back of the packet, it will point blank lead you to the research.
I appreciate that. Now, we are in political positions, and there are a lot of citizens who feel very strongly on both sides of this issue.
Yeah.
So was there any discussion about making it an option for families, opt in to, okay, I want my child to learn handwriting, or I don't want my child to learn handwriting? Was there discussion about having families opt in or opt out?
There wasn't. And the reason why I think there wasn't was because the feedback that we received back to the public from the teachers, I guess, it was not, I think we had one person out of 300 and some comments that said, you should not teach cursive writing, all in caps. But, and then that was it. So there wasn't the negative, I know in the standards prior there was, but there wasn't that negative backlash that we saw within the public comments. And actually we had teachers that were wanting to push the envelope and start teaching cursive writing in second grade.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, did you say that dyslexic students do better with the handwriting or cursive handwriting? Or are there some that cannot?
No, I have experience as far as teaching dyslexic kids,
Yeah.
academic language therapist. So what happens is that in manuscript writing, there's so many starts and stops when they spell a word.
Yes.
That hits the rapid auto naming of the retrieval of how to write the character. And so what they found, like, we used to teach them muscle memory, it's called skywriting, and like a swing up, stop, loop, down, release. Swing up, stop, and we would do that, and so they could feel the big muscle movements of it, and then they already know those connections of the swing up is one of the connections. And so kids who are severely dyslexic, early on in elementary school, we would tell parents that we would teach them only in cursive writing because it helped with the rapid auto naming and they could produce the writing better.
Interesting, yeah, because I had
Yeah.
a friend that disagreed with me on that, and she said it didn't help her son, it made it worse for her. So,
Really? And the other thing about it is that what research says is that it doesn't impact, well, it might, I would wonder about the instruction that was given.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's where I
Mhm.
would go.
So,
But
Janet Wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a subject that I have been, have received many concerns expressed about in the past. People, I think, they kind of accepted the fact they don't think we're teaching it. So do you have any idea, I mean, I don't want to do a survey, but do you have any idea how many schools are literally teaching cursive?
I would say from the people, I would agree that there are some schools that do not devote the 10 to 20 minutes a day for however many, for 20 weeks is what they say, but we do it longer. There are some that aren't doing it. There are because they're model standards, so there's not an accountability to it. There are
Well,
some that aren't.
And I think they stopped when testing became such an important part. I think that's what happened. And I guess I'd just like to take a survey. Raise your hands if you write in cursive. Students, everybody. How about you guys? Anybody write in cursive, or do you just print? You don't, my grandchildren don't write in cursive either, so I think it's sad. And I keep being told by my friends that one of these days this is going to be our code to use against young people because it will be, they won't know what we're doing.
In eighth grade, I had a number of kiddos that could not read cursive writing. And that, to me, as a ELA person, concerns me because they're limiting primary sources for a lot of documents.
I think it's sad because I think it would be very important, but
Yeah.
what can I say?
Well, Joanne, thank you. This will come back next month as an action item.
Thank
So,
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we are going to recess for lunch a little later, but that's okay. Board members, we are going to join the students, and Peggy has some questions that we can ask. And it is in room 560. And the board meeting will resume at 1:30. Thank you. meeting of the State Board of Education back into session. All members are here. Our first agenda item this afternoon is an update on the Literacy Network of Kansas, which is actually the Federal Striving Readers Grant. So we're going to have presentations from 2 school districts, Olathe and Dodge City Public Schools, and Kimberly Muff is here to get us started. So welcome, Kimberly.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, good afternoon. And we're really excited to provide you with a summary of progress for the Literacy Network of Kansas following 1 year of implementation. And I'm Kimberly Muff, and I'm the Education Program Consultant for the LINK project. So literacy is an extremely broad term, and I've learned that very much in the last year. Excuse me, for a young child just beginning to explore the world, literacy might mean singing a song that opens up a world of sounds and rhymes. For young students in our schools, literacy might mean opening a book with pictures and symbols representing new places that children have never seen. Or it might mean those words that are bringing meaning to the communities in which they live. For an early reader, literacy opens up ideas and destinations and feelings that people have experienced yesterday and today and tomorrow. And for readers and communicators at any age, literacy opens up paths of learning every day. It's the goal of the Literacy Network of Kansas, or what we have dubbed LINK, to provide our schools with the capacity to improve literacy for our Kansas students and communities. So the Literacy Network of Kansas is the Federal Striving Readers Grant. It was awarded in September of 2017 to KSDE. It is federal funding of $27+ million, to be exact, $27,042,948 over a period of 3 years. And LINK projects were awarded to our districts in June of 2018. Over 96% of our awards are directly given to projects. And we have 8 total projects in Kansas, which represent 32 districts and 190 schools, impacting approximately 88,000 learners. Those projects are all birth through grade 12, which is different than a lot of initiatives with education. Typically, we start with kindergarten, so it's good to know that we've included the Kindergarten Readiness Initiative here with birth through age 5 as well. These are our year 1 highlights, and these are included in your packet. I have a year 1 summary that just provides a summary of things with respect to these particular areas, especially those which match up to our KSDE initiatives with kindergarten readiness. We also had a number of activities with professional learning, educator resources, and family and community partnerships that are highlighted within our summary, which again, these are in your packets, and I have paper copies for those that are interested in receiving that afterwards. What we'd like to do for you today is just to provide 2 models of success from 2 of our LINK districts. And the first is Olathe District. They're going to provide some information with what they've been able to do with their LINK funds with regard to supporting their kindergarten readiness. And then following them will be Dodge City. And they will talk about systemic continuous improvement plan that they've been able to utilize LINK funding to assist with that, and that will be sustained well after the grant period is gone. So I'd like to introduce for you now Dr. Kim Hawkins. She's the Assistant Director of Early Childhood with Olathe School District.
Kim. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to introduce my colleagues who I brought with me today. Although today we're just speaking about the kindergarten readiness and the birth to 5 portion of the grant, we travel as a team and work really hard together for our students in Olathe. So I brought Mrs. Kim Dahl, who is our secondary ELA coordinator, Mrs. Linda Boxberger, who's our elementary ELA coordinator, and Dr. Brent Yeager, who's our assistant superintendent of learning services with us today. It's taken a whole team of leadership and teachers to move forward these literacy practices in Olathe. So again, I'm going to touch just on the birth to 5 pieces. We were so excited, coupled with the state board goal of kindergarten readiness to be provided and awarded this grant on behalf of our students, really provided us an opportunity to start thinking not only about the things that feel good to us in terms of community outreach getting books in the hands of kids, community partnerships, but really thinking about that teaching and learning aspect and really providing our teachers with really strong, solid professional learning, developing a literacy team of teacher leaders to help make decisions and move our practice forward, and then thinking about our Tier 1, our core instruction, and what do we want that to look like for students. So that's kind of been the focus of our Birth to 5 work. One, I wanted to highlight, and Kim asked me to share highlights of data and celebrations from just that first year of our grant. So as we targeted all of our students, we serve about 1,000 students in early childhood in the Olathe Public Schools. For this data that I'm sharing is really target our students who participate in that preschool aged at risk program. So kids that are coming to us already with a risk factor, and the importance of building those solid literacy foundations for them. We administered the MyIGDs assessment, and so, with the exception of a little glitch in picture naming, which we're trying to figure out, I had a smaller set of kids assessed during the spring too. Everyone made huge growth in all of those pre-literacy areas of rhyming and alliteration and all those phonemic awareness skills that they need to be ready for kindergarten. So we can't wait to continue to dig into that data and see just future success. It's the first time we've really provided such specific assessment and things in that early literacy area. And so to see the impact of the professional learning we've done with our teachers and things we've done with our kids in classrooms, we saw growth right off the bat of year 1 in the grant. Perhaps our most exciting success story has been our change in teacher attitudes and beliefs through LINK implementation. We survey our teachers at the beginning of the grant and then again last spring at the end of the year, and asked things. We asked lots of questions. The first slide talks about that collaborative team. So part of our training was really providing teachers with the training in professional learning communities and how to dig into what do kids need to learn, how do we know if they know it, what do we do, how do we respond when they don't know, and et cetera. For the first time, our early childhood teachers in Olathe were all over the place. We're in satellite locations through our elementary schools. So did some strategic planning to get them time together, collaborative time together in professional learning communities, and it really paid off in terms of teams are collaborating, making decisions about student learning together for the first time in a long time, and our kids are seeing the benefit of that. The other piece that we surveyed teachers about was their professional development. So huge gains in their ability to use student data to adjust their instruction and their ability to use literacy assessment data to make decisions about how to improve their teaching. Teachers are talking about the Kansas Early Learning Standards, and we've identified power standards in the area of literacy and communication like we've never had before, and they're working together to analyze student work, to have that thought partner, that clear message of when we can provide the time and the structures and the training to collaborate, that students benefit. Another exciting celebration was just the impact on literacy instruction. So we provide, in addition to training around our standards and professional learning communities, we provided targeted instruction in certain areas of early literacy. And teachers feel really good about, in fact, I was so excited to see reading informational text as one of the areas that had the greatest gains, because that's an area that often is overlooked in early learning. And so we provided teachers tools and resources and training to be able to implement all those things within their classroom. Writing instruction, speaking and listening, all those really important pieces. So our next steps, in addition to continuing to read and write and play with these cuties right here, is just to continue through the work of the grant to provide professional development for our teachers. We have trained 2 teacher leaders in the Letters for Early Learning facilitator training. So we're excited to bring that power for professional development to our teachers. Looking at core resource adoption, what are things that we can adopt to provide some common literacy resources for all of our classrooms and for all of our students, and just to continue to give teachers the tools that they need to impact student learning. With that, I was excited to share Olathe's celebrations in the world of early literacy. I'm going to turn it over to our friends from Dodge City. Next part.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Springston. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction in Dodge City, and I'd like to introduce Amber Cunningham. She's one of our instructional coaches. I learned a long time ago you bring people that will make you look better as far as your presentation and everything else, and that's why Amber is here. So she's the expert. What I want to talk about in our title was continuous improvement. And the reason I'm talking about that is when we looked at this grant, and it's a very sizable resource, how do we leverage sustainability? And so when we are talking about reading instruction in Dodge City, our 3 goals are to improve literacy. So that's reading, writing, but also in a culturally responsive learning environment. That's very important when you look at the demographics and the makeup of our community. And we're very proud of that. But we also know that if for us to be able to use this 3-year grant and these resources, we want to make sure that year 4 and beyond that we continue to grow. And so what we really talked about in addition to the literacy component was how do we repeat that? So a district of 7,300 students, I mean, we're pretty large, our staff, it's a lot of moving parts. And so throughout not just our focus on literacy, which is one of our 4 focus areas in the district, we call it the face of Dodge City. So under financial, academic, climate, and employee. So in our academic goals, literacy is number 1. But how do we continue to sustain that? So we've embedded a lot of feedback processes where we have our teams through structures using the MTSS, our professional learning communities, use of data that's as much prescriptive as it is descriptive, and how we use that data to drive our instruction. But it's all tying back to literacy. Because as you'll see in our presentation and some of the data here in a few seconds is, while when the first schools in Dodge City opened probably in the mid-1800s, we were teaching reading and writing. While a lot has probably stayed the same, a lot has changed. And so the science around reading and then therefore the instruction has been our focus, but it's that sustainability. And so our continuous improvement is how we using that data, how we leveraging our teachers, whatever pathway they come to before they get to Dodge City, so that they have the skills and the support necessary to meet our kids. And many of our kids are coming to us non-English speakers. And so we could have people new to the country, or we could have people who are fluent in native in English. And so we've got a breadth. And so that's why it's important we have processes that we can repeat that are showing data of progress and growth. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amber.
So in the grant, our goals aren't focused on any particular strategy per se. We want to take that time and energy and put it into the professional learning so it has sustainability. So as we identify the research-based strategies for that process, this is kind of what we follow, the 6 goals that are in the grant, and the 2 in the middle are the 2 that are central to all the other ones. So to provide the professional learning, and then as the instructional coach, I would go in for that support for modeling, and we'll go over the cycle of the instructional coach here in a second. And then we dedicate the PLC time for that co-planning, and then we offer on-demand training. So there's frontline modules so the teacher can self-identify what portion of the PL that they want to provide for themselves. So within the Gym Night impact cycle, there are 6 different steps that they go through. You identify, you learn, and then in turn you refine and identify new learning are the next steps. So first they enroll and they identify. So you come up with a peers goal plan for the coaching cycle. So what do they want to hone in on? Again, it's not just a strategy per se. So for example, explicit vocabulary instruction, we wouldn't just hone in on one type of strategy to deliver that instruction. What are the best research-based ways to deliver vocabulary? So then after we enroll and we identify, then they can choose a strategy to pinpoint on after we go through the vocabulary process of teaching it. And then the instructional coach would then go into the classroom, model the lesson, working off of a checklist, and the teacher's observing the coach. And then the coach would go in and watch and see and observe the teacher implementing those best practices. After that, the coach and the teacher would sit down and they would refine, do we want to continue to work on this, or do we want to choose a new goal? Again, that's all based off of Gym Night's impact cycle.
So these next 2 slides are going to tie into what I talked about, and what we've committed to in Dodge is the transference between content knowledge and for our staff to actually how's that impacting instruction. So in this grant, we divided our instructional staff into 3 cohorts. And so this data is representing first year, and it's perceptional data from our teachers that went through the cycle. It's probably about a 96% response rate. And so what we did, and what the takeaway from this slide is did our coaching have an impact in helping teachers understand not just teaching practice, but the science of teaching. And that's very critical, is that our teachers understand that and why teaching's taught in the progression and the way that it is. So this is after 1 year of the grant. Now, we will use this data each year, and we'll continue that data afterwards. Because what we're trying to measure, again, is that impact of our actions, us from a district level, using this data so we can make changes from a district administration to make sure that we're supporting our teachers. So this kind of shows, it trends towards the very positive and affirmative that instructional coaching, having a person to help model and to guide and provide professional feedback on an instant basis is helping our teachers understand that science of reading and teaching reading. The second slide is with the same participants given at the same time period, and it shows, again, very positive results. And this is transference. So in other words, asking our teachers that, will you continue using these strategies in the classroom? I'm going to go back to what we said our goal is. Our goal is sustainability over time, that we are moving the culture, we're moving the needle within our district so that when the grant goes away, that it's about teaching literacy in a culturally responsive classroom. We'll poll our teachers with the identical questions. This spring, we have added in the second third of our staff this year in cohort 2. Next year, we'll add the final third. So all of our staff are going through this cycle of training. And so it is important to us, transference. It's one thing to get the content knowledge, but we're really focusing on what kind of impact and outcome does it have on our students.
With that, we wanted to have family move from just parent involvement to parent engagement. And so one way to do that was through the DC Link Summer Family Activities Scholarship Program and the pop-up learning activities. So this summer, we provided a low-cost out-of-school learning opportunity for all Dodge City students. The admission to the venue, the transportation, the lunch, and then a book was offered to families. Here, they went to the zoo, the Cosmosphere, Tanganyika, and the Exploration Place in Wichita. And then the focus of that was to have the family together so the books they can have the connections there at that venue and then go back and they can have that connection and they can have a related book to the video. So again, to promote that literacy within the home. The summer learning pop-up sessions, they were half-day activities designed by the teachers of Dodge City, and they were to provide out-of-school learning opportunities in art, music, cooking, science, technology, and mathematics. And separate activities were then provided for pre-K, K through 2, and then 3rd through 5th. And so they were offered at a variety of the different elementary schools throughout the summer. Registration was free, and each student was then provided with a book that was related to the pop-up activity. So again, we're trying to move from that parent involvement to actual parent engagement, and those are some of the things that we've been doing in Dodge City. Thank you.
Thank you. You can see that these school districts have been working very hard. This is only after 1 year of implementation, and we've been able to see some terrific models and examples that can be utilized after this grant is over. Not only are these districts sustaining what they're doing as part of this grant funding, but also being able to provide some models for other districts beyond the grant period. I do have, and I'll just... I believe that's in your packet as well, but that's just a 1 year summary of all of the 8 projects across the state. Again, 4 of those are individual districts, Dodge City and Olathe being 2 of those. And then we have 4 consortia projects. We wanted to give you an example of these 2 districts as models for some of the things that are going on across the state, but again, there are all kinds of different things going on across the state in the name of building capacity for literacy. So if you have questions of these 2 districts, or if anyone has questions, I'm certainly open to
We do
those.
have at least one question so far. Ann Ma.
Thank you very much. Very exciting stuff. I was wondering, wasn't clear to me how much money each district got and how that money was spent. I mean, did it go for salaries? Did it go to bringing in trainers? Did it go for materials or what? And when the funding is gone, will you be able to keep this going?
Okay. Thank you for your question. So we have 8 projects across the state. Again, Dodge City, now I'm going to have a hard time getting, Dodge City, Garden City, Manhattan, Ogden, and Olathe are the 4 individual districts. And then 4 consortia, 2 different consortia from Greenbush, one with 9 school districts and another with 8 school districts. One from Southwest Plains, which consists of 10 districts, and then Leavenworth and Atchison combined together as a consortia. Each of those 8 projects receives $1.075 million per year for a 3-year period.
Each of the districts gets $1 million?
Each of the projects, each of the 8 projects.
Whether
So
it's
some
a
of those are
consortium or,
consortia,
okay.
Yeah. The funding has had to be divided through federal guidelines as a percentage between each age group. And so the age groups birth to 5 is one age group, kindergarten to 5th, so that's 15% of all funding has to be allocated for birth to 5. 40% has to be allocated kindergarten through 5th grade, and 20% to middle school and 20% to high school. Now, in the ways that that's being spent, a lot of that on resources for the classroom, a good deal on professional development.
You mean in terms of bringing speakers in, or?
Yes,
Because they have professional development anyway. I mean, all districts do.
And I don't,
but-
maybe you could even provide some examples for us of some of the ways that some of the funding was spent on professional development, because I would say that's a pretty broad category. That yes, on presenters, on personnel within the district.
You also purchase materials?
Yes, they're able to purchase resources and materials, curriculum resources and materials for those particular grade levels.
Because $1 million's a lot of money for a year. So I'm wondering where the $1 million went, and then how you're going to keep it going when the $1 million goes away. Maybe they can
And again,
tell
and
us
I might,
about that.
Just because, like we said, sustainability was a major factor in looking at the 3-year process. So I'm going to let him just give you an example of what they're doing in their district. I think that would be probably easier than me doing a statewide view.
So we have a pretty broad approach, and a lot of it is, for example, we contract with different companies to come in and provide very specific training and a train-the-trainer model so that we can leverage our staff to have that expertise and then use that once the grant funds are gone or those trainers are gone. So we have several consultants that we're using for that purpose. One, for example, is Dr. Socorro Herrera from K-State, who's one of the leaders in the field as far as biography-driven instruction. So we have her working in our schools with the understanding that there'll be a phased-out or feathered-out approach. I want to make sure, as we control both our title and at-risk funds, our PD funds, also working with Dr. Dirksen and our CFO on potential LOB and general funds, so that anything we transition to into the future, if there's additional support needs, that we're planning ahead in our budget accordingly.
So you guys got the $1 million directly paid to your district?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we get, the $1 million a year, and it is, as it was stated, there are particular requirements where we put money in the early childhood and so on. We know that with a grant, there is a sunset, and so strategically on the back end with our business services is to be able to plan for that. Part of it is we're about, halfway through this grant cycle. And so we're starting to say, it's firming up what, if any, additional positions that we might need going forward in our district. So that will be a long-term sustainability, but a lot of our effort has been put in, how do we leverage the overall capacity of our staff through content and the skill set in the classroom? So much of what we're doing is professional development.
Yeah, because we don't want to see you have to fire people at the end of 3 years, and then this all goes away, so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that would be something, that or finding offsets or changing and morphing positions and not to release somebody. But I think as we build the capacity and the need and our data is showing where we're having the results, we'll have greater clarity on where we'll put our assets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. We appreciate you guys coming, and we look forward to future updates, because this was year one. You're in year two, right?
We're in year
Okay,
two.
all right.
Yeah.
So it should be fun to see how you guys progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, our next agenda item will be on the bullying task force, and it'll be to act on the report and recommendations from the Kansas Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying. Myron and Kent are here, and looks like Dr. Ginsburg is here too. I did mention earlier the letter of support from the Counselors Association that's in your folder. And if you want to refer to the attachment, it begins, and you probably have a copy, but it begins on page, I think it looks like 68 or 69 in your packet. So Myron, I guess you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Myron Melton. I'm a consultant here at KSDE. And I, along with Kent Reed, provided support and technical assistance to the Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying. In December, a final report and recommendations were presented from the Blue Ribbon Task Force to the board by our co-chairs, Dr. Rick Ginsburg and Mr. James Regier. Today, those recommendations are being considered as an action item, and Dr. Ginsburg is with us today to help respond and answer any questions you might have in that area. In addition, I know you have that information in your packet. I handed out just a front and back two-sided copy of the summary of those recommendations that you can refer to as Dr. Ginsburg makes his comments and entertains questions. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ginsburg.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your having me back here and allowing us to move forward. I'll keep my remarks really brief. You've all read the report, and we had a chance to visit about a month ago. We were appointed, our commission of 35 members, our task force was appointed by Commissioner Watson back last April. The commission met together in April for the first time, and we put together 5 goals. They're in the report if you want to go through those. We ended up holding 6 town hall meetings around the state of Kansas to meet and hear from educators, parents, and others interested in the topic. We met in Clearwater, Garden City, Salina, Girard, Wichita, and Lawrence. The commission met again one further time in here in Topeka to finalize our report. We also held one online webinar that was hosted by the KNEA that I think had several hundred people participate and share feedback with us. We produced a report with 7 recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have or support your work as we move forward with this initiative.
Okay, this individual sheet, if I remember right, it's a little bit of abbreviated as far as the recommendations that are in the full report.
It's the recommendations without the description of
Okay.
that goes with them, and those are in the full report that are in your board notes. I think it begins on page 72. I think the
Right.
recommendations are in the 90s. Is that right? Page 92 for the
Okay,
recommendations.
yeah, so if you want to look at the little bit more extended version of this, you can look in your online version. Ben Jones has a question.
Ben?
First of all, thank you again to the committee. I did have a concern come up. I don't think it's very well founded, so I'm not going to give it breath, but I do want to make the point that in my response to the concern is that everybody is protected from bullying, regardless of your political leanings or anything else through this process. And I applaud the work that this committee is doing. Everybody's protected by this. And schools are not a place to have that conversation, in my opinion. I know some people will disagree. I think we can foster that conversation in a healthy manner. I'm not saying we all have to agree, because I also disagree with that. We should have a plethora of ideas. But attacking others based on religious or or other, there's a variety of issues, but this was the particular issue coming up. It's not tolerated, and it's, I think, protected in this document, and I appreciate the work, and I just wanted to extend that and make a public statement on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Jones, I would support your comment as well. So,
Jim McNeese.
Yes, thank you for the
Thank you,
report.
sir.
You guys did a great job. There's a lot of to-dos in this list.
Yeah.
Of recommendations. Who's doing the to-dos? And how do we know or evaluate it later on? I mean, you got a report.
Right.
Thank you for the report. Now we've got this list of to-dos. Who's doing it? When's it done? And how do I know it's done?
Well, I'm gonna.
Otherwise, it's just a nice wallpaper.
it's nice. And our hope, of course, is that this isn't one of those reports that holds doors open, so.
So I guess holding us accountable, or Madam Chair or Commissioner,
Yeah,
we
I'm
approve
gonna-
these. What's the next step? Because there's a lot of to-dos, which are very good to-dos.
Actually, within here, there are some recommendations, and I can't find exactly, but
Well, those are-
they ask if a group, an assigned group, and I can't remember how it's exactly worded. And I did ask the commissioner, but I'm gonna go ahead and formally ask now. This group that is referenced in here, my understanding is going to, as far as the implementation piece, is going to be the School Mental Health Advisory Council. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair, and
That's what I thought.
Chair of the Mental Health Advisory
It says the
Council.
state board will, examine current state law and provide appropriate guidance. You know,
Yeah,
obviously,
well,
the guidance is for the legislature.
You notice I answered that kind of with
I
a
know, that
chuckle,
was- that was
because
a
I knew that.
25-cent answer.
You've set up a committee, a permanent committee, though, to handle just these type of topics. And that, I think, would be the appropriate place to send it to work through item by item and then bring back to you for action on anything that needs to be taken, further action than just the action of the report.
Well, I guess I'm just going to be a pain and stay on this subject. We need to have some kind of accountability that we're going to move in a how, I'm trying to say this nicely, in a quick and deliberate and professional manner.
I had the word expeditious in mind, but that's a.
Yeah, expeditious was coming, but expeditious is, I agree. There's great recommendations in here, and there's momentum to do this.
Right.
And I don't want to lose that opportunity to do this. This is a huge issue for us, and one that we get kind of chastised because we come up with these great platitudes, but we don't have much results. That nothing's changing because we're talking about it. It's going to change because we actually do something about it. So I'm asking for a do something about it.
So noted.
Do something about it.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is this a discussion part, or is this the questions I just asked for the bullying task force? Is this
Either.
either? Okay.
I mean,
It-
you can specifically ask Rick.
It's a lot to digest. I'll just give, I mean, it's great. It has a lot of moving parts, and it's a start. I think in my opinion, it has a long way to go. And what I'll look at is when I looked at some of the recommendations on the survey, for one, they talked about maybe breaking it down, maybe not making it 6th grade through 12th grade, having the same questions. The surveys, in my opinion, do not address it in real time. When they're taking that survey, there's 142 questions. Fatigue sets in. It's supposed to take 50 minutes. My son took it last week, and he didn't get the last 20 questions answered. The survey also, my question, how much of that is manipulated by the children? Do you happen to know that answer?
I mean, I can't answer that. I can tell you there are 7 direct questions about bullying in the KCTC survey, and it's a wonderful data collection approach for the state, but there are serious issues that need to be addressed with it. And you hit on one of them. Take your kid out of it. How many of you would answer a 142 question survey? I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. And so that you have to break it down more. It has to be offered at the same time period. There's not a validity check with that, but that's a part of why we talked about coming up with good accountability data to make sure that we're, if possible, figuring out how we're going to assess what we're doing, that gets to your point, and coming, there's no golden rule about how to assess bullying. So I think that's a part of the discussion that the Mental Health Task Force will need to have. I will tell you that I don't want to speak for Jim Ruggiero, he's not here, but we have offered our services to support this work as best we can as we move forward, and I think many of our task force members would do the same.
So yeah, I wouldn't say all surveys, like Whitney Morgan, who was Teacher of the Year, she asked to gain equity of her classroom to find out, to make sure everybody mattered in her classroom. She did like a 7 to 10 question survey.
Yeah.
Every child had to put their name on it.
Right.
And, I mean, those are the kind of things, if we're going to do, if data is service-driven, and we're trying to get the services to the children, and I take a quiz, I call it a quiz, it's a survey, and I answered that same question last year, and at that time I needed help, and no help, there wasn't any help that came to me at that time. So I guess my biggest question are the surveys, they wanted either to break it down into 40 questions and 3 times a year. I will tell you that if you go down to the bottom of that survey, you can hit next. The next 50 questions appear. You can hit next again. The next 50 questions appear, and you can be done with the survey in 2 minutes. And there are children out there that are doing that at this time. And they're telling other children to do that as well. So you get some children that are taking it and exhausted and going into the next classroom and maybe have to take a test. And talk about mental health, I mean, that's a lot. So we need to figure out as far as surveys, and then I'm going to go into the next thing. In when you're going into some type of an education program, you talked about, Dr. Watson, you talked this morning about how do we move a lever. At the state board, we can say, before we license a teacher, coming out of KU or coming out of any private or public, state university in the state of Kansas, they should be teaching social and emotional well-being while they're learning higher education. Instead of coming back and going out there, now we're going to go back and we're going to do some training, and now you're going to be stuck with a sub that may not have anything being taught ever to them on social emotional well-being. And I just think that this needs, we just have more work that we need to.
Well, I will tell you that all of the institutions of higher education do include SEL in their, it's a part of the standards that we have. And our recommendation would be to go to the Professional Standards Board so that the institutions can identify what they're doing, and if there needs to be additional materials brought into that, they would do that. But all of us are doing that now as a part of our preparation.
So, so as far as the state board, as far as the state board, before we give a license to a teacher, we can make sure that that's happening, that person has been trained on that.
It can be written into the standards for teacher licensure.
And that may be something that we want to,
Yeah.
if we're going to do something like this, that may be something we want to think about, because that's something that we can and we do have control over.
Okay, I'm going to be a little self-protective here. I do want to offer you that when you add, you got to think about what you're taking away, because there's only so much time. We want our students out in 4 years. We don't want them taking 5 or 6 years.
So then someone earlier talked about mentorship, and I think if you go into a school, there should be somebody you can trust, because a lot of times people have the band at Blue Valley Southwest, they do a tremendous job of saying, no one sits alone. No one in our school sits alone. If you're a band member, you're part of the band member, you will go and make sure that person is, if they're feeling down or whatever. I mean, there's ways we can do this that don't cost us any money at all. And we just need to be talking about those things and what schools are doing that don't cost extra money, that we can be doing that, so that child goes into 9th through 12th grade and has either a buddy, a mentor, a trusted person, an older sibling that they know of. I just think that there's a lot of things we can do that are very cost effective, that actually will work and not be add a lot of money to the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jean Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the process that we went through. I think it was a really effective process, and I really appreciate the way that it was structured so that we got out to all areas of the state and had a lot of opportunity to hear from people across the state. I think the committee had a really broad range of professionals across many areas, and we had the opportunity to hear a lot of different aspects of bullying and how those were addressed and the issues involved with them. So I think that this was a committee that really worked hard, had a lot of investment by the professionals, and had great leadership with Dr. Ginsburg and Mr. Regier, with Myron and Kent. It just was a really effective committee, and I think we got a great report from the committee. And the recommendations I would heartily endorse. I think they're going to go a long way towards addressing the issue of bullying in schools. And without meaning to cut off any discussion or any further discussion on this, I would like to make a motion to accept the Kansas Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying final report and its recommendations today. So thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion from Jean Clifford to act to approve the report and accept the recommendations of the Kansas Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying. We have a second from Ben Jones, and we do have some more discussion and/or questions. So Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rick.
Hey, Steve.
I'll be voting no from a philosophical standpoint. I came to this board with the notion we need better schools, fewer rules. And I think this is pointing us in the direction of more rulemaking. When I really think and this is just philosophical, I admire the work you did. It was really tremendous work. And I admire the work you did. I want to make that clear. I truly admire the work that you did. But from a philosophical standpoint, we're making too many rules. And the differences between our have and have not schools are just too great to embark upon something like this. We have schools that run really well. We have schools that have a few problems. And we have some that are just mired in social and emotional difficulty. And when we pile anything else on them, as you alluded to, let's be careful. If we add something, we're going to have to take something away. And there are already a number of schools, not too far from where I live, that are already just inundated. Teachers are overworked, underpaid, and some of them, right or wrong, will think that we're just piling more on them. So from that standpoint, I'll be voting no. Your language includes bullying is a complex and multidimensional social issue. Indeed. Changing school climate and culture takes time and persistence. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree, and it's actually for those reasons why I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Jim Porter.
It pains me to say that I am going to publicly agree with Jim McNeese in that because we have numerous things that we are doing, and I think it's so important for us to be accountable. And so I'm glad that this is going to be assigned to the Mental Health Advisory Council to make sure that we make sure that we implement the recommendations. I strongly support them. I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate you coming to Southeast Kansas. People don't do that regularly, so I appreciate you doing that. But I just think it's so important for task force reports of any kind not to wind up on a shelf someplace gathering dust, but actually be implemented, and that we need to be responsible and accountable to make sure those are happening. I'm going to be voting yes. I've got some of the same reservations Steve had, but I'm going to be voting yes nevertheless. Thank you, and thank you for the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Ann Maw.
Thank you. I'm just going to say I really appreciate all the work you did, because my local school board's been dying for this thing to come out. They're struggling with a lot of things going on in the district, and I don't see a list of you have to's in here. I see a list of resources, and that's what the schools are dying to get. Help us, give us some tools to deal with these issues, whatever, and they're all different, as you know. Some schools are dealing with bullying, cyber, different aspects of it. But anyway, I appreciate this, and I think the schools are really going to appreciate the resource. And I also know that if this body does not take a leadership role on this issue, the folks across the street are going to write some stuff, and we aren't going to like it at all. So I appreciate the commissioner establishing the task force, and I'll be voting for it because I know the schools really want it. Thank you.
Anticipating, when I first read this and I saw this group to be named, I kind of talked to Randy a month or so ago, and I asked, okay, let me ask who this group is. And I confirmed who I thought it probably was. And with that being the case, one of the things that the School Mental Health Advisory Task Force, the leadership team, did meet with Rick and James, actually just last Friday. And we did go over or talk about how are we going to move this from the task force to the advisory council. And had a very good hour and a half conversation. And we will be continuing to work with that group. And probably, not probably, but we will be, depending upon the various topics, we will be pulling in folks from the task force. I would dare say we may ask from school board members to sit on some subcommittees. You guys have already said this, and it says right in here, this is complex. It is. We're not going to get it all done within the next, probably not even the next year, huh, Myron, Kent? You guys would probably expire if I said we're going to get it done in the next few months. I would expire. And I think we will be bringing it probably in chunks. We already kind of see some things that maybe need to happen first and some things that would happen later. So I think there will be, there's going to be a lot of work. This will probably become the main work of the Mental Health Advisory Council now. So we'll be proceeding, and the group started on looking at this in our December meeting, and that'll be our main topic in February and probably thereafter. So again, I'll extend my thanks to you and James again for your leadership on this role. Jean serving as our board representative on the task force, we appreciate that. And Randy, as far as you getting this started in the first place, we really appreciate that. That being said, we've had a motion and a second, so I am going to call for the vote to act to approve the report and accept the recommendations of the Kansas Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying. So I will ask for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? 8-2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Randy's got a few comments he'd like to make.
So I mentioned this last time, but this was put together in April, and you are formalizing the recommendations in January. It's less than 1 year for this group with no funding to go do this work. Now, we could have wrestled and waited, as Ann said, for a legal action to be taken across the street. But this board decided this is our issue. It's about our schools, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it in an expedited manner. I can't thank Dr. Ginsburg enough for his skill, his expertise, his time. And again, he didn't have to do this. My call was for him to recommend someone, and he volunteered himself. So Kent and Myron and staff did a lot of legwork. But Rick, thank you. And the work now begins, passed off to a permanent advisory council that will, just like the teacher vacancy and supply, took up the Blue Ribbon Task Force. This will live on for a long time, but it is the work of the people of Kansas by the leadership of the state board that now brings this work together, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to receive the Special Education Advisory Council Annual Report. And I believe some of the folks are coming in now. And Bert Moore will be coming to the podium. Oh, yep, here they come. Okay, we'd like to welcome the SEAC to the board meeting. And Bert, I think you're up.
All right, well, thank you. Do a brief introduction of our Special Education Advisory Council. We want to keep you up to speed on what we've accomplished over the last year or two and what our future trends are, our goals that we're working on. But first, I'd like to explain the essential functions of the Special Ed Advisory Council. They are to advise the special education administrators of unmet needs within the state in the education of children with disabilities. Comment publicly on any rules and regulations proposed by the state regarding the education of children with disabilities. Advise the state education agency in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the Secretary under Section 618 of the Act. Advise the state education agency in developing corrective action plans to address findings identified in federal monitoring reports under Part B of the Act, and advise the state education agency in developing and implementing policies relating to coordination of services for children with disabilities. We also are required to review and comment on completed due process hearing findings. So that's our essential functions. And then to explain a little bit about what we've done and where we're headed, I'm going to introduce Mike Martin and Rebecca Helgett.
Hello, I'm Mike Martin. I was the past chair last year for the 2018-29 school year. I'm a parent of a child with a disability, and I'm also an educator.
Rebecca Helgett. I am the chair this year, and I represent Students for Exceptional Children programs, and I am a parent of a child with a disability, speech impairment, and I am also a special education director.
I know Bert went through our roles. Basically, as you have the slideshow, I believe, in your packet, the third slide that we have kind of goes over the representation as deemed by IDEA and the federal government. As you can see, we have at least one member in each one of those areas, as well as extras. If you look to the right of each one, it gives you a number of how many are in those areas as well. Oh, sorry. Good job. Yep, that would work. In the fourth slide, we have our ex officio members, which have been added at different points in the state of Kansas. If you look, Families Together is our parent training and information group. The Kansas State Board has a member, which is Jim McNeese, and we appreciate his time and his efforts working with us on that as well. And then in 2017, we've offered to have 2 legislative designees come over, but that has not been necessarily accepted at this time, and we haven't had those ex officio members for that. You can go ahead. The role he's talked about, so let's go to the next slide. One of the things that I wanted to say as far as our role, and I know that they've written different things out and you can read those, is that I've noticed with this group is an intentional work and discussion on the area of special education. One of the things that I've talked about many times is that been a parent, a teacher, an administrator, and I'm impressed each and every time with the group that we have and how much they know about the area of special education. And I feel sometimes very small in this organization because I don't necessarily understand everything that they're doing, but I'm amazed at how much they know and how much they accomplish each and every time. And they do an awful lot in the areas of exceptionalities for students, looking for ways in which to serve them best. In the past, we've looked at areas like dyslexia, post-secondary opportunities and limitations that are out there. This group has spent an awful lot of time on emergency safety interventions. During my time, that's probably been one of the biggest things that we've advised on through the years. We do have discussions on homeless students, students in correctional facilities, and then kind of lately more so the transitions of students as they move on from our post-secondary. If you kind of look through the next, well, nope, back one, sorry. We have had participation as far as being, looking for our new state director of special ed. Dr. Marvin Miller, Dr. Joan Robbins represented us in 2015 as part of a statewide task force on emergency safety interventions. And we have been a collaborating force on Senate Bill 323, assisting our students who are deaf or hard of hearing. I'm not going to go through each one of the next ones, but we'll put those up on the board. I think the one thing that I've noticed through my time is how much I appreciate this group. I know that this is a group that is ready to assist the state board in any way that we can. We made attempts as we went through last year to offer those same services across the street. Previous year, before I became the chair, we had an awful lot of action in the legislature, and we wanted to make sure that they knew that we had people who had expertise in those areas and that we were willing to assist. It seemed like the temperature kind of changed over there, and our needs we weren't needed near as much, but we have still made those contacts in order to try to be active as a supporting force for the state board and for the goals that are here. And I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca as far as now and the future.
All right, thanks, Mike. All right, as you can see, I mean, he went through a number of things. He could spend a lot more time on the content, as many of those opportunities and initiatives take a lot of conversation behind the scenes and planning. And so with 6 meetings a year, that's not a lot of time and opportunity to sit and discuss. There's a lot of time behind the scenes in discussion, email, and really trying to move to do what's best for students with disabilities. And so when you really think about an advisory council, we are advising the state, the education department, on a lot of topics for students with disabilities, but also all students. ESI and dyslexia, that is a general education initiative, general education. They've worked with us, given our expertise in the special education world, but really looking at how do we pass that baton when it comes to accountability and data of ESI? How do we educate? Because we want to make sure that all students are impacted appropriately when it comes to best practices. And so, I sit here and I look at these individuals who I highly respect with their expertise and their passion, their time that they put behind the scenes with their real job, and their personal stories, as we have over 50% are parents with children with disabilities. And so they are advising the education department and providing a lot of passion and input to do what is best for kids. And so a huge thanks to the individuals that sit on the advisory council. In regards to ESI, we do continued work. I think it'll be a great discussion for tomorrow at our breakfast, many of these topics. So, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking on them, but as I talk about them, if you want to take some notes, but really maybe reflect and think about some conversations that we can have tomorrow at breakfast regarding some of these topics, I would appreciate that. And so, the Transition Task Force, just a couple of these highlights, because these are looking forward. Many of these topics we're still continuing to talk about. The Transition Task Force, it was brought forth last month to this board. It is now at SEAC. We're going to have some conversations tomorrow, have some experts at the table, and I think it's very important in regards to 14 and older that we look at those transition services and make sure that we are appropriately balancing academic and transition for students 14 and older. And so I look forward to that conversation. Emotional disturbance, we just left the meeting with a panel. We had a panel of experts discussing emotional disturbance. It was brought forth to us that disturbance is negative connotation and does not necessarily make it huge positive impacts as students move forward in their education and into adulthood. So we listened to the panel, took some good notes, had some great conversation, and here in a little bit we're going to go back up and discuss what those next steps are. And then last but not least, and who knows, there may be more topics as the year continues to go by, Pre-ETS, which is pre-employment transition services. The state is currently working with VR. They have an MOU, but it's still up in the air in regards to what the roles are, and also looking at the referral process and what those steps will look like. And so that's a short little clip of what's going on. A lot more discussion, I'm sure, and questions that you may have in regards to those areas. But I do have a couple questions for you. And I know Jim is never at a loss for words, so. Yeah, exactly. My first question is, what info would you like SEAC to review? And I don't necessarily have to have an answer right now. However, we will be meeting tomorrow morning for breakfast. So information that you're passionate about, especially in the area, for all students, especially students with disabilities, if there's areas that you believe you would like us to look at, have conversations about, think about those, seriously think about those items that you would like us to dig a little bit deeper. And then if you right now have, okay, we'll wait till tomorrow. The second question is, what questions do you have for us today?
Board members? Okay, we'll start down the list. Jim Porter.
I'm going to answer the first question somewhat. Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. There are no caveats to that. So each student includes every student, including every student with disabilities. Whenever I've had some involvement with the transition work group, and whenever I was testifying before a House committee last year, I was asked this question by one of the representatives: what's the graduation rate of students with disabilities in Kansas? And I was very pleased with what I found out, because I didn't know the answer to that, but I came back over here and we did the research. We're second in the nation and when it comes to graduation rate of students. At least we were for that year, which was last year. I haven't checked that out this year. However, by working with the transition work group, I found out that we may not be second in the nation about what kids are doing after high school. And so that was a revelation to me. I'm going to be, Jim and I both are going to be meeting and having that discussion tomorrow. But I think it's real important for us to make sure that we are looking at abilities as opposed to disabilities when we start that process. And I think that's extremely important that we do that. Also, you are going to know what those barriers are that are keeping us from meeting the needs of each student much better than we are. And I would hope that in the future, instead of SEAC coming to us once a year, that you, and this is the answer to your question, that you would come to us as you see issues that we need to address to make sure that each student in Kansas is receiving the opportunity to help us lead the world in a success. So whenever you see barriers that are keeping us from meeting the needs of students over which we have control or influence, we don't need to wait until next January to know that. We need to know that now so that we can actually take the initiative to address the needs of each of those students. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a dream, to borrow a phrase, that we could reduce the incidence of children labeled special down to a very small number. I don't think we'll ever get rid of it. We have some special needs children. We have lots of them. But as we move to an individualized plan of study, how great would it be if we return to that one nugget of the one-room schoolhouse where the young man who's 13 years old is sitting right next to the little girl who's 9, and they're studying the same thing, and it's just fine. There's no stigma. It's just, it's Billy needs it and Susie needs it at the same time. They're both studying fractions, whatever it is. So the label of special itself can be problematic, at least from my point of view. I've taught a lot of different places, and our inequities are tremendous between school districts that work well, school districts that don't work so well, teachers who teach well, teachers who don't teach so well. And so the seed I want to plant right now is we need to evaluate our teachers, pay the good ones more, help the mediocre ones get better, let the ones who are not very good, got to let them go. And I don't know why it's so hard in education to let bad teachers go. I'm told it isn't, but I'm told by the public that it is. And I've been around and I know it kind of is. So, as we try to lead the world in the success of each student, which I think will hopefully morph into success and value. I lost on that vote when we were discussing it 5-6 years ago, whatever it was. Kansas leads the world in the success and value of each student. That's my perspective. I didn't get end value into the vision, but for me it's there. So as we build a system that truly has an individualized plan of study for each student, the public tells me, well, you still have to kick a kid out once in a while. That's true. Kids dealing drugs in high school, you kick them out. It takes a little more paperwork in public school than it does in private school, maybe a lot more paperwork, but we have to. So when people say education is a right, well, not for that kid who's dealing drugs. I mean, I'm just saying. So we'll never get to 100%. We're always going to have special needs children, but wouldn't it be great if we didn't have that label and we just knew that our educators could do what that individual child needs without a label? That's the dream I have. Just wanted to share that with you.
I look forward to visiting with you tomorrow morning.
Ben Jones?
Thank you. This is my hat as liaison to the School for the Blind. And I see on there that you have somebody from the School for the Deaf on there, which I applaud. I mean, now that the organizational of those two schools has changed in the recent, 3 or 4 years, the structure where they have different administrations at both facilities, maybe looking at the makeup of the board to have somebody from the School for the Deaf and somebody from the School for the Blind on there to provide input from both of our schools offering disability services across the state of Kansas. That's just an idea. This is wearing my hat as liaison to that school. And I think they should have be in that room and being on top of policy as our state institution that we directly oversee as a state board. That's my answer to your first question. I don't have anything on the second one. Thank you.
Jim McNeese?
Not to disappoint you, but one of the things that SEAC can do, and I offer this as an opportunity, is that we just had a report on bullying and accepted a report from them, and special needs students are many times the victims of bullying. You know, and I would ask you guys to look over that report and add any additional feedback that you could that would help us understand better that situation from the groups that you represent, which is a wide and diverse group. And when we receive reports, like the bullying report, that you make sure you have a voice in those reports.
I'd just echo a couple of things. Yeah, we would welcome your viewing of the bullying task force report. Bert can certainly get you copies, so you guys can take a look at it. The implementation work is going to go to the School Mental Health Advisory Council, so we will begin working on that soon. There is some disproportionality as far as some groups, and one of those groups is certainly special needs students who are sometimes unfortunately bullied more than others. So that might be an interesting joint conversation between groups. Also, what you have up there as far as the transition, I think it'll be very interesting to get some information back from from you guys, and then the vocational rehab, because those, I kind of see some of those going together. I know Jim Porter's spoken several times about, not having the de facto placement after high school being a sheltered workshop. Sheltered workshops are certainly appropriate in certain situations, but there's a lot of other things that our students can do. So I'll be interested to hear as you guys come back. And then to also echo what Jim said, we want you to be an advisory council. We want you to advise us, so advise us when the need comes up. So we welcome you. Bert knows how to get hold of us to get on the agenda, so we're glad to have you do that. That being said, we're receiving your report. We look forward to breakfast with you in the morning, and it's at 7:30 upstairs on the 5th floor again, I believe.
509.
509, okay.
Across the street.
Across from where we were, okay. Always is a welcome opportunity to have an informal conversation with everybody. And we certainly look forward again tomorrow morning. And sounds like you have some more work yet this afternoon. So I guess we'll send you back to do your work.
Awesome.
But
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. We're gonna do this, and then I need to table that, but I'm gonna let them get out of the room. Yeah, I'll say what it is. Thank you, Bert. Okay, board members, the next agenda item, the PPC recommendations, A and B. We actually are going to table those at this time because there are some timelines here that we haven't yet met, so those will come back next month. So I'd look to Janet Waugh and see if she would make that motion.
I make that motion.
Okay, and we have a second? Okay, Ben Jones. Any questions, anybody? Okay, so we will be voting to table 14A and B. Have I said that all right, Peggy? Okay. Pardon me? Yes, until February, yes. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 9, are you, you're voting? Tabling, okay, 10-0. Okay, I think maybe we'll take a break. I'm not sure we're scheduled for a break, but, okay, we're gonna take about a 10-minute break. I don't know, someplace in here it says time to take a break. So let's take a 10-minute break, please. Come back about 5 till. Believe it or not. Okay, we have a couple of agenda items coming up here. And we are on the receiving the higher ed preparation program standards. We're starting with health education, pre-K-12, and then I believe physical education is the next one. So Catherine, looks like you're up with us today, so welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me come before you. My name's Catherine Schmidling. I'm the higher ed program consultant in teacher licensure and accreditation. And I have with me the two committee chairs who oversaw revision of each set of standards. Health education, and then second on the list, physical education. Just as a reminder, these are the higher ed preparation program standards. So these are not the standards that are used at the P-12 level. These are used by the colleges and universities of teacher preparation to develop their separate endorsement programs and submit them for review and your approval, and then to redesign them to make sure that teachers are prepared to teach today's students. I happen to have two on the list, but health and physical education are not necessarily paired. They're not necessarily paired at the college level where they're taught. To the teacher candidates, they're not necessarily paired in the P-12 school, where maybe health will be offered in conjunction with science or something else. So they just happen to, have some crossover in personnel, and so Mark is for both. So it seemed good to have them working on the same timeline. Just a reminder also, with the higher ed program standards, there are two types of standards. There are the professional education standards that you reviewed and approved in 2015, and those are the discipline-wide standards for every teacher in every license and endorsement area, the core teaching knowledge and skills. So things like classroom management. And then all of the endorsement area standards have been going through revision. So that is where we are looking specifically at health education and then at physical education. And things like chemistry and math have already been reviewed, and history, government, social studies is on the list. All right. So I am just going to go ahead and introduce our committee chairs for each one. They will go over the changes that have been made and be open for any questions you might have. So I have Dr. Sunan Kiosabunya-Huang, did I screw that up? From Emporia State to talk about health education.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Again, I'm Sunan Kiosabunya-Huang. I'm from Emporia State University, and I was the chair for the health education higher ed standards. As you can see on the screen, we merged some of the former standards to create an additional standard. We took we broke it into the content and foundational knowledge, and then we also broke it into standard 2, which is the planning, and then the implementation, and then the third one, that third one is the implementation, and the fourth one is the assessment. So we took some of those components, merged them, and then separated them back out into 3. We thought that that was a better layout to assess all 3 components separately. The second bullet, the knowledge and performance, again, what I just talked about. We also looked at streamlining the components under each standard so that the verbiage was more rich, maybe more self-explanatory. We also integrated the diverse learners throughout all of those, as well as technology within the planning, the implementation, and then also the assessment. And the last bullet, we changed the term to candidates instead of teacher. This verbiage has been used in the CAPE accreditation process, and so we thought it was nice to use it here as well. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions on the health standards at this point? I mean, I think as you go through them in the rest of the document, I think they're pretty self-explanatory, actually, but yes, Ann Ma.
So is there a health certification and a PE certification? And if, I know, like you said, like, my daughter-in-law teaches 8th grade science, and they threw in sex ed, so, she gets to teach sex ed too. But I'm pretty sure she never had health education.
Well, if she teaches 8th grade science, she may have a middle-level science endorsement. There are health pre-K-12 endorsements
Right.
and physical education pre-K-12 endorsement. They are separate endorsements for a license.
Okay, do most people try to get both of them, and does that throw them into something more than 4 years? I mean, it seems like a lot of schools make their PE teachers teach health in the upper grades, but.
I confess I don't know. That comes from the licensing side when they receive applications.
Okay.
I tend to find there are more physical education people
You think
that I
of it-
have contact with
Yeah.
than health education people.
Our
But that
PE
could be my
Of course,
contact list.
I've been out of high school 50 years, so who knows? Maybe it might have changed. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
I had health.
I think it totally depends on the district, because different districts do that differently. I mean, having taught science, I also taught health. But some of them have the PE department do it. And I think we've had some folks were, used to be called home ec, now it's,
Life skills.
well, I don't know what, family and consumer science, is that, they haven't changed it since then? So those are generally the ones that will do health, or, I don't know if they still do the film or not. Okay, how about the health standards, or the health the program standards? Any further questions? Other than us being a little confused? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
All right. And now the physical education draft standards, and I have Dr. Vernita Edwards from Baker University to tell you about those.
Good afternoon. As she said, my name is Dr. Vernita Edwards, and I'm with Baker University. At our university, we actually have our majors take physical education and health, but they have to take both licensure tests in order to be able to certify to teach it out in the field. And so you see some, especially at the smaller schools, collapsing those two content areas, but they still very much are on track with the program standards that Sunnen provided, as well as our physical education standards. So with our physical education standards, just some things that we've done is we changed the language, like the health standards, from the teacher of physical education to the educational candidate. And the reason why we did that, again, is because with CAPE endorsement, they talk about the candidate, or the instead of teacher or future teacher, they talk about the candidate. We also moved some standards around. We moved standard 5 to propose standard 3. We included social emotional components in standard 1 and 3 because in the professional standards that we got from our national association, they did not identify that. And we felt that with Kansas having such a strong presence with the social emotional learning, that should be included. We also feel like physical education is a wonderful vehicle in order to promote social and emotional learning skills, because so much of it is physiologically based. In addition to that, we also added a standard. We still have 7 standards that we started with, but as we morphed those standards, we added a standalone standard for health-related fitness. The reason why that was done is because of the health crisis in our nation, and we really need to look at being more preventive in what we offer our students as opposed to reactive. And so as we talk about, as they get older and go through curriculum changes, we see that health-related fitness is very important for them to learn how to take care of themselves and have a healthy lifestyle. We also moved portions of the former standard 2 to standard 3. So if you look at the crosswalk, what you're going to see is that the new standard 1 is really focused on the content of what we're going to teach our educational candidates, what they should be teaching in terms of the curriculum that we introduce to them. And that's going to include the social emotional component as well as a sensory movement component because sensory motor was not added as well, and there's a lot of research coming out that sensory motor development is critical with especially children that have behavior disorders or ADHD, and that's showing a lot of decline in behavior. We also changed the word from fitness to lifetime fitness because one of the critical components of physical education now is teaching what we call physical literacy, that people are active for a lifetime and not just when they have to suit up for physical education class, which gets at that preventive health. Standard 2 was added because of the health needs of society. You can see that deals with health-related components as well as skill-related components as fitness. We thought that was important enough to stand alone. The Standard 3, we've morphed from Standard 2, the old Standard 2 and 5. You'll see that that language is much more inclusive. We didn't want to have a separate standard for students with disabilities. We want our program to be as inclusive as possible, and so we combined that in order to add that inclusiveness. On Standard 4 of the new one, what Standard 4 has to do with, again, we combined the old 4 and 7 because we found that there was a lot of redundancy in some of them. So Standard 4 actually has to do with instructional strategies and management, how you teach physical education, K through 12, and what's presented and how you present it to the kids. If you look at Standard 5, that has to do with assessment. Usually that assessment has been combined with another standard, but assessment has become important enough in education that we need to be able to validate what we teach in our curriculum and the growth that we show with our kids. And so that's a standalone standard as well. Another standalone standard that we've added is technology. Technology is such a big part of education today. There are many ways that we can incorporate it into physical education, and we want to make sure that our educational candidates understand how they can embrace technology and use it in their programs and educate their staff about that. And finally, the last standard has to do with professionalism. Physical education candidates or educational candidates in physical education need to be active members of the professional community, both in general education and physical education. And so this really promotes advocacy for the profession. So that's the work that we completed with our standards and the highlights of each, the crosswalk. Are there any questions?
Thank you. We do have at least one. Ann Maw.
Thank you. I was glad to see both the lifelong learning component and the how you make it more exciting, because I know, Randy, I forget what school we were in. We went to 2 PE classes, and one, the kids were doing all kinds of different things, and they were all excited about it, and the next one, it's like, how soon can I get out of here? So what is it they are teaching PE teachers now to get kids excited and keep them lifelong learners in this area?
I think what you'll see is you'll see a focus. You probably won't see an elementary program that's very stagnant because our elementary programs are fairly strong out in the field and pretty diverse in what we offer. It's the secondary programs, and what we're proposing is that we look at a lot more individual or activities that can be done as an individual for a lifetime. And so you'll see the focus on more of those lifetime sports. You'll also see high schools starting to embrace fitness centers for their kids. So it'd be like if you go to Genesis or Bally's, there's a fitness center set up and they have ellipticals and bikes and treadmills and everything, and kids personalize their experience based on their fitness level. So I might be walking at a 12-minute pace, where Sonnen might be running at a 7-minute pace. But that's based on her data that she has. And so you're going to see a lot more smart devices used in the schools now.
Yeah.
And you'll see them able to manage their, for example, I got number 15 up on this slide. And so I can see if I'm in my healthy zone or not.
So we're teaching the teacher candidates
Yes.
how to use these individual
So we're
devices, encourage
purchasing
kids to
smart
use them.
devices that kids
Okay.
can use. We're teaching them how to use it for assessment. We're teaching it to personalize them. And you'll see, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to focus on the
That'd be very cool.
technology.
So
So
the
the
only-
secondary programs really need,
Individualization.
maybe Mark will get upset if
yeah.
I say this, but we kind of need a shot in the arm for our
Yeah,
secondary
they
programs.
really do. They really do. So the only other question is dodgeball, yes?
We
or
don't do
no?
dodgeball.
Don't do, okay.
We don't teach it. My kids give me a hard time. Whenever they want to get me going, they'll just say, dodgeball, Dr. Edwards, and then I'll have to go on a tangent for a few minutes. So it works every time with them. Would you like me to start?
We do have another question.
Okay.
Michelle?
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. It's just it's another comment, but I do appreciate some of the high school PE teachers that are recognizing when they have their heart rate monitors on, if they know that that child is running after school 10 miles, 6 miles, whatever it is. I do like the fact that they're saying, your heart rate's gonna be up for the next hour or so, and they're not forcing that on them and letting them do, like you said, individual things. It's still going to keep them active, but they're not going to be forced to be at a high rate and then go and run 10 miles after school. So I appreciate that they're looking at that and taking notice of that. I really appreciate that.
And one thing you'll see too, and this is still a little bit controversial, but we present it to our secondary students, is online physical education classes. And people think, well, how can you do that? And we need to change, just like education. And with the smart devices, we can monitor that kind of stuff. We can monitor how they work out. We can still teach the concepts that we need to teach out. We don't need to just stand in front of them the whole time. And so you're going to see some of those changes as well with secondary programs. And we do have some excellent secondary programs, so don't get me wrong about that. But we're working on that very hard.
Further questions? Okay, I believe these will come back for action items next month. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you do have any further questions in between now and then, you might get hold of Catherine. She can answer our questions. We want to thank both of you for coming today and presenting to us. It's nice to see the transition going with these content areas also. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. We are, and there she is.
Ta-da. Melissa is walking down.
Okay, we are looking to update the work to strengthen Kansas early childhood systems, and those ye of little faith, we are ahead of schedule.
You all.
We're not done yet.
I know, we're not done. It's the next item or two. I'm thinking, whoa.
We can thank Penny, actually. You all really threw us off. We were, this morning I texted Melissa, I was like, I think we've got plenty of time, and if it's a little after 4, we'll be in good shape, so.
Yeah, and here we are.
I
We're
know.
just like, whoo.
Yeah. There we go. I can kick us off and get started. She's heard us both. We've both been talking about this quite a bit recently, and she has the second half of our presentation. So good afternoon. We are here today to share an update on the work to develop a statewide needs assessment and strategic plan for early childhood in Kansas. And I know that we all have a really strong grounding. We've got to have kindergarten readiness if we want to be able to achieve our Kansans Can vision. And so we know that there's a lot of work there that goes into us supporting communities and educational environments and families and individual children so that we can make that happen. So at the start of the school year, at the start of a kindergarten year, a child is really poised for success in school. We've made really great progress. It's hard to believe that we were last here in September to share an update on this work. We really appreciate that so many that you all have been following along with this work in weekly updates, in attending some of the events that we've hosted over the course of the last year, and for all of your support in making sure that communities understand the importance of this work. So when we were last together, as a brief refresher, we shared a really in-depth update of the work that went into the needs assessment. So over the course of 2019, we engaged more than 6,000 Kansans in this work in a whole variety of ways. That work was supported by a federal grant that was authorized by the Every Student Succeeds Act, and that's work that we did at KSDE collaboratively with our partners at the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund, at the Kansas Department for Children and Families, and at the Kansas Department of Health
health and environment, along with many, many other partners. As part of the needs assessment work, as we're acknowledging partners, there was a great deal of work that went into specifically understanding what our child care workforce looks like in Kansas. Child Care Aware of Kansas played a huge role in that work, along with Kansas Child Care Training Opportunities. And we also, as we were hosting those community engagement sessions, the Wichita State University Community Engagement Institute facilitated them. So we very much appreciated that. We're really excited to say we're in the final design process, hi Melissa, of the needs assessment, and we'll be able to release it in early February to coincide with the next Children's Cabinet meeting. What was really incredible is that just as a reminder, as we were visiting, whether we were visiting with a small cafe of parents where we were having a small focus group, whether we were having big community meetings, when we got down to the end, when we were synthesizing all of this data and figuring out how we condense 6,000 Kansans opinions down into a report, there were two central messages that came through really loud and clear. One is that geography really matters. So where you're at in the state, whether you're in a large community or a small community, the region that you're in, where you live within your community, we saw big disparities and big differences in the data. And so we think that it's important to highlight that and to keep that in mind as we're thinking about this work. Central finding number two is that far too often kids are growing up in families where it's a real struggle to meet basic needs when we're thinking about things like access to food and shelter and medical care. And that's really important when we think about the early childhood system, because we can have the greatest systems for engaging families in parent education and preschool programming in the world, right? But if a family is really struggling to figure out how they're going to put food on the table, it's really hard to focus on any of those other things, because there's a Maslow's hierarchy. There's an immediate need at hand. So we keep those in mind. I'm not going to go through these 8 key findings because I know that you all got to hear them and we talked in depth previously. You've also got a handy handout in your packet that you can use as a reference. And if anybody is interested in deep dives, we've got just a wealth of information available on the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund website. This is, as I said, now in the final design phase, and we think that that report is going to be a really helpful resource for communities to use and for organizations to use in the state, because we know that there are so many efforts happening at the community level to really grow who's at the table and who's engaged in this conversation. So we know that this report is going to be a helpful tool for us to use to support a wide range of work, both at the state and the local level, and we're really excited that it's going to be an accessible document that Kansans can use for many years to come. What we're here to talk about today is how we then used all of this data to shift to developing a state strategic plan. And that's the work that is underway right now and that will be underway for the next couple of months. So there's been quite a bit of data collected and feedback collected to inform this already. And we've done this in a couple of different ways. First, we have working groups that are targeted to addressing specific components of the plan. So way back last January, for instance, we knew that the early childhood workforce was an area where there was going to be particular need to address, because if we want to grow the services that are available in the state, we're going to need professionals available to deliver those services. And that's obviously something that you can't just snap your fingers and have materialize. So we knew that it was something that was critically important for us to address right off the bat. And so our state agency partners and other partners were able to come together and have a workforce work group that over the course of the last year was able to develop some really specific recommendations around things like making sure that we have a complete a database, so to speak, of professional credentials and registry. We have a lot of those things for our licensed, our KSDE licensed personnel, but when we grow that out to thinking about the child care workforce or home visitors, there's not that same data infrastructure. And so even a question like, okay, how many of our early childhood providers in Kansas have taken the basic CPR and first aid training? That's not data that we have in the state. That's all data that lives in paper files and individual programs. So working groups were able to address specific components of this work. The needs assessment, over the course of it, as we were out, we've been asking Kansans, what can we do to close these gaps? And so there were opportunities that were identified as we were out visiting with Kansans. Many of the parent cafes, parents were able to say, here's something that I'd really like to see the state do. So we've been collecting that feedback over the course of the year to inform what we do next. We also, last October, hosted the Governor's Symposium on Early Childhood, and that was an opportunity to bring together over 400 folks from around the state to spend a day first hearing the findings of the needs assessment and then really workshopping the individual components. There was one of my favorite pieces of the whole day. We had boards up around the room that we each were devoted to one of the components of the needs assessment, and we asked at the front, we were like, we've heard a lot about the need to identify opportunities to streamline regulations, and we've heard that loud and clear. We need to dig in a little bit deeper so that we have a specific list of regulations and a specific list of things to tackle. So here is the board where you can go and put those. Please do put your sticky notes of individual opportunities. We ended up having 3 boards full of sticky notes just with that, and there were sticky notes actually on the wall around it and on the legs of the poster, the easel up and down. So we got a good amount of feedback just there to help us get started. We also had individual breakout sessions where we were able to talk about everything from how we can really encourage parent leadership and make sure that parents and families have the opportunity to meaningfully inform the early childhood system, to digging in deeper to issues like the early childhood workforce and creative ways to finance in local communities. The Governor's Council on Education has been working over the course of the last year with a committee specific to early childhood that Melissa co-chairs along with Joe Reardon of the Greater Kansas City Chamber. The Governor's Council made 2 recommendations at their meeting in December, which we'd previewed previously, and those recommendations entail creating a state early childhood advisory council to be able to bring us into compliance with federal law and create a troubleshooting body for some of those opportunities to align regulations among agencies, and 2, the creation of a statewide public-private partnership to be able to grow and expand the amount of financing that we have available to support early childhood. And at our Governor's Symposium on Early Childhood, we had a number of other states come and share their experiences along with local communities of opportunities for these public-private partnerships to work well. So those recommendations are in the process of moving forward. And then the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund, we have their regular meetings, and then we've instituted the practice of after the meeting there is a stakeholders meeting that's open to anybody who cares about early childhood in Kansas who wants to be part of the work to help shape the system. So we've made the commitment to make these available via Zoom for those who aren't able to come join us in Topeka. We have so far not had to find different space. We've been able to accommodate within the spaces that we've had available, and we know that should we get to a place where we need to find larger space, that will be a good problem to have. And so we've had that as an opportunity to workshop throughout the year too. So I know that it's a quick pivot from needs assessing to strategic planning. We knew from the beginning that the needs assessment would give us some pretty clear guidance on where we need to go, because we've done a pretty good job of identifying what problems we have available, what problems we have where we have the opportunity to solve and make progress. And we also have been collecting feedback from stakeholders all during the last year about how we can address individual issues. So we also in December, as kind of we took a page out of the Kansas Can Roadshow playbook and decided that we needed to get back out on the road and take this to communities. We had shared our updates with you, and we had shared updates at the Governor's Symposium on Early Childhood, but we thought that it was really important that we take this information back to communities. And so we hosted roadshows during 2 weeks in December. Melissa and I hit the road, and we were able to have really robust conversations around what individuals, we shared the findings of the needs assessment, and then we had really robust conversations around here's where our goalposts for the strategic plan, what can individuals do to address these, what can communities do with some support perhaps from the state or from others, and then what can the state do. And so at those we gained a whole lot more feedback from stakeholders about what should happen moving forward. So with that, I will turn it over to Melissa. You have a handout in your packet that is this slide but larger, which I would recommend that you grab.
Thanks, Amanda. Well, I appreciate your interest in this and the chance to address you. So I want to talk about the framework for our strategic plan. Writing is taking place. We've gathered all of that input and created an outline, and now we're writing the sections that need to be written to create the final draft of the plan. Across the top, you'll see three topics: strong families, early learning, and healthy development. Those are that creates the backbone of the cabinet investment work. We have what we call the blueprint for early childhood, and those are the three pillars that create the content of the blueprint. And we decided that our strategic plan would continue to frame around those three pillars because they cross the continuum that each of the four agencies involved oversees. So we are committed, we make the commitment to strengthening families by helping meet their basic needs. Kansas kids are prepared for success in kindergarten and beyond when their families have equitable access to quality care and early learning environments. And Kansas kids and families thrive when they have equitable access to comprehensive health and developmental services. Those are the basic concepts that help shape the rest of the strategic plan. So everything we embed in the plan will keep those three concepts in mind. And the plan itself will be structured in a way that we make 4 more commitments, and under those commitments we will have goals that we set, and then below that there will be strategies for achieving those goals so that people can see themselves in the strategic plan, and which is why we asked the 3 questions that we did, because we want an individual to know that the state has a strategic plan for early childhood. This is what I can do to help meet this goal and help move and make progress towards the bigger picture that we see. So the 4 categories that we are focused on really are around leading on workforce development and making sure that we have early childhood professionals who feel a sense of pride in the work they do, that receive appropriate compensation for the very important role they play in child development, and that it becomes an attractive field for people to join because of those reasons, and that we want to support them through professional development opportunities and strategies, and have procedures and pathways in place for people to continue to develop in their career. And so it involves things like a workforce registry that Amanda discussed. It involves helping align the work done in the realm of professional development. It really involves a lot of strategies that also touch the work that, say, the Department of Commerce has programs that might help with workforce development. If they offer an incentive program to a business, we want some family-friendly workplace policies embedded in the conditions of that economic development program. And we've seen along the way, along this journey, a lot of input and influence from economic development entities at all levels. There's interest because I think it's an opportunity with unemployment figures as they are. I think attention is turning to how you help bring people back into the workforce and deal with job openings. The second one is Connected Families, Connected Communities. This is a universe of programs. It primarily, like, big one is the Ages and Stages questionnaire. Your commitment to every kindergarten student being screened with the ASQ screening tool is huge. We know we have a variety of other entities that also use ASQ, and we know that everybody has their own separate account. So using Delaware as our model, Delaware has created a state-level enterprise account with the publisher of the ASQ questionnaire. It's our goal to do the same in Kansas, so that families are, it's appropriate to ask that they be screened and complete the questionnaire, but if they're being asked both by the school and their pediatrician, and also, oh, by the way, they have this other service for their child, and they're also asked, like, they begin to be asked the same thing multiple times. So if we could get one account that questionnaire can be answered through and that data be housed, then it streamlines for both the work we do as a state and for families and their experiences. It's a framework called Help Me Grow, which Kansas adopted through the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, which is a framework for creating a central access point for families to access services. It's been piloted in Kansas. We've got communities that have come on board with great success, and it is our desire to continue to scale that up and out across the state. in conjunction with 1-800-CHILDREN. I know Department of Education has, you all have identified 1-800-CHILDREN as the hotline, the helpline for bullying issues. There are other agencies that also use it. It's run by KCSL. It's been present in the state since 1993. We think that is something to build on as the resource and referral system for families. 1-800-CHILDREN is an easy thing to remember. And so it's easy for families to access and ask their questions and seek advice on where they go to get certain services. But it's also what we envision is investing in the technology behind it so it can become a useful tool for providers to use when the pediatrician's office wants to refer a family. We need the technology behind it, and DCF has identified the resource, and we've evaluated and think it meets the job. So it's something called Aunt Bertha, which will help improve the usability. It'll be an app. I know, maybe not the best name, but it's a really useful resource guide. They can update the guide so that it's current and accurate. And then we have an integrated referral system called IRIS that the cabinet helped pilot. We have communities around the state coming on board with IRIS, another piece of this package to help families get connected with a central access point to help ease transitions and the access to services that families experience. Systems alignment has been a part of this from the beginning. That work is underway and will continue regardless of whether the grant funding is, if the grant work is completed or not, the systems alignment work will live on because we have learned that it really is useful for the four agencies involved to sit down at the table and talk to each other. So the work of aligning the system to optimize the way it works, to be able to leverage resources so that we're not duplicating effort, so that we're working smarter, not harder, and responsibly using state resources, that work is actually some of the more exciting work that we've been doing. And innovation and scaling, which really has to do with one of the two recommendations that came from the Governor's Education Council, the idea of creating a statewide public-private partnership as a hub of innovation to help foster those new ideas and help mentor communities. So that is the Reader's Digest version. We will have the formal needs assessment document, the final finished published report will be presented to the Children's Cabinet on February 7th. And then I think our hope is to present it to you at your February meeting the following week. And it will become a public tool, a document that's available. It will live digitally on the cabinet website. It gets filed with the federal government as part of our PDG grant, preschool development grant, and it will be something that we hope people actually use in their work. February 7th is that cabinet meeting. We will also present the framework for the strategic plan in a little more detail to the cabinet, and then use the balance of February and March to really finalize the strategic plan. We hope to bring the plan to the cabinet April 3rd, same format where we would get final feedback from the cabinet before bringing it here to you all the following week at your April meeting. And then the grant ends as of June 30th. We were able to receive a no-cost extension. The federal government was late providing the funding at the start of the grant, so they have allowed for an extension. So the work will wrap up by the end of June, and we are hopeful that the renewal grant application, there was in the 2020 federal budget, there was some additional funding to enhance the number of awards they can give, and we are optimistic about where Kansas stands in terms of the additional funding that we might receive. A little bit more of that funding to continue the work implementing the strategic plan. So I think Amanda and I both would be willing to stand for questions if you have any.
Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Melissa. I'm looking at the Delaware Department of Education website, and I see a lot of things that we're familiar with, Head Start, early Head Start, parents as teachers. So, a couple of things. Could you remind us what is the initiative that they're doing there that you want to replicate here in Kansas?
Absolutely. So here in Kansas, we have multiple different agencies working to use the Ages and Stages questionnaire, the ASQ tool, which is something that you can use from birth all the way through kindergarten entry. And here in Kansas, we worked with the publisher to develop the version of that tool that's appropriate for students up to the top, up to 5.5 years old, so that it could be used. In Delaware, they've figured out how to make it so that anyone in the state, whether you are a private child care provider, whether you are a school district, whether you're a Part C provider for services with kids with disabilities ages birth through age 3, you can have access to the ASQ. Anybody in the state can get screened, and so the state has one contract with the publisher, and so at the local level, you don't have to have multiple people paying subscription fees. You don't have to be
Okay.
transferring the screening data between programs. And from a state perspective, you get real efficiencies in your ability to save on subscription costs and also to not have kids being screened multiple times within a really compressed time frame.
Okay.
So from like a preschool or a kindergarten teacher's perspective, it's incredibly useful to be able to look at the data for a kindergarten student and be able to see something like, oh, okay, I see that the gross motor skills might be in the monitoring zone, and I can look back and see that that's been a case for this child maybe back to age 3.
All right, very good. The other thing is, I think we have laws on the books that say you have to be a licensed educator to be paid as an educator, something like that. And I'm wondering if we can have another category, a way to welcome, not only embrace parents as teachers, which is kind of part of the picture here, but also when a parent wants to volunteer, we generally welcome them as strictly a docent if there's no money involved. Yeah, come in and help during reading time. But I think there are a lot of parents who would like to make just a couple of bucks helping out during reading time, and I'm wondering what it would take to make that happen. I'm just kind of wondering aloud if you've had discussions about that. Would it be another, would they have to be a para? Would they have to be trained as a para? Is there another category we could come up with? Sub-para, I don't know, reading helper, and be able to, not big money, but a little bit of money. A lot of people are so close to being a volunteer, but they're struggling, and so they can't strictly be a volunteer. We're not talking about Johnson County soccer moms. We're talking about folks who are, struggling to pay the bills. It'd be nice to help them out. What do you think?
Well, so we haven't talked about that specifically. We'll mull on that. We have been doing a lot of work to consider how we can really effectively engage families in their child's learning, because as we know, whether it's through a school-operated parents as teachers program or through another home visiting model, a parent and a caregiver is their child's first and best teacher. And so there is a lot of value to be gained by having really strong family engagement. When we're thinking about licensing, I think it's helpful for us to understand and keep in mind that we have the universe of teacher licensure that applies to a school setting, a K-12 school or pre-K through 12 school setting. That's a separate system and set of requirements than what you might see in a licensed childcare program or a licensed preschool. And so when we're thinking about the workforce, some of those registry pieces are really critical to make sure that we've got the infrastructure in place that we need for people to come in at various points on the pathway and become part of the early childhood workforce.
That was a very nice, politically correct answer. I appreciate it very much.
Well,
I'm just looking to build a bridge here.
And I would just add that part of the beauty of the registry is there is a universe for early childhood of credentials that are stackable that could be, like if somebody, and there are free online tools for achieving certain credentials. So the registry would be the place to house the data that somebody could identify that they have achieved these X, Y, and Z credentials, and that would be then what an employer potentially could look at in determining whether they're. So what I'm saying is for early childhood, you don't need to invest in a bachelor's degree already. So that opportunity exists, but we don't have, our workforce registry, as Amanda said, right now is housed in paper files, in file cabinets at these programs, because they have to provide this data to achieve their license for the program, but it doesn't live, it's not something that can be shared and resourced.
Well, let us know how we can help. Thank you.
Jim McNeese.
Well, thank you very much for your work across the state of Kansas. You know, you've thrown the gauntlet down to Randy. We used to be able to claim we were the largest, study in the state, and 6,000. Randy, they smoked us. Good work.
Thank you.
Some things, and following up on, in some ways, what Steve was talking about. One of the challenges is that there are, as you mentioned at the governor's, there are oases and there are deserts of support, of opportunity and services. How do we change that? In rural Kansas, there are towns and counties that don't have any.
I had a meeting today with the Office of Rural Prosperity. Childcare is one of the 3 focus areas. They have some working groups, and it's something they heard on their journey around the state. So I think that based on the conversation this morning, not speaking out of turn, to share that there will be some coordination of effort on that topic. So we know the broadband expansion that the legislature is involved in taking up. That is something we heard on our journey, that those free online credential programs are hard to access if you don't have reliable internet, aren't they? So these are issues where we have to stop thinking about silos, and we have to remember that this is one state, and we all share a vision for our kids, and we can work together across these different sectors to achieve those goals. So that's the beauty of this work that's gone on, is we have opened up lines of communication across agencies that didn't really exist as robustly as they do now, and that will serve us well.
Another issue that could go for your breaking down silos is a number of rules, regulations, and requirements that different agencies have within the state for good purpose,
Right.
but become oppressive for someone to start a daycare or preschool. That are almost archaic in some ways, but very often have some basis in protecting kids. But at the same time, in today's world, don't make the same sense or are the same threat that they were in the past.
Or aren't applied uniformly. That's one of those
yes.
those things that we've heard a lot about, and I don't think anyone wants to jeopardize the safety of the children in our care. In our state licensed facilities, we would like more facilities to be licensed rather than the unlicensed care that exists. But we do have to make it so that the programs themselves can manage that task of living up to those requirements. And so that is part of, I would say, put that in the systems alignment bucket. And those are those conversations going on with or without extra federal funding. That alignment conversation is actively happening, and we are working on some solutions to make things easier.
Well, I can tell you as a principal of a high school, and my wife running a daycare, she had more rules and regulations and inspections than I ever saw.
Well, all of our funding streams have different requirements. So we are looking at how we align expectations and requirements across that universe of programs so that there's one checklist to open up a child care facility rather than having to pass 3 different types of
3?
inspections.
Only 3?
Or whatever. But yeah,
But a 600-pound gorilla or 1,200-pound gorilla in a room is, we don't pay these people anything.
Right.
There's nobody goes, oh, well, I'm going to do this, or this is going to be my road to. Many of the workers are eligible for other services, the supports, and that's just that. And already it's expensive. I mean, you're paying for daycare. It's almost cheaper to send your kid to college. But then again, the money isn't transferring into the hands of the folks. And I'm not saying, because there's so many things that do happen. But until we get that money thing worked out, there's no incentive, to change the rules or to put them in rural Kansas or.
We're working on it.
Yeah, well, it's just, we pay college professors to teach virtually no classes and no kids, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and here's these daycare people who are basically, 25, 26 kids, and they're getting, minimum wage and
And
no health care,
benefits.
no benefits.
And we're very much, we're keeping that in mind.
I know
one
you
piece
are. I
that-
just want to
oh,
get it
yeah,
out in the
yeah.
public. I just want to get it out as a voice in the wilderness to those that are listening, that we know and understand.
Well, and there is one piece where we would really appreciate all of your help and the help of everybody who's listening, because one opportunity that we've identified that is mostly free is just taking the opportunity to elevate the importance of childcare professionals. So recognizing that they are educators, including childcare providers, and things like Teacher Appreciation Day. I mean, we've got opportunities as leaders in the state to really make clear that their work is critically important and valuable, and so we appreciate the work that all of you do to elevate the childcare profession.
In my journeys, I have found that other states provide other services or provide access to other services that we do not provide to the preschool providers. For instance, purchasing. They can purchase through their cooperatives and through their school district, but we're prohibited sometimes from doing that, or districts aren't interested, but more districts may be interested if they knew they could do it.
Well, Thursday morning, I'll be presenting a workshop at the Kansas Association of School Boards meeting that pertains to transitions and community collaborations. Those are the types of ideas that we'll be discussing, ways that the districts themselves can partner with programs in their communities. So I thank you
That would
for
make a big difference, right to the cafeteria, so that you can get milk,
Mhm.
those kinds of things. Yeah, thank you.
And
And
Mal?
thanks for staying on it.
And Mal?
you. Amazing amount of work. There's a couple things I'm looking for, though. One is, who's in charge of putting the plan, making the plan happen? Because there's no responsibility assigned anywhere. And to say, Kansas will champion innovation and create opportunities to invest in the future of Kansas kids. Okay, who's supposed to do that? And the reason I'm concerned about this is we went out and got the grant, right? I mean, we made this happen. I think we have a special responsibility to make sure the plan is implemented, but there's no responsibility in some of it, like Kansas is on the cutting edge of innovative and future-oriented practices that transform the lives of young children and families. That's not really a goal.
That's the high level, and from that flows we begin to get to specific strategies. And I think in that, when we come back to you later this year with the more fully drafted plan, you will see more particular work that.
And assignments of responsibility. I mean, somebody's got to be in charge or nobody's in charge.
Right. The cabinet will be in the lead for this work. For the renewal grant, the shift was made. We appreciate the leadership shown by the Department of Education on the implementation, or the planning grant that has been funding this work this year. But through the course of the year, it became apparent that given the statutory responsibilities assigned to the cabinet, that we actually we took the lead in the application for the renewal funding, and are really stepping up into that role of coordination across agencies, which is embedded in our
So you're saying
statutory
that the children's
guidelines.
cabinet's going to make all this happen?
We
or
will
be in charge of
coordinate,
making sure it happens?
and it will be our job to direct traffic, if you will, to help work with the agencies to assign. So I might come here to a board meeting with a component of the strategic plan that really should be supervised and worked on through the auspices of the State Board of Education and your leadership and attention to whatever the proposals might be. We will be working with the agencies involved, and it may be beyond the scope of just the four agencies that are part of this project. We see a role for Department of Commerce and Board of Regents with articulation agreements, and there are a variety of other agencies that we might need to call into the conversation. That is one of the statutory responsibilities of the cabinet, is to coordinate across state agencies. So we felt it appropriate to assign the cabinet that role to help coordinate with the agencies involved to help direct that work. So it's not doing the work for you, but it's bringing you the elements that we would appreciate your help and attention.
Okay, because like you said, a lot of these things, I mean, like I said it on a number of the, focus groups, and they said, well, we don't have childcare in our town. We don't have pre-K education in our town. We don't have any childcare after 5 o'clock. So those things need to be part of the goals. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work. I know you were in Emporia the same day. I was in Emporia, but I was at Emporia State that day, and I believe it was Amanda that said, stick with your original plan and don't come by. And I kind of regretted it because I got a 2-page report that I then had to read, and it was probably much better to just attend. But I really do appreciate you visiting these communities, and again, getting data from all of our counties. That is a feat. And to piggyback off of what my colleague next to me said I have communities that don't have early childhood. But I was reminded last week at a school visit it is a consolidated school district, services 6 different communities, and I walked into their preschool room, which is mixed funded of the pilot money and the at-risk money, and they have a door greeter, a designated greeter, and they break whatever they're doing, walk to the door, which is clear across this classroom, came up to me. I'm not going to use the student's real name, but he said, "Hello, my name is Adam. Welcome to preschool. What is your name?" As you walked in the door, and he did it to the superintendent, which was right next to me. Like, the superintendent guy, but that's true. But that's why we're doing this work, is to make sure that those communities, 6 rural communities that go together in a consolidated school, have access to those services, because kindergarten readiness is a big part of this. And we've got to get this right. We have one shot. One shot. If we get it wrong, we will never, I don't know that we'll ever be able to reverse course and fix it. So we've got to get this right, and realizing that we have private providers. I've got several communities that's the direction they've chose. The school district does not offer preschool, not because there's not the need. They already have a private system in place that works in their advantage, and they don't want to see that go away. So I appreciate that comprehensive plan. And just for clarification, what was submitted in November exactly? I saw I retweeted it, so I.
Yep. So in November, we, along with 45 other states, submitted a request for federal grant funding to take the things that we identified in our strategic plan and put some of them into practice. It included funding for things like building the data infrastructure for an early childhood integrated data system. I promise that as soon as we have news to share, that Randy will share it in Friday Notes, and we'll make sure that you all are very well aware of it. We don't have news that we can share yet.
Yeah, and I assume not on that front, but I was making sure but the strategic plan isn't all the way done yet.
No, and our federal partners understood that we, along with 45 other states, were submitting requests for funding for plans that had not yet been developed. So there's flexibility there.
Okay, leave it to the feds, I guess. That's nothing that we can fix or anything like that. But my understanding of that was correct.
Yes.
For that. So I do want to extend, again, my appreciation. This has been something that's been at the forefront of my mind, as you guys have seen this last year. And we've got to get this right. And if we're going to prepare our kids for success after school, it starts before school and with families and communities. And it's the backbone of Kansas. And I look forward to the work and the strategic plan when it's formulated. And thank you, gals, for the work that you've done. And your many assorted helpers along the way. I know it was a whole team, and you're just 2 people of a large team. Thank you.
If I may offer some perspective, I think as we have the legislative session underway, and you all will have various degrees of contact with lawmakers along the way. I think when people talk about student achievement outcomes, accountability for the way funding is used, it all starts with early childhood. And I think that, the importance of appropriate investment in our kids and making sure that they achieve your Kansans Can goal of arriving at kindergarten ready for success, I think it involves the investment in this universe of programs. And I would hope that we can all help share that message as conversations unfold.
Thank you both for your work and your tireless work on this, and we'll look forward to that Friday note, whichever Friday it comes. But thanks for your work, and as you continue on your strategic plan. I know there's a lot more work to do on that, and we'll look forward to additional feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for the regulation update. Now, I would draw your attention to page 161, because it gives you the summary of things that Scott's going to go over. And I'm sure you'll go over the summary, but then you'll also probably go over the details within. But there's a lot of information in here, but it all kind of, from what I see, is about 4 main components.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And candidly, the summary that I've provided you on page 161, most of you will recall, I believe 3 of you were not here last time that the State Board voted on the regulations. That's why I wanted to make sure that you had the complete set in front of you. I will kind of give you a caveat/warning. There's going to be other changes, and there are other changes that have been done over the past 2.5 years that you have not seen and I've not brought to you before, because most of those are purely grammatical in nature, and my office has been authorized, if it's a grammatical change, I don't bring it back here every single time. The only reason why we've brought the changes forward today are there are some, I would consider small policy changes that I don't think the board will have any problems with, but you still need to give me the authority to use the language that we're proposing. I will tell you that this will result in the regulations going back before the Department of Budget and then the Department of Administration to approve the language, which I don't think is going to be very problematic at all, and then back to the Attorney General's office for review and hopefully have these fully adopted within the next year. That's certainly our goal. If I could point your attention to page 172 of your materials, that is going to be the first place in the regulations where there's a material change. And it's the same summary that I've already given you on page 161. I just thought you might want to see it. About halfway down the page on page 172, where it says, before an education system shall be considered for an accreditation rating above not accredited, the education shall be in good standing. And then in G, each education system seeking accreditation shall meet the minimum requirements. And those requirements, 1 through 8, for the most part, have been the same requirements you've had for decades. They were the same requirements that you had under QPA. We've tweaked the language a little bit. The changes in number 6. Prior to this suggested amendment, the requirement was for local schools to offer curricula that satisfied or give the opportunity for students to meet the qualified admission standards of the Kansas Board of Regents. As you're all aware, Kansas Board of Regents is phasing out qualified admissions effective in 2021. At least my understanding is that's the most recent draft of the regulation I've seen. They're phasing it out for the class of 2021. Because they will no longer have qualified admissions, there's no reason for the state board to require that kind of a curriculum. I think that you'll see in the rest of your requirements, you're meeting all of the goals that you would expect that a high school or at least any education system would meet. So the state scholarship program will remain in place, but we've just removed that reference to qualified admissions from the regulation. By the way, feel free to stop me anytime, and I'm very sorry for not giving you a PowerPoint presentation. I'm the only thing for you to look at, other than the paper in front of you.
Maybe as we go through kind of bigger sections, is this kind of a bigger section, Scott, because you had the 1 through 8?
It is.
Okay. Ann, do you have a question? You might use your mic.
I mean, to me, this is the big elephant. We've talked about, okay, K-Board's going to do this, now what are we going to do? So if what we're going to do is what's proposed here, it's just like, go teach whatever you want. We're not replacing, I thought we would have a big discussion about, do we want to replace that with our own list of required classes or not?
For what it's worth, you do have a list of your required classes elsewhere within the regulations.
So it's
4 hours of
somewhere.
English, 3 hours of math, or whatever those exact
Yeah,
requirements are.
so that doesn't go away.
That
It's
doesn't
just
go
a
away.
reference to KBOR.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
I was hoping the whole list didn't go away before we had a chance to talk
Of
about it.
which never was required.
Right.
School districts had to offer that curriculum to any student that wanted to fulfill the region's requirements.
So what happens then if we approve this regulation? Does that list of,
It goes back to your original course outlines of what you had. There'd be no more regions requirements
right,
that
but it'd be
school
our
districts had to
requirement?
offer.
Would we
So,
be
oh,
required?
that's still there.
That's still there,
That's still there.
okay. Very good, just eliminates the KBOR reference. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Seeing nothing else, going on to 913140 under sanctions, and I know this was a discussion that came up last month. This is on page 187 of your materials. Sorry. And I know that you've all seen how the regulations, how they are written. As a reminder, if you see something that is underlined, that's the new language. If there's a strike through it, that's the language that's being removed. So you'll see on page 187, under sanctions, little b, if one or more of the following sanctions may be applied in response to any of the circumstances specified above. In other words, if you move a school from accredited to not accredited or conditionally accredited, here are the things that you're saying you have the authority to do. Under previous language, you indicated that you would issue an order that a district personnel or resources would be reassigned or reallocated. And then you also had the language in 2 that an order that the local board of education hire one or more designated persons. Candidly, you don't have the authority, even under this, to order a local district to do anything, but you do have the order to strongly recommend that they make these changes in order to be accredited. That was language that came about and was corrected through the adoption process, but that's a pretty significant change in language, so I want to make sure you were aware of it.
Probably relates to the previous federal, where we had to have schools that had to reorganize.
I
Or
believe
they
that's
had to,
correct.
yeah, I'm sure that's what that relates to. I
believe
have a
so.
question, Ben Jones.
Yeah, and it's just title. And for seamlessness, I guess in conduct, is there a difference between a local education agency, LEA, and a public education system?
No, they're the same exact thing.
Okay, so I guess my question goes, instead of calling public education, can we call them LEAs in the document? I mean, it's typically a wording thing. It's just, for somebody like me who's dumb on certain things, this is one of them, that it just creates an easier transition, because if you know what an LEA is, then it's uniform across there. Now, I know there's probably some legal reason you're about to give me that's 8 miles long, but that's just
Then I'll say there's a legal reason I could give you that's about 8 pages long.
Oh, good. I like those.
Candidly, this is the language that took 2.5 years to get to this point. And yes, and certainly in the training and all the technical assistance that's given to districts, that's how it's going to be explained. But we do have to refer specifically to the public education systems, not the private systems.
Yes.
You wouldn't have the ability to
But the
make these
private
recommendations
systems
for
wouldn't
private.
be a local educational, would
And
private
that's-
systems be LEAs?
And that's why we don't call them LEAs in this part of the
Okay, so
sentence.
private would be an LEA as well.
Yes.
Okay, that answered
To-
that question. I understood that one.
For these purposes, yes.
Okay, that explained why we use the wording that is in there. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I promise you that all the wording that we use in these documents is intentional.
As long as I know why, we're good.
I have a question from Jim Porter.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to this recommendation that you just referred to. The fact is that they're going to have to do something different, or they're going to remain unaccredited. So a strong recommendation from us, and if you don't do anything, you don't get accredited, is pretty strong. Maybe equal in fact to an order.
Functionally, yes.
Okay, so we really haven't hurt ourselves here.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Yes, I think you could certainly phrase it as, well, I'm not going to order you to do this, but I think it'd be a really, really good idea for you to do this if you expect to be accredited. Yeah. I would imagine that to be the case. Yes. Yes.
Can you explain to the board, who's the recommendation to?
Oh, that would be the recommendation to the actual governing body of whatever entity is you've accredited. So we recommend school district, USD, whatever number. That's what you're going to do.
Legally, is that recommendation to the school district, to the school board, to, I know it says public education system, who does that directly go to?
Directly, I would suggest you're going to send it directly to the locally elected board because they are the governing body for that entity.
Because I've been in this seat. Whenever you send something to the board, what address do you use?
I don't know.
Because if it goes to the school district, it could never get to the board. If it goes to the address of the school board president, it gets to the board.
That's probably a technical assistance question that I would imagine that if it ever got to that point, we're probably going to send it to a few different addresses and make sure it gets to the right people. If that makes, and. Okay.
Wouldn't you send it to the clerk of the board?
That would be one person we would send it to, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I will share with you that I have a legal obligation in certain times to send orders. And when I do that, or as a hearing officer, I send it to the clerk of the board president, and the superintendent, and I think that's it for the district. And I have yet to have anybody tell me, well, we didn't get it. So.
Okay, all right, go ahead, please.
So that's, yes. Sorry.
Guys, don't forget to use your microphones, please.
Sorry.
3132, is that also related to KBOR? Why did we wipe out have to take the assessments?
And which page are you referring to?
169.
I would go out
Yeah,
on a limb,
jumped
and
up.
the
I'm
language
reading.
that you're referring to that was wiped out before was
Yeah.
probably replaced by later language. And
Okay.
it's just stylistically, when you're writing a regulation, that's how you have to do it. Now, as far as policy reasons as to why that was done, there's two people in the back of the room that could probably answer that better than I can. But, and I would say, candidly, the only thing that you're voting on today are these proposed changes. Everything else has already been approved unless I am told otherwise. Now I'm looking at page 191.
I missed that before.
By the way, what I would share with you for what it's worth is 91, 31, 31 through 40 is what I'd consider kind of the heart or the nugget of KISA. That is all material that the state board has voted on before and that the agency has been implementing for the past few years. 91, 31, 43 is a new regulation, and this stems from a recommendation from one of the task forces. And this is essentially requiring all accredited education systems to provide annual training regarding child abuse and neglect mandated reporters. And frankly, it's the short version is they are required to provide training to all of their staff.
So this is one of those compliance checks, is what this one, and I think the next one is too, that they're required to do.
That's right. I believe that to be accurate, yes.
Right, and we don't have the big document, that we have on KISA in front of you, but that bottom are compliance issues, and this is a compliance issue. So you have to do this to be in compliance with the law and regulation.
Is this full and part-time both? Excuse me.
Yes.
Full and part-time
Yes.
employees.
It just,
Yep. And yes, this will fall under, for what it's worth, if I may. We have an umbrella statement within the KISA that says you must be in compliance with all state and federal laws and regulations. Well, here's a regulation that will be in place So in order for you to even be in good standing, you would have to comply with this. That's how we're incorporating it into the compliance under accreditation.
Question from Jim Porter.
Can the training here be differentiated? For instance, like, is it, the person that's there the first year may be different in their knowledge than the person that's been there 20 years. So does the school district have the authority, like bloodborne pathogens, you do the same thing every year forever, and so I did that 13 years in a row. And paid attention maybe the first half of the first year. So is it possible to differentiate it because different people have different needs?
I would say yes, except, and this is why I didn't want to put it in the regulation. Your obligation to report is the same if it's the first day in your job or if you've been there for 50 years.
Right.
Does not change. And I would strongly suggest that everybody receive the same training because your legal obligation is the same. And you wouldn't want the schools to put employees in the position of, well, I didn't receive that level of training, so I guess I'm not as obligated to report it as a school superintendent. But that's a policy issue. I don't believe there's anything in this regulation that would prevent the schools from differentiating the training. If that answers, hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that answers my question.
Okay. And then on 913144, these are the recommendations, or some of the recommendations from the Dyslexia Task Force. Some of the recommendations are going to be implemented in other areas, but as it relates to compliance for accreditation purposes, we believe that we've captured what the Dyslexia Task Force has asked for.
And where is that, Scott?
That is on page 191, or 192, I apologize. It's 192 through 195. For what it's worth, I would suggest that the changes or the language we've proposed in 913144, there are going to be tweaks between this month and next month when we ask you to vote on these. I don't know that they're going to be substantive. The goal was we wanted you to see what we're thinking. This would be the initial framework. If you hear comments or suggestions, or if you have questions, by all means, email me or give me a call and we'll see what would be most appropriate.
Ben Jones.
On the dyslexia task force, was the school psychologist on that list of those that were?
As I remember they were, isn't that right, Jim?
I thought it was 4 areas, not 5.
You're referring to the staff shall be provided to the following staff?
195, yeah.
Right.
I guess it's professional development, not the licensure issue, sorry. If I would have read the title.
So, and that, I will tell you, that was a bit of a struggle of determining, well, what's going to be the requirement for the training that has to be provided? Are we going to do it by the type of classroom they're in? Are we going to differentiate it by their job title or what their level of licensure is? And as you see, we're based it on what endorsement that person holds. If you hold that endorsement, you are required to receive that professional development.
Okay, so a school psychologist required to have the dyslexia?
The school psychologist are the people that diagnose.
Oh, the people that diagnose. Okay. This is me coming from the outside looking in, so.
They're one of the people that.
They're one of the people. I remember the rest of them we had specifically talked about before, but school psych was not one of them. But they were specifically listed, and so that was like, I don't remember that scene on the list, but I'm okay with it. So thank you for that answer. Appreciate it.
That I remember it either.
And if you have any, sorry, if there's more.
Randy.
More comments.
This is, you spend a lot of time here at the state board and you don't really review regulations very often. And so when you talk about vaping and you have some guidelines or you have a discussion, you're giving suggestions to school districts, model standards, you're giving suggestions. Local school districts can take those and do with those what you want. When you put things in regulation, you're requiring them to do so or they cannot be accredited school in Kansas. That's a much different level. And so that's why you don't see your state board putting up everything that you do in regulation because there's just been this historic balance that you try to strike between local control with suggestions and input and state mandate. That's never a perfect world, but you try to strike that. So I just point that out. You don't see regulations come very often. Some of you have been here several years and probably seen this maybe twice, in changes. And I just want to point out the difference and why it has to, and this goes through a lot of legal hands that have to be an exact wording that maybe we wouldn't use sometimes, or Department of Administration doesn't sign off, or the Attorney General doesn't sign off, and it never becomes regulation. So I just wanted you to be aware that's the difference of what's going on here versus some other things that you talk about.
Yeah, Ann?
Thanks. I finally found what I was looking for. It was in 3135, the list of courses, and that we require the 21 credits, and these are what the 21 look like. Why did we put KBOR in there before if we essentially mirrored what they did for qualified admissions anyway? Or was there a difference? Was there a little difference? A lot of difference.
28 hour, what is it, 26 or 28 credits?
Yeah, that's
No.
that's the state minimum requirement for
21.
graduation, is 21.
Yeah. Oh, they had 24, didn't they?
Yeah, it was a little different, as I remember.
They required, if I remember, Jeanette's going to help me here, but they required a physics class specifically. They required a foreign language. They required some things that you had to have that were not part of the core requirements for accreditation. I don't know, and Jeanette's going to help, maybe Michelle too, of the vast majority of school districts go way beyond this minimum in setting the amount of credits for graduation. Over 90%, right?
Right.
Where you really get into this is, in juvenile justice or foster care, where you have kids moving all the way around and they can't establish. And you
Right.
say, we're just going back to the 21 credits in the
21, yeah.
core because, I'm at Topeka High and they have this, and the next week I've been moved to Oswego and they have this requirement. And all of a sudden the kid gets caught and that they don't have the right requirements. So you'll see in those cases, in juvenile justice and in foster care and some others, where they do use the 21, but in the vast majority of school districts, it's 24, 26, 28, maybe as high as 30 credits.
Well, my concern is kids who really do want to go to college. If we don't set up some requirements that get them ready for college, we're not meeting our own goal of sending them off to college without remediation, because they're going to go, oh, I flew through high school because I didn't have to take that stuff, and now I'm at college and I'm not ready.
Except, yes, but I would say, except you've adopted individual plans of study for every child that are
Right,
to meet
and that's
their-
in here now.
And that's in here.
Yeah.
And that individual plan, if a student says, I want to be an engineer, and I want to be prepared to be an engineer, then you better be ready to provide that student the math and the science and the things that they need to go get that. That's now in regulation. That's what I think makes up the difference, I think, in the qualified admissions. If the individual plan of study is followed, then unless the student changes their mind later on, they should be prepared for whatever they chose to go do.
I'm just concerned we don't have enough counselors and people out there to say, I know nobody said you had to have physics, but I'm telling you, you got to have physics. And they go, oh, I don't need physics. I think I'll try it without it. And then down the road, the legislature's accusing us of not getting kids ready for college. So
No,
anyway.
We never said that. We have to get kids ready to college. We got to get them ready for post-secondary.
That's true, but I'm just thinking for kids who do go to college, and there's a
Right.
lot of kids who go to college. So anyway, it's a discussion we ought to have sometime.
Well, and I do think we'll have the discussion before long about how do we move forward without qualified admissions. Okay, Scott, are we good?
That's all I have for you. This is a receive item. I'll be bringing them back to you in some form next month for you to vote
Okay.
on them, hopefully.
Thank you, and we're going to take a little break.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Before we go on. Thank you.
You're doing a good job, Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
science, because there was.
Okay, board members, if we could come back to the table, please.
Kansas Citizens for Science, that's how that got started.
Yeah.
So
actually that spun up all that
Kansas Citizens for Science began because of.
Okay,
Evolution standards is what created.
looks like everybody's pretty much back. Having a few little sidebars still going on here. Mr. Dennis? Okay, we are ready for our legislative conversation with Dale and Craig. So welcome you.
Thank you. I wish we knew what was in the governor's budget. If any of you know, you could report it. That'd be helpful.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Anyway, we will try to get that in the Friday letter as soon as we can. We won't get access to that until Thursday after the budget director makes his presentation on the budget to the legislative budget and Ways and Means Committee. So we won't get that till sometime after noon on Thursday. And it'll take a little bit to analyze all that. But there's two things I want to talk about today that I think is extremely important. One is we gave you a little brown sheet. And I want you to look at the last line. This was stuck in there at the last minute by a legislator that's no longer there. Yeah, on the first side, the full page. Yeah, July 1st, expires July 1 of 2020. That is extremely critical. And we also gave you a printout last year on, that's high density at risk. If that goes down the tube, this is the low end of what schools would lose. They'll lose a little more than that because the base goes up, multiplying by a bigger number. So this is $50 million, a little over, and it would go up somewhere around 53 or 4 million. And the governor will have the money in the budget. That don't make any difference. That one proviso has got to go. Now, we've talked, there's going to be a bill introduced to do that. That would do that. I told a committee I met with yesterday, it sure would be nice if they got it done early. Let me give you an example of what I mean by that. Let's take Wichita. In Wichita's case, it's 14 million. It's an attention getter, 14 million. But it is on many other districts. You're afraid to negotiate till you know. You with me? You're afraid to negotiate salaries till you know whether you got it or you don't have it. So, and that's big time. And so, anyway, we tried to stress this, and we know a bill is going to be introduced that will correct it. We know it's in the governor's budget. It was in our allocation, and we've talked to them about it, and there's not a problem with her. She's got the money in there. All we have to do is eliminate that one little line. Simple. Yeah, but it's you know, and also I'll say this, and I really believe this. I believe if this failed, we're back across the street. You take $53 or $4 million, that we'll go back across the street. This is important that it get corrected. And think who it affects. I mean, I don't have all the numbers memorized, but you got Wichita, Turner, Kansas City, Garden City, Dodge City, Winfield, Ark City. You go down the list. It's substantial.
Dale, who it affects are the poorest kids in our state.
That's right. And also, there's a provision in here, and Senator Boullier gets the credit for this, in my opinion. There's a provision in there if on high density at risk that if you have a school like in Olathe, I think Olathe, Shawnee Mission, several of those may not qualify for high density at risk, although Shawnee Mission is coming along pretty strong on poverty. But if you have an attendance center that qualifies, you get the high density at risk. And so that gives you money, and it's probably a pretty good idea because it helps that school where that is. I want to go.
The emphasis is just what Randy said. It is our poorest children, and that goes to equity.
Sure does. That's the reason I said that I truly believe that if this didn't happen, that we'll be back across the street. Because 54 million, they'll do it. I think they'd do it in a New York minute, don't you, Randy? And wouldn't bat an eye. And I think the court would rule on it rather quickly, because they just approved it a year ago. Okay, one more thing. Craig, let's give them this sheet here. I want to talk about special ed for a minute. Just that one. Yep. Special ed excess cost. Now just follow me. What that excess cost percentage really means is we're supposed to fund 92% of the cost above the cost of a regular child, quote regular, if there is any, whatever it is, mathematically. Well, we're about 110 million short. So what are schools doing? They have to take that out of their general and supplemental fund to make it up, because special ed, you got to fund it. You got to do that. Now, what I come up with a little sheet here just to show you, because it's kind of and we're going to drop. We're at 75% this year. We'll drop to 72, and the law says 92. Now, it'd be nice, and once in a while this happens, it'd be nice if the federal government would pay what they're authorized to pay. They're authorized to pay under their formula. It's a little weird formula, but it says 40%. We're at about 17 or 18. If the federal government paid what the law allows, we'd be probably another 110, 15 million. We'd be there if they funded what their law allows. Now, take a look at this right here and sheet. I want you to just think mathematically with me for a minute. We're adding $7.5 million a year in state aid on $1 billion budget. That's a pretty small percentage. So we're going downhill, because transportation goes up a little bit every year. Not much, but they've been a good job at that, transportation, and we've added additional staff. There's a lot of vacancies in special ed. You've had your report, I think, or if you're not, you're going to on vacancies. Special ed will be number one. And this is particularly true in the rural areas of the state. Western Canada's got a big shortage of special ed teachers. But we believe in next year that you'll see in 18-19, the amount per teacher was $30,000. Okay, we'll get $7.5 million more. You fund the additional teachers, you fund transportation, and there's a little catastrophic comes out of there. You take that out, and we think this year we're going to drop to about 29.8, and next year we'll drop to 29.510. And the other thing that makes it a little difficult on the local level, when you give teachers a raise, whatever it is, you base it on the salary schedule and it applies to everybody. Special ed teachers will get the same raise. So if they get a 3.5%, 4% raise, whatever it is, why, their cost goes up. And if we don't turn it around and get a little money in here, what's going to happen is it just has to come out of the pot. You take it away from the others.
And I want you to remember, no special ed kid loses services. That has to happen by law. What happens is the transfer of money out of supplemental and general happens to go take care of this excess, which then means you're shorting the regular ed kid because they don't have a requirement that they have to be met first. So in case you get a parent saying, well, we're shorting special ed, must mean my kid's not getting what they know. That's not the case. That money's coming to those students. It's just not coming in the form of the federal and the state government paying the excess cost to educate that student.
Now, the other thing is this board, if you recall, if there's any money underspent, you recommended it go for special ed. Remember that? And this year, because enrollments didn't go up, new facilities is being done away with, we come up with about $35 million. So it would take about 25 million to let our percentage break even. Like we're at 75 this year, we're going to 72. That 3%, about 25 million, we get pretty close to breaking even. So I want you to know about that. And the other thing that's interesting, school people are starting to talk more about this and concerned about it. Tomorrow morning, I got a meeting with a representative from over in Johnson County, and he's got a couple of people patrons coming in, good legislator, nice guy, I don't know him well, but the parents are involved a little bit and wanting to know what needs to be done. And he's called up. So anyway, we're getting a little support, I think.
Dale, when do we get to the point where we have concern about maintenance of effort?
About what?
Maintenance of effort in special ed?
Maintenance of effort, as a general rule, we're okay if the state aid equals to the prior year. Now, they'll
Okay.
take that into account, Madam Chairman. For example, they won't plug in the 35 million that we have carried over. They won't plug that in unless they think they can do it for the next couple of years. Because
Right.
once you do it once, you got to do it next year. And they'll think about that. But I know one legislator is going to make a concerted effort to try to plug in 25 million in that range because he thinks they can sustain that over the years. Well, anything helps right now. Anything would be helpful. Anyway,
But if we're starting to drop, I guess it's the teacher amount, it's not the overall amount that's dropping a little bit.
that's right, because we're adding a few teachers, and what happens is, in that arena, been down that road a little bit, and what happens is, we save kids we used to lose, with me, medically, and we have a lot, kind of a large number of fragile children in special ed, and it just takes a lot of staff.
Ben Jones, and then Janet has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that money not being spent this year because of a drop in enrollment, that 35 million?
Yeah, it's at least
In
that.
that ballpark, and it came up in a meeting I was at last week. Does that take legislative action to be able to give permission to spend that money?
Yes,
Okay.
because it's appropriated to a certain line item, and
Okay.
the governor may have decided to use it for something else. I don't know, but we won't know that until we get the budget. But yeah,
That's-
we've been talking about this quite a bit out in the field.
Yeah, I heard it from superintendents last week. is who
Good.
I heard
I'm
it
glad
from,
they was
so-
listening. That's good.
With legislators, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Dale, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. We got 75% this year, right? And we're going to all get 72 next year, right? And they're supposed to pay 92?
That's correct.
Now, is that
92% of the excess cost.
Of
And there's a
excess
formula in the law,
cost.
formula telling you how to do it. We're at 75 going to 72.
Now, is that 92 a state law?
Yes,
Okay, okay. Then are the feds, how much do the feds pay?
well, they gave us about $105-6 million. It's been the same for about, I don't know, Craig, what do you say, 6-7 years, something like that, 8 years. It had, Title I and special ed has not gone up appreciably for 5 or 6 years, 7 years.
Do they have a percentage they're supposed to pay?
They have a percentage they're authorized to pay. Remember when I said a minute ago, they're authorized to pay up to
Okay.
40% of their formula, and they're about 17 or 18.
Okay. Then my last question is, this is my final one. What, you have special ed teachers, I mean, here, what does this money pay for? What about paras and I've been contacted
I'm glad-
recently
yeah,
about
Paras
this.
is very, very important in the special ed world.
Right.
And teachers will tell you that also.
Oh, yeah.
And they're counted as 4/10, and in this number, paras are counted as 4/10. The definition is special teacher. Paras are counted 4/10, regular teachers are counted 1.0.
Steve Roberts?
Do we have any, thank you, Madam Chair, do we have any perverse incentives? And I'm not trying to be cynical, I'm just trying to get a grasp of things, and I've done a lot of things in this world, and sometimes there are perverse incentives. The incentives aren't what we want them to be. And without casting any aspersions, I just want to ask the question, are there any areas where the incentives are wrong, where people can maybe claim something that maybe they shouldn't? That sort of thing. I'm just
Yeah,
asking.
That's a good question, and in my opinion, the answer is no, and I'll tell you why. When a teacher is identified with an IEP, the cost of the district goes up. The cost of the district goes up, so there's not a financial incentive. They may have to transport the child, there may be several other things, but See, it's 92% of excess cost. We're at 72. So if he is at 92, it'd still cost you 8%. So no, there's no fun. Some people misunderstand that. Well, they identified him as special ed to get more money. Heavens no, it costs you. Cost you more money. There's no incentive, in my opinion, to do that.
Okay, and it'd be the same thing for free and reduced lunch, I presume? Same dynamic? There's no perverse incentive with free and reduced lunch?
Not really, except on free and reduced price lunch. The federal law governs that. The federal law funds it, and we have to follow the audit on that. The schools have to audit 3%, as I recall. And if somebody wanted, here's what happened. You could have a pretty good, it's income. You could have a pretty good net worth. But if you didn't have any income, you might qualify for free lunch. You with me? So, and so somebody maybe, and there's always, but also there's probably an equal number, Mr. Roberts, that equal number that could apply for free lunch that won't. Pride. Sure. This is particularly true in the rural areas. Yep. And so forth, and there's the pride. Matter of fact, this will happen once in a while. The superintendent or food service director will catch it. There may be a student in elementary that applies for free lunch. They have a brother or sister in high school, but they won't. Right. And they're same family, so it's kind of, in my opinion, about an equal number, but you'll never know what it is. And for example, Post Audit one time went over and run down the parents of kids. They have access to this. We don't. Nobody else does. And check the income that they filed taxes on. Well, that don't tell you anything under the federal law, because they may have had a good year last year, but they may be like down at Boeing, they're being released. Now they have no income. So you'd qualify. So anyway, no, I don't think there's any incentive on special ed at all.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you and I have talked about this several times about lines drawn up, and they've been drawn up since the 60s, and both school boards have to agree on if they give up, let's say it's a subdivision that's right by the school. So we have that issue kind of right by Blue Valley. We have Blue Valley sitting right here, a big school that's not quite full, and right across the street we have a huge subdivision, and there's a big park in between and a highway going there, and all those kids have to be bused 7 miles to the nearest high school. And doesn't the school get 1.5 amounts per child if they're go over a certain amount, like 2.5 miles?
At 2.5 miles, they get transportation. They don't usually make any money. But in most cases, it's designed to pay about 85% of the cost of transportation.
So the school doesn't get a credit for 1.5 kids then for that, if it's over 2.5 miles.
No, they get a weighting. It depends on their students per square mile. They get a weighting. It's based upon the weighting and then the cost of density. For example, with the density like you're talking about, the cost would be a lot lower than it would be in Syracuse with 992 square miles. They might get twice as much as they would have. They'll get twice as much as they would in Johnson County, for example, because they don't have to transport them very far. 30 miles is common out there in Blue Valley or Spring Hill, wherever. It's not that much. So there's no financial incentive. I tell you, the problem with that is, in where you're at, that has to be initiated by local boards. If you want to transfer territory, the local board has two options. And one is both boards agree, and that usually don't happen. And the other one is one district can petition you and ask the territory to be transferred. There has to be a big hearing held, and you get all the input. Then you have to make a decision. And as a general rule, most boards will not petition for somebody else's territory. We've been talking with some patrons out here west of Topeka ways, and they want to be in a different district. Well, there ain't much we can do about it. The two boards can agree, or they can talk wherever they want to go, talk them to petition it. And they won't do it. We're not going to petition somebody else's territory.
So if those parents want to send their kid to the school that's basically a hop, skip, and a jump away, would they be grandfathered into that since that school's not full?
No, if you take a kid from another district, the local board decides that. Now, in the rural areas, Michelle, in all honesty, many times they'll accept a kid. And And under the law, if it's over 2.5 miles from home to their school, or more than that, they can even, another district go in and pick them up and take them to their school. But in rural and metropolitan area, many districts, like in your area, have a policy. They will not accept students from another district. They watch it in your area real close because Missouri kids are always wanting to come up with a phony address. And so it's, in that case, if the local board to approve it, they can do it.
Steve Roberts, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably won't be here when this happens, but one of these days, some district's going to be unaccredited, disaccredited, provisionally accredited, conditionally accredited, lose a bit of accreditation, lose their street cred. So if this board, again, I probably won't be here, so I won't have to deal with it. I'm just kind of planting some seeds so that they won't be as surprised as they're going to be. So the neighboring districts, instead of having the state take it over, which I don't think we'd have any interest in, we give it to a neighboring district. Now, could we declare that? Could we just declare that? I mean, just pick District A,
Not
and we
under
say,
current-
we're going to say, we're dissolving you. You need to be split up into these neighboring districts.
In my opinion, not under current law. The law would have to be changed to allow, because the boundary lines of districts is up to the legislature. They're the ones that divide it all up, set it, and set the laws up to divide it up. So I don't think you could just move boundaries without following the law. Now, tell you what.
I don't know how else unaccreditation would work if we actually.
See, when that happens, you may get a request and another district maybe say, we'll take you and help you. The philosophy could change, but as of right now, one district does not like to petition take somebody else's territory. Has it ever happened? Yes, but very few times. It has happened.
Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, we're kind of passionate about that high density at risk and special ed. I hope we didn't overdo that. And I think now the Honorable Jim Porter Incorporated has some comments.
Yeah, Jim, you want to ask a little bit about legislative platform again a little bit?
Well, I just wanted to. This morning, whenever the school clinics came up, I asked that we discuss that to see whether or not we wanted to support that. I think it's a real good idea, but we need to be very careful in our language so that we're not, in my opinion, so that we're not talking about specific programs, or we are supporting the concepts of public-private partnerships for the purpose of meeting the needs of students. Those of us that that were there, most of us were in Coffeyville. We saw, I think, a fine example of a clinic in the school, and I think that we should support that concept. So I would like to kind of, as consensus, to see if we support that concept, so that whenever it comes up, Dina and I can say that we're representing the board and supporting the concept of public-private partnerships for the purpose of providing clinics or any other, basically, public-private partnerships in school. So I'll open that for, that's my.
Yeah, a couple questions or comments. We'll start with Ben and then we'll go to Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of schools utilizing the mental health pilot, and it expanded into this district, and I heard last week of the wonderful results the new schools are having, as well as one of my districts that was part of the one last year, and as we go into year 2. And I appreciate the language. I don't endorse a specific program. I mean, I would like to see the word pilot removed from that, make it permanent funding versus a yearly appropriation or whatever it is now. I think it's just a yearly appropriation, am I correct, on the mental health?
Mm-hmm.
Not everything is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but remove the pilot and make it permanent with that, and not necessarily endorsing a certain program and not replacing something that already exists, because I don't want to create a whole new system, and that's just one of my concerns, and somewhere where I want to go from a holistic approach.
I think there's going to be more than one option for them to look at this year. That's all I can say.
I'm for the concept. I am all for the concept. I think it's a wonderful idea. I just don't want to take out a program to replace a new one. That's just dumb.
Ann?
Yeah, mine was the same thing. It wasn't clear to me if they were trying to duplicate what the pilot did, in the mental health area anyway. The dental and the medical, I go for it.
I think their idea is a little bit different than what the pilot is doing, because the pilot is actually school-based and within the school, but it's just for mental health, and this clinic would be a little different than that. But again, it's, what we're talking about here is a public-private partnership and conceptually. Any
And it appears to
questions
me
or
that it
comments
would-
down
that-
here?
That it
Anybody?
would add opportunities for kids that are not in the pilot. Yeah,
Don't want to duplicate or replace.
yes.
Okay. Everybody okay conceptually, at least consensus-wise? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay,
So
Dale, thank
Kathy-
you very much. And tomorrow,
Tomorrow, we need to be right out there at 5:15 at the latest. 5:15.
for
We have
State
to
of the State.
walk over, go through security, and you gotta be up to your seats at 5:30. So if you had to be 5 minutes early, wouldn't hurt.
Okay, everybody got that for tomorrow, late afternoon? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
So just clarification on your wording for the support, are you being broad or are you being more specific? So
Being
in the
broad.
broad sense would be support the concept of public-private partnerships for the purpose of meeting student needs and not specify. Okay.
And that gives us a wide opportunity to support other programs as they come up to meet the needs of students.
Okay, we are ready for the consent agenda. So this is item number 20. I have a motion from Jim McNeese to approve, a second from Jim Porter. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain. 901. Okay, on to travel. Just a reminder, we are at the halfway point as far as expenses. So in other words, we're about halfway through it's not really a calendar year, it's a fiscal year. As far as our money, so you might want to look at kind of where you are financially. Keep that in mind. That's just a little budgeting reminder there. And we also have additional things coming up as far as agenda items, and we know since the legislative session has started, Jim Porter and Dina Horst will be up here as needed.
Yeah, we don't have to
No.
request those dates individually.
But you just need to let Peggy know. We kind of give you a blanket approval for that. So do we have any additional things other than what's in the Peggy's list here? Dina?
I had to get a new computer, and so I
We're not paying
didn't
for
get
your,
all
we're
of
not paying for your computer,
all of
Dina.
this stuff called in like I was supposed to. Anyway, I have a meeting on Friday with the Bennington Tescott administration.
This
and-
Friday?
Pardon?
This week?
Yeah,
Okay.
this Friday. And the Keen Lunch and the things that surround CARES, the dinner and reception. And I don't know whether we're invited to the breakfast or not, but,
Yeah, we were.
and.
That's on a board meeting day. though,
And
isn't it?
then at the end of the month, there's a Zoom meeting for the Public Education Policy Committee for NASB.
Oh.
So those are my additions.
Okay, Jean?
Yes, I'd like to delete the Migrant Council information and to add the Kansan of the Year Award, a dinner.
Anybody else?
Oh.
Ann?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got the KACCTE meeting on January 21st. Technically, they should pay for that, but we'll see, because, and then the only other was on January 23rd, meeting in Lawrence on Success by Six.
The KACCTE, is that here?
Yeah, it's actually should be in the building. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's over at the Expo Center, but the thing on CARES, do we need to do something for that banquet if we want to go? Or how soon do they need to know on that?
I didn't get much of the invitation information, but the breakfast, I will turn that into them.
Oh, okay.
Since that's board day, but if you're going to the banquet, I think you're on your own.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
And just FYI, federal mileage went down 0.5 cent January 1, so now instead of 58 cents a mile, it'll be 57.5.
Oh, my.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve travel? Jim McNeese, and a second, Michelle. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. It's 5:05.
You did very good. Look at your
Oh, wait a minute. Nobody leave. Nobody leave.
Yeah, she's not done yet.
Well, we got a little time. I'm looking at tomorrow thinking, how are we gonna get everything done tomorrow?
She's saying if she could bring up
Yeah.
tomorrow's.
Okay.
Just get it.
Okay, let's, yeah, can the kids come tonight? Let's look under the reports for tomorrow. Let's do a few things quickly. Act on a resolution on board meeting dates. Didn't we just do that?
I thought we'd already done that. Isn't that?
Was that in consent?
Yeah. No.
That's on the consent.
We did
calendar.
travel.
Can you move an action item on an agenda that you already approved this morning?
Okay, well, we'll approve it tomorrow. I'll get to some, can I move to some of the other agenda items, or am I like to slap my hand?
Approve the agenda for today, but you could make a motion to.
Can we make a motion?
Why can't we leave?
Make a
I
motion
think you could
to.
do some of your reports, but I would stray from any action items.
Okay, well, can we do some reports, and do I need to have a motion to do reports?
You don't need a motion.
Okay, all right, let's do a few reports. Okay, legislative liaisons, Jim Porter or Dina, anything?
Pass.
No. Haven't been over there yet.
Nothing yet, okay. Policy committee, Dina, you didn't meet today, so probably something maybe next month?
Something next week, next month, I think.
Okay, and communications,
We're still
Jim,
meeting.
do what?
We're still meeting.
Still meeting, okay, that's moving through that quickly. Individual reports are in your folders, and board attorney, Mr. Board Attorney?
I was saving mine for tomorrow, so. I guess I'll pass then.
Snooze, you lose.
Oh, well. Pass.
He'll send it to us
Well, you
in the
can't
mail,
knock 'em
right?
out.
That's the way it is.
Okay, request for future agenda items. I do think it would be advisable that we spend a chunk of time, I don't know, maybe March, April, whenever, but talking about the potential impact of the change in qualified admissions on our K-12 system. No. I just think that, and probably not to do anything yet, but for us to begin to understand it a little bit more. So, and I would say kind of maybe a chunk of time for that. I think that, yeah, it might be a workshop type thing. Are we all okay on that? I think it's just to kind of begin the conversation. And I don't know what the change there will be, but I think it's worth us spending some time on. Yes.
I think teacher quality and substitute teachers are two topics we should talk about more often and in greater depth. So teacher quality and substitute teachers, the amount of time kids actually have with substitutes, it's far more in poor districts than affluent districts. And so I'd like to make that a future agenda item, or two agenda items.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know in March, I'm going to be assisting on, it's going to be after the Wednesday meeting. There are, I think, 9 pages coming from the Kansas School for the Deaf.
Oh.
What I did last year with them, I spent the afternoon with them. Maybe that would be something to discuss, maybe more about what that is. Maybe put it on there to just discuss so people know what pages are, so people know to sign up for that and what that means.
Would those students be here in time that they could?
They're going to be here all day, so I was just going to meet them for lunch and then go through the tour again through the. They talk to senators, meet the governor. There's a lot of stuff that they do. They may want to come over for a little bit and just, if they had an
Yeah.
interpreter, just see
Yeah.
what we do.
That's in March.
That's in March.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that
I think it's March 11th,
Might be kind of neat.
so
Okay.
it might be something that I can coordinate that.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Anything else? Ben?
Yeah, in full transparency to our viewing public, I am on this advisory committee for this organization, but I learned about in depth yesterday the Jones Institute for Educational Excellence out of
Emporia.
House in Emporia State. Since we have new board members and some people may not be familiar with all the stuff they do, but everything that they do is on a national basis. So national board teacher certification, and a lot of national organizations that they work with in licensure and the writing, the Flint Hills Writing Project, and that sort of thing. So from a national view, they keep tabs on a lot of the directions from there, and to have them present what they do and provide support across the state, because they are the only federal sponsor for all of these activities. And as a new member, I was just blown away with the stuff that they do across the state. So it's just more of an informational, but I think it's valuable information to know that it exists and it does serve the entire state of Kansas.
It does. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Jim Porter, any update do you want to do any update on the Governor's Education Council, or? I mean, we met in December, but I know, I kind of have too. We continue to meet, and I actually not sure when the next meeting is.
Well, we thought it was gonna be over. We made our
Yeah.
recommendations, and they told us that it was gonna be an ongoing thing.
Yeah, so we don't know when the next meeting is, but, and I don't know that we've had a final document. So when we get a final document, we'll bring it to this group so you can see what the document looks like as far as what the recommendations are. So just so you know. And I'll do this reminder tomorrow, but remember, Dale's already reminded us about the state of the state. And we have 2 luncheons tomorrow going on, and different people signed up for different ones. One's with students, and that's in the Emerald Room, and the Superintendent of the Year one's in the Shawnee Room, and I'll announce that again tomorrow. And then in February, we do have that annual breakfast for independent religious schools. That's Tuesday morning. So let Peggy know if you're going to that. Anybody want to raise your hand if you're going? That's the breakfast.
Tuesday morning?
Yeah. At 11.
So pretty much everybody. Steve?
And I don't remember what time it is. I think last year we showed up early and it wasn't that early.
It's 7:30.
You'll let us know. Okay. Yes, we did. Okay, all right, well, I think what we will do is recess until tomorrow. All right? Let's see what else I can come up with to get the kids over here. Okay, all right, we will recess until tomorrow. Thank you all. It was a fast and furious morning, and we actually got out a little early this afternoon. What's up with that?